back in the lab through that crack screen glow. White gorilla on the mic like a blacksmith blow. Proper instruction on the air for 1,000 nights. Every sunrise still swinging, realigning they sights. I was talking about freedom, they was talking about fame. I was talking about spirit, they was counting they change. Agents in the comments, trolls in the feeds, but you can't cuff God, you can't cage what's free. Return of the white gorilla. They tried change, tried darts, tried slander and filler, but the word came wild, straight flame God's river. You can't stop what's forever, it's bigger, it's bigger. Proper instruction on the line every day. Through the doubt, through the drought I stay. They threw mud, through noise, through shade at my name, but the infinite voice still cut through the game. Yeah, every broadcast they wanted war in the wires. They was spamming up the chats, I was fanning up fires. Laughing at the smear, I done heard it all twice. If they crucify truth, what they gon' do to advice? I ain't bowed to the sponsors, ain't been to the trends. Spoke life to the lonely, put steel in their spines again. Haters pray that I break, that the stream will go blank, but the source never sleeps and I drink from that tank. Through thick and thin, I stayed on cold. Blood in my throat, but I stayed on gold. They wanted me silent, wanted me tame, but I carry what's endless, you can't box that name. Return of the white gorilla. They tried change, tried darts, tried slander and filler, but the word came wild, straight flame God's river. You can't stop what's forever, it's bigger, it's bigger. Proper instruction on the line every day. Through the doubt, through the drought I stay. They threw mud, through noise, through shade at my name, but the infinite voice still cut through the game.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 This is a dangerous groups that we're dealing with now.
We live in a time where just standing on basic rights is heroic because we're also used to giving them up day to day. That like when somebody comes forward and says, no, we have these rights and I'm going to stand on them and I'm going to be unwavering, this has now become heroic. This has become, like the founder said, telling the truth in a world full of lies is a revolutionary act, right? I'm not one of these folks like they claim who wants to overthrow government. I understand spiritually, government would only be necessary for a population of folks who have proven they cannot govern themselves based on natural law and God's law. And that's exactly what we have. So I'm a proponent of folks who are able to govern themselves, who understand the foundational principles of the law of this land, that they be left alone. They say these are the most dangerous folks on the land. Why? Because they're talking and standing on what they're saying. They're not doing nothing to nobody. They're just revealing to everyone we have God-given rights and they're willing to stand on them and die for them. And that's the most dangerous man on the planet right now. Right now, the rest of the slaves, the ones who self-identify as trustees, whether they know it or not, part of the United States federal corporation, federal body politic, they have a duty and obligation through contract to uphold the policies and codes. Because now, again, there's two classes of being. There's a privileged class of being under the law, and then there's a protected class of being. Most of us have opted into being a privileged class where we get privileges and benefits in exchange for essentially our rights by contract. So majority of folks are entering into a contract. They have made themselves a part of a corporate body politic, and therefore they have an obligation to fulfill that contract. If they want to correct that status and that standing and that presentment, and therefore renegotiate on that contract, right, and go back to being a man or woman on the land, then they're not subject to policy and code. They're only subject to the law of the land and essentially God's law, right? A set of laws that's in our conscience. It's discoverable. We can come to know it and do it, and we will create a kingdom of heaven out of that. But because we do not seek the truth and be set free, we are born into a certification program where a legal person is created, an all caps entity is created, and we spend the first 18 years identifying as that entity everywhere we go, taking our birth certificate and our social security down to DMV, getting ourselves a license for a right we already have. A license is synonymous with doing business and commerce. At a certain point, they created a group, a corporate capacity, where everybody opts into in order to be kept safe, right? This is sort of the movement of the idea, in my mind, of the republic into a demosocracy, where, okay, you identify as this member of the corporate body politic, you're agreeing that you want to be kept safe. And we see this now, where folks are going to their government to be kept safe and being given benefits and privileges. You have a split now, bifurcation, where the republic has now become a demosocracy in a lot of people's minds. There is no more faith structure. There is no more family structure. The state has essentially been moved in as our cosmic parents on every level. They've taught us through the public schooling system funded by the state that we need them. And if you don't accept that premise, then you are an extremist. You're trying to threaten everybody else's safety. So we see the tiptoe and march toward complete collectivism and mob rule and demosocracy, all backed by a technocratic component where everybody is tracked, traced, and surveilled. And if you don't follow policy and code, then you're deemed to be essentially an enemy combatant. As far as the Declaration of Independence goes, policy, statute, and code is only given the force of law through the consent of the governed. So we're being compelled to follow statute, policy, and code, but we have not been given full disclosure and notice, and we have not signed the contracts properly, right? So these folks are running around overthrowing God's law and the law of the land. They're not even banging on original principles. They're just out here harming themselves and each other, doing whatever they want to do. This is ubiquitous. All classes of society has lost their original mission statement and does not follow their principles and their own policy and code. They've just become completely reprobate, ego unbound. They're going to do whatever they want to do because they're going to chase money and they're going to chase status and power, and they've relinquished their original status and power straight from the supernatural. Any man or woman born on this land that does not uphold the original principles, precepts, and philosophy of law, because ignorance of the law is no excuse, you are damned to a form of spiritual judgment. I don't care if you think it's funny, you think it's a big joke. I'm telling you, the karmic and dharmic law of this realm, if you continue to create and stand on wrongdoing and defend it and enforce it, you're going to bring about demonic conditioning in this realm. You've already seen it. I don't know where you folks have been. We're already there. And you're damn well down with it. Most folks think it's just dandy.
Testing. Are we on? We're on. All right, we got Ace Jones in the back. We'll bring him in. Let's see here. There we go. All right, Ace, it's on you today. Would you like to preview our new song, God Bless the U.S. Slave, or should we wait till... I mean, we could play it for us now to get us inspired and then replay it again, like maybe halfway through when we got some more folks coming in. Although it's looking like we're not, we're playing algo games today, potentially, but we're going to have faith and we're going to carry on with what we do.
Yeah. One problem. You're just going to have to excuse me for a few minutes right now. Big dog, I'm just getting my shit straightened out right here. Okay, perfect. So you get whatever you got going together, and I can always just pivot. I got like 3 to 5 right to travels up there. I got breaking slave news. All right. We got Congress with Fauci. I mean, there's no shortage of content, non-tent in a circus slave world, right? I mean, I got 115 directions I could go literally with these tabs up there. So I'm putting the word out. Oh, sorry about that. I'm going to pull out the slave mobile, get everything ready. And I got to pump myself up.
Right. So Nightbot, I had a Nightbot this whole time. Apparently they gave me my own slave and I didn't know it, which, this is par for the course, right? We have slaves. We have them. And we don't even know that we have them. We're not even using them here. So I figured, in true patriotic American United States Corporation fashion, let me put this little slave to work. No sense Jeep Girl or anybody else or me down there having to put links down and, tell the people what's going on. So if the Nightbot gets a little bit too intrusive, then we'll work that out, right? I didn't know it was there and I saw it yesterday. I said, well, this is interesting. Let me turn it on and see how that goes. But yeah, if it's too much for you or I or all of us, or for the new folks, then maybe we'll reset it up so that the timer, if nothing else, is changed. So,
all right. We'll
Go
keep in
ahead.
touch right now. I'll go back in.
Okay, that works for me.
All right. Check that out.
Right. So he's got the proper instruction motivates people mobile down there with the advertising. Give me the back, because the back is very unsafe. Okay. Back is, oh man, that's triggering to the slaves. Right. Ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, as we know, statute, policy, and code is not law. It's only given the force of law to the consent of the governed. And here, Ace is apparently making the claim he's not a United States corporate slave. He's not a business entity as defined in U.S. code. I forget the section right now. We can pull it up if you need. Describes a United States citizen as a business entity of a business entity, right? So not a U.S. corporate slave. No plate there. That's a private plate, actually. There is a plate. Let me not misreport this. So we do have a private plate there, but not the state of corporate issued insignia, not displaying the proper symbology of a status slave. That feels very unsafe. Okay. So there might be a chance that Ace is going to have to get stopped and interfered with his right to move his property around because he's not displaying the proper symbols of a slave, as we all know, right? Just imagine this. We went from nobody having any of this crap to you can't find somebody on the street that doesn't have this crap. Imagine the amount of time, energy, attention, money, and it's a recurring subscription too. Imagine this. They have all this time, energy, attention, and money to get you all displaying their crap and convinced that it somehow makes you all safer, right? And somehow government is so competent and capable, they're going to decide who can move their property and not. You might not be able to do that according to us, right? So, I mean, again, it's just so ridiculous and laughable on so many levels. We don't have time, energy, attention to get papers and identifications and cards for people to like have home ownership at this point, to like eat, to like not be sent off to endless wars, but you got to be tracked and traced and kept safe moving your property around. So Ace, get your stuff together. We're going to premiere here the Bless the U.S. Slave. I'm going to put you on mute. God bless the U.S. slave. And this is, of course, performed by Paul Unslaved AI. And, you know, and this is what's so great now. They're all on me like me making AI music is what the data centers are for. No, the data centers are to track and trace all you slaves with flock cameras and your license, registration, insurance, and plates. The data centers aren't all there because I decided to use a tool to play pretend / express more of my genius that needs to be expressed according to me, God of all media. You're very humble and modest host. So, right. It is AI, but still Flea Brownwood is, of course, my name, not me. It's me, but not me. Me, non me. Flea Brownwood is me when I decide that I'm going to be a country singer. I have many iterations. There's gangster rap, Paulie Boy. There's civilized, sophisticated Paulie Boy. There's aristocratic Paulie Boy. There's courting Paulie Boy. And then there's country Paulie Boy. And there's even more iterations you're going to find out about. Even I don't know about them. That's how inspiring and interesting and spontaneous they are. They're almost like personalities and voices in my head. They're so exciting and fun. So let's get to that. And this is going to be an instant classic. And by the way, folks, call grandma right now. Text grandma. Call all your aunts and uncles, maybe even your primary care physician. Tell them to sit down, cozy on up next to the device there, like the old time radios. Because this looks and feels and smells like America. Okay? There's no denying it.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I worked for all my life, and I choose a greater depression with just my children and my wife. I'd thank my lucky stars to be voting here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, but we gave that all away. And I'm proud to be an Epstein slave, where I'm slaved out and not free. And I won't forget the men who slaved, who gave up rights like me. And I gladly sit down next to you and comply like slaves today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love my chains. God bless the U.S. Slave.
Damn, that feels good.
From the aspartame in soda to the clots from the vaccines, shout out to slaves of Texas who have some guns but don't have weed. From Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, well, there's pride in every slaved out heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an Epstein slave, and you know I pay the fee. And I won't forget the men who slaved, who gave up rights like me. And I gladly sit down next to you and comply with codes today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love my chains. Love my chains. God bless the U.S. slave. And I'm proud to be an American, where we used to be sort of free. And I won't forget the men who slaved, who gave up rights like me. And I gladly stand up next to you on a vaccine line today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love my chains. God bless the U.S. slave.
Yeah. Coming at ya. Absolute instant classic. Better than the original. Some are saying, some have said. So there it is. God bless the U.S. slave. They're wooing down there like nobody's business. That is a Renaissance piece right there. That is going to cause a resurgence. We're going to make America slaved out again. We're going to make it safe again. We're going to make it healthy again. That's HELLTHY. We're going to do it all. I'm already kind of tired of winning, quite frankly. But it's our duty. It's our civic duty. Okay, so we're going to move along here. There's going to be more to come, by the way. We have a Bonnie Blue Flag remix. It goes back to the Southern origins. The whole Dixie vibe, right? That's going to be, instead of the Bonnie Blue Flag, it's going to be the Donnie Jew flag. Okay, that one's going to ruffle some feathers, but hey, we're going to try it out. The Donnie Jew flag that bears a single star is the refrain, instead of the Bonnie Blue flag that bears a single star. So, and then we have another, it's what's going to be, I predict, an instant classic. I wish I was in slavery. Hooray, hooray. And that's, of course, a takeoff to the original. I wish I was in Dixie. Okay. It's going to be great. It's going to be amazing. Nobody knows more about producing and co-creating than I do, as a god of all media. Okay. So, yeah, look out for that. If you want more, God Bless the U.S. Slave, I uploaded it in a singular fashion on the YouTube channel page. Okay. We also started advertising today, so look for some growth. Look for some growth over the next week. We got some digital ads in the works if they accept them, because I have a history with these folks of they won't promote me or advertise me, not even if I pay for it, because I am very unsafe and a threat to democracy, as we know. And that's true. So we can't really fault them for that. All right, you got a link down there, 602-730-0122. If you got questions, comments, concerns, presentments, you want to go over some courting materials, we could definitely do that, unpack all that. Right, unless and until then, we're going to roll on here. So we got some right to travel stuff. Let's go over that. I don't know if I presented these here before. If I have, it was maybe once before, if that. I don't actually think we have, but yeah, some decent interactions here and perspectives. Let's start off with this guy. We have a African-American would-be slave. I don't know him or what he does. It seems, based on the thumbnail here, that he's supporting the quote-unquote right to travel. So he must be a threat to democracy as well if he believes in all this sovereign citizen mumbo-jumbo. So let's go to him. Let's see what he has to say. This is good, too, when folks take an interest in researching these topics and reporting and presenting unbiasedly. This way, maybe we all might learn something. You never know.
Really have the right to travel, and are these sovereign citizens full of shit? Part 3. As a disclaimer, you can't be sovereign and a citizen. It's an oxymoron. It's a made-up term, etc., etc. Now, in this video, I want to address this comment that this guy left me. He said,
okay, so what do I always tell you guys? And I got to give commentary to correct where I'm hearing either a misconception or a half-truth. So I always tell you guys, and again, all the proviso is everything from my perspective. I'm a guy on the internet in a trailer. I don't even technically have a job. What are you even doing watching me, let alone listening to me and taking any quote-unquote legal advice from me? You must be insane. See what happens? If you do this for not the right reasons and you try to follow me and something bad happens, and you stand up and say, Paul and Slave made you do it, I'm going to go, you're right. That guy's an idiot. You got to do what you got to do in life for yourself, what you believe is true and right, and what you could substantiate. That should not require Big Daddy. That would be me in this equation, at the risk of being somewhat cringy. So, yeah, I contend that by definition, a sovereign is a supreme authority. That's not you. Okay? And, you know, every so often, Sade disagrees with me, she likes to say. Right. Right phrase, wrong time, Sade. That's not you. See, she always does this with me. She says, no, that's you. You could be sovereign. No, you can't. By definition, technically, you can't be sovereign because you and I and everybody else here are not a supreme authority. You get to enjoy the benefits and privileges of what you call the experience of God, the Creator, and its supreme authority. And one of those benefits and privileges / rights is you get free will to choose with consequence, by the way. You know, you got a lot of folks like last night, someone wanted to start an argument with me. I'm the wrong person to start an argument with, if you haven't noticed, because I care about the words and the meanings, what it all confers and intimates. So they get an argument with me last night about discipline. They like to tell me they're the most disciplined people ever. And I argue with them, no, they want to believe that. They're in their feelers, they're coping, they're delusional, they're in denial. And then I ask them to define the word discipline. Do you know that they don't understand that the word discipline has to invoke some type of negative consequence or punishment when you don't follow what's true and right or a program? It's part of what discipline is. Now, the difference between worldly man-made discipline versus cosmic discipline are two very different things. The difference between justice and just us. Okay? So don't tell me that you're a disciplined individual if you don't even recognize the law of the universe, which is that you get what you give, trust, equity, and faith style. And if you don't do what you're meant to do, you don't get what you deserve. You get according to who and what you serve, right? So that is the negative consequence. What you put out is what you get back. You are bound to live out the consequences of your choices, and also potentially the choices of other selves. So one thing we can affirm right off the bat is 85% or more of this culture and society you call the legal society is completely undisciplined, because they don't strive to do what's true and what's right, and they don't even recognize that when they do wrong, there is supposed to be, and cosmically there always is, a consequence to that. They completely ignore that and deny that that whole reality exists. And that's why they are not fit to be in positions of determining or interpreting the complicated facts of the matter of law, let alone a legal society. Okay? So it's not disciplined. It's usually delusional and in denial and disempowered, masquerading as something other than what it is, right? Because when you ask them to explain it, they have no idea what the words mean and how it intimates or infers what the quality of our experience in reality is and will be. So, all right, let's get back, because we still got folks arguing over we can be sovereign, and this is why I laugh. For you legal, lawful gurus out there, you are laughable and hilarious. You guys think that when you study paperwork, you are fit to do this, whatever this is. You're not, because the backbone foundations of a legal or lawful scholar is a adequate philosopher, and that is not you at all, most of you. That is not you at all, most of you. Say it twice so you heard me. Okay? So again, the best legal lawful scholar is not a legal lawful scholar. The best legal lawful scholar is the best philosopher. Most of you ain't got it, because when I go to talking truth, life, and way with you, cause and effect, logic, morals, and ethics, the historicity of it, how it all comes together, the firsthand experience and firsthand testimony, you ain't got none of it. You got a bunch of memorized supposed facts that are other people's opinions that you recite as if there's any gravitas to that. There is not. There's no weight or power to that. As a matter of fact, it's disempowered. It's weightless. Doesn't hold water. The Constitution is your inner space. Notice they never go to these words and then get the upload, download of what it's all really supposed to be. They just focus on what's shown. You guys can't even think or conceive 2 or 3 moves outside the box, and you're going to convince me and others you're a legal, lawful scholar. You suck. Any court where folks were actually on their toes and on the balls of their feet, right, and able to move on the fly, you get roasted and toasted and burnt to a crisp. And that's the difference between the modern day inauthentic corporate beta cuck who tries to specialize and pretend to be specialized and an expert and authority at something when really you're just a fucking placeholder. If I went back to 2,000 years ago and got the best philosophers in whatever city center, right, and asked them about all of this, you would hear it and see it, and it would sound and look nothing like what we see from these folks today, right? It'd be just based in pure logic, morals, ethics, reason, and ability to reverse engineer thoughts, emotions, and actions, and to understand cause and effect, right? So that's what we need more of. We don't need more pretend experts and authorities who can't think 2, 3, 5, 10 moves ahead, who can't reverse engineer the last 5 or 10 moves that happened, who can't make correlations in words and terms and draw the distinction between the overworld and the underworld. See, I know you guys don't see. I know you don't look and actually see, because I never get the same material in the revelations that I get with the spirit and my vision. I never get it from you guys. I get this watered down, half-assed, weak-ass, half-baked crap that's based on somebody else's theories and presentment. And by the way, it's not good faith and honorable either, because it's not the core of who and what you are. Inauthentic, corporate, beta, male. I coined the term ICBM for a reason. It absolutely fits. If you put the average person on that scale, they will hit 1, if not all 4 or 5. Every time. while claiming to be something they're not, right? That's the fake pimp. They all reflect their government too as well, and they still don't know it and get it. It's exactly what their government does on every level. So, again, what do I always say? The best doctor doesn't wear a lab coat. They're not a doctor. There's some guy in the woods somewhere who understands how all the plants, herbs, roots, and leaves and all the rest of it come together and affect the body and dis-ease, right? The best legal lawful scholar doesn't have a packet and a program to sell you that's static, because they're fluid and dynamic, and they flow with creation. Just like God, it can't be pinned down and nailed down. The moment that you try to pin it down and nail it down, you've lost the plot. The best activists don't need to turn on their cameras every time they stand for rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. The best folks at understanding self-governance and applying those principles don't wear business suits all day, every day, and claim to be free and brave. The best war masters and fighters don't put on uniforms and beg for pensions while they do unlawful wars. Should I go on here? This is the fallacy of the modern day world. It's not even the modern day world. This is the fallacy of civilization, culture, and society. That the best of the best inside of your stack deck through certification are the worst of the best on the outside, with folks who just did not apply themselves because they didn't want to be part of your fucking cult. And we all know that. Well, the slaves don't know that, but the rest of us outside the cult, who actually can look and see and understand and have IQ points slightly above room temperature, we recognize that the best of you inside that house that is ungodly is the worst of us outside of that house. Once again, if nothing else, because you're specialized but don't understand logic, morals, ethics, principles, and faith. Many of you, most of you. So you're bound to be a failure loser. This is cosmic. This is archetypal. It's not you versus me. It's I and I present. Okay. The best mechanic doesn't put on a blue shirt every day and go down to a factory and tell you how he's a master and need licenses and registrations and certifications and still fuck up an oil change. Okay. The best mechanic is a guy who never put on the blue shirt, who's been doing this up under his daddy, up under his daddy, up under his daddy. He lives it and breathes it. He can take a piece of metal and fabricate a part and repair the car with his bare hands. Your master pussy mechanic can't do that. Just like the folks in the middle of the desert in Pakistan. They say that they make firearms, in quotes, equal if not greater in quality to the original manufacturers who they've replicated. And they make it for a better price. I've seen this idea myself on the ground, right? When I used to work construction. Your AutoCAD slave who puts on the white collar every day, who claims to be an expert authority at construction, can't do what the illegal Mexican can do because he's been living it and breathing it intergenerationally, and he has a mind that can look and see and imagine and solve a problem. Your AutoCAD slave, who's specialized expert at engineering and supposedly knows it all, has no actual real world experience outside of his stack deck box. It's called life on your corporation's terms, not life on life's terms. That's the biggest difference in who's truly powerful and valuable, and who just claims that, has the symbols of that, but is actually a frizzard. I'm talking in Snoop Dogg speak now, so we can get to the young people. They're fraud. It's the bottom line, right? And it doesn't mean that you can't find folks who are licensed, registered, insured, certified, all the rest, who are great at what they do. That's not what I'm saying. So let's be clear. I might be maximizing a bit and they'll miss the point. The point I'm making is, when you all call yourself the best of the best, you wouldn't know that because you didn't go survey the field of everybody else who isn't involved in your freak show. That's the trick here. The trick is that some of the most actually intelligent people never bought into any of this, never went along with it, didn't care to try to compete or comply with you so they could get validation and recognition. So you couldn't survey them and how they apply to your society because they're not in it and a part of it, and they don't want or need, nor can they get validation from it. They're just good at what they do because they care and they live it and breathe it. And again, you could tell me that sounds silly, but I've met them all. I've met the mechanics. I've met the doctors. I've met the lawyers. I've met them all in every field. 3/4 of them don't care, give a fuck. They don't put their all into it. They haven't been living and breathing it. It's not intergenerational skills, talents, and abilities and wisdom passed down. It's just another day in a lazy, incompetent, incapable society where nobody, few and far between, really cares. And even fewer is really going to put their all into doing and being something here. You know why? Because they get rewarded and paid to do and be less and call it something other than what it is. Okay? So once you understand these certain ideas and these keys to how this all works, your mind and your perspective is going to start to expand, and your sense of self potentially is going to start to expand in a positive sense, in a cosmic sense. Your sense of false pride and false ego is going to really start to diminish. That's going to upset you and get you reactive toward me and what I'm doing here, right? Which is revealing the reality of the situation. Paulie Boy was the guy with no certification, no degree, no career. He's batting 1,000 so far and replicating results with others who can listen and be teachable, by the way. Big difference. Who can listen actively and be teachable, producing those results. See, and I'm the same guy who the first few times I went to court, the attorneys and the prosecutors laughed at me and mocked me. Because they're so intelligent and so good at what they do, don't you know? Right. See, that's the thing. I've never bought into the hype. Like the old song goes, don't believe the hype. That's another thing you learn here in life. 80 to 90% of all this stuff with all these people, places, and things is in fact bullshit. All right, let's get back. I'm off on a rant and a ramble. Tell me every so often, Paulie Boy, shut up and get back to the clip. Okay? We're not interested in your would-be life coaching of sorts.
Convenient you leave out the part that, not a federally protected right, therefore the states control the laws over the right of movement. And for context, here's what he's talking about. So in my previous video, I went over a Supreme Court case in Virginia that said this about the right to travel. The right of the citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport his property thereon in an ordinary course of life and business is a common right which he has under his right to enjoy life and liberty and to acquire and possess property and to pursue happiness and safety. Here's the part they conveniently like to skip out. It includes the right in doing so to the ordinary and usual conveyance of the day, and under the existing modes of travel includes the right to drive a horse-drawn carriage or wagon thereon, or to operate an automobile thereon for the usual and ordinary purposes of life and business. But this is the part that they say I conveniently skip, right here. The exercise of such a common right, the city may, under its police power, regulate in the interest of the public safety and welfare. And you can read the rest. They like to bring up this point to prove that there is no such thing as the right to travel in a car or automobile, and that the state can regulate this right entirely. But what they never explain, and many of them don't know themselves, is police powers. So allow me to break this down fully. So in this video, we're going to go to Corpus Juris Secundum, volume 53, dealing with lewdness to lien, and volume 60, motions and orders to motor vehicles. Now, before I get into these books, we're going to get into American jurisprudence on the licenses and permits, which you can go find this in your law library. We're going to first talk about the definition and nature of a license. A license is in the nature of a privilege or special privilege, entitling the licensee to do something that he or she would not be entitled to do without the license. Licenses confer no property rights, but are permits issued pursuant to a state's police power. Now, I want you to think about it.
So the person down there in chat is asking me, cult member 762, would I be interested in going over some of LIA's recent upload court case. We could do that. I think somebody else asked about it just yesterday. So apparently he and others are being pushed in the algorithm. So like everyone knows about it. I don't look into these people or keep up on it, but we can touch on it just for the sake of content / to do some philosophizing, right? So yeah, how long is this video? This is almost 10 minutes, so let's get through at least most of this, if not all of this, or at least some more of it, and then we could potentially refocus on that.
About this real quick. Book reference. If God created man and man created government, how can government give man anything of substance or value that man doesn't already innately have if man is the one who gave power to government? So that's literally like your child giving you a privilege or benefit of anything. You would then have to take your superior status and go to the level of a child or below a child in order to receive any privilege or benefit from your own child, which you created. Keep that same concept in mind when it comes to licenses. License as privilege. A license conveys to the
Okay, I don't know if Tribe is being a dick right after I gave him an award. See, this is why you can't be nice to these people and give them awards. The day after I give him an award, he's going to take what I was just saying and maximize with it, unless I'm misreading that. Tribe writes, he's not allowed to read those books. Pay no attention. I never said that. I do an extreme rap about how the problem with a lot of these folks, and most of them, is they can't conceptualize and co-create without literature because they're not the living man or woman. They're in the 1 and 2 dimensional realm. They're in the world of the dead. They're in the underworld, right? So it's not that you can't read the literature. I know it's sarcasm, but your bitterness and your resentment is showing because you have literature up your ass all day, every day, and we all know that. Please try to check your bitterness and resentment that masquerades as humor in the form of sarcasm, because I never said that, and you know I didn't say that. So again, why be bitter and resentful about it and lump yourselves in with a group who I may not consider you that? I'm talking to the inauthentic corporate male. See, you just confirmed you must believe you're that. I'm talking to the inauthentic corporate males who can't use logic, morals, ethics, conceptualize, have an imagination, or look into themselves and understand based on who and what they are, what everything else is. Knowledge of self is knowledge of the universe. If you don't have that skill and ability and you can't do that readily, the literature is not going to help you. The literature is a codified or testified to experience that, when experienced, should open your mind and heart to have the experience in the future. Right? I'm witnessing a whole generation of folks who they're so domesticated in mind and heart control and just unbegun in the practice of using their vessel in many ways that they can't move themselves or a court or the room or the energy without literature and without a program and a process. That's why they're being replaced by AI. I could argue, right? Can't prove it. So if you don't have that spark of divinity and that co-creative aspect of you and that spirit and that energy that moves you and other selves in the court, your literature and your research doesn't fucking matter. It's immaterial. It's immaterial to the firsthand testimony and experience and having it versus thinking you've had it when you've missed it because you live in a book and the book lives in you. That's the point I'm trying to make.
licensee a personal privilege, sometimes referred to as a special privilege. A license does not confer a vested, permanent, or absolute right. Now let's go on to license fees as taxes. When used in its broad sense, the word taxes may include a license fee. Such fees may be imposed upon an occupation, business, or calling, or the exercise of a privilege. An excise tax, to the extent that it is within a legislature's authority to enact, is a tax imposed upon engaging in an occupation. And occupations are simply businesses. Since governments can only grant benefits and privileges, check this out. Maxims of law. Under the category of benefits and privileges, a benefit is not conferred on one who is unwilling to receive it. That is to say, no one can be compelled to accept a benefit against his consent. It is a rule of the ancient law that all persons have liberty.
And there it is. We went over that maxim weeks back. So again, God creates man, man creates government, endows it with a limited quote unquote power to upkeep and maintain our rights and our property. The moment it interferes with our rights and property, it becomes illegitimate and it can't extend a supposed benefit and privilege, aka safety, at the expense of our rights and free will. That is a Trojan horse. That is illegitimate on the face of it, right? So again, this guy's just doing what we do here, going to the foundations and the roots, pulling up the maxims, philosophizing, applying it all, and showing you it's the opposite of what they all say it is, like it always is. Just like the shots are for safety, they're safe and effective. Yeah, if you're running a genocide program, then they're definitely safe and effective. You guys are all going to live and inherit the earth. They're going to die. Very safe for you, very effective for your program and plan. See, it's about nuance and context. So, yes, this person down there gets it. We're now in an era where attorneys can't think on their feet and speak, and they're not recognized as men with minds and hearts and God's will. They do everything by legal process, statute, policy, and code, and they don't know the statute, policy, and code and process. So now these certified board attorneys are getting sanctioned in court and getting caught using AI to pretend to be a man or a woman, right? They wonder why they're going to get outcompeted and replaced, not only by gorillas and trailers, but by AI robots. They convict themselves by what they say and don't say, do and don't do every single time. That's the most effective court, by the way, if you understand how this all works. While you were winning at legal court by lying, cheating, stealing, and playing word games, you were losing in God's court and generating a conviction for yourself and your legal society, dummy. They still can't see what's right around the corner, that their cash is going to be worthless soon, and all the work they put in for the devil is going to be meaningless when God has its way in cause and effect with all of these cowardly slaves and their corruption. Like it does every cycle at this time in history.
To renounce those privileges which have been conferred for their benefit. Privilege is, as it were, a private law. Even with licensing statutes, you don't have to accept those statutes if you don't want to, unless you are engaging in business. And here's why. Because the public indeed has rights, but it's under specific powers. And for Congress, it's Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3, which is the Commerce Clause. And for the states, it's the police powers. Power to require a license. License charges may be imposed for regulation or for revenue, keep that in mind, or for both. A state may not impose a charge for the enjoyment of a right granted by the United States Constitution. And this number 2 tells us to go to the footnotes, and that is from the case Murdoch versus Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And going back to this case, we read, the right of the citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport his property thereon in the ordinary course of life and business is a common right which he has under his right to enjoy life and liberty, to acquire and possess property, and to pursue happiness and safety. All of those are what's called unalienable rights. But again, you have to respect the public because the public has what's called public rights. Power of Congress, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3. That's the Commerce Clause. Where Congress possesses the constitutional power to regulate trade or intercourse, it may regulate by means of licenses. And we know licenses are what? Privileges. And so do you have to accept a privilege if you already have the inalienable right to do something? No, you don't. Thus, Congress having the power to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes may provide for granting coasting licenses, licenses to pilot, licenses to trade with Indian tribes, and other licenses necessary or proper for the exercise of that great and extensive power, and the observation is applicable to every other power of Congress, to the exercise of which.
Where's Mr. DeCastro and I don't know if it's his people, who's any of us, right? Do I have people? Does he have people? We talk like that, but that's not really a thing. I guess God's people and the devil's people is a better way to look at it. And we could cross over at any time, and I'm sure oftentimes we do. If not, blur that line. Gil writes, Paul, will you sign my trifold? Absolutely. Absolutely, sir. I am an alchemist, among other things. I'm deep in the alchemical practice. So if I have to take that worthless, useless, Why try, cry, fold, I fold, not even trifold? If I have to take that worthless piece of paper that isn't even fit for toilet paper because there's toxic chemicals on it, okay? If I have to take that and sign it and bring life to it and bring integrity to it and authenticity to it and energy and inspiration to it and law, actual law to it, absolutely I will do that, sir, just like the God of all media that I am. You hand me a dead why fold, cry fold, I fold, why trifold that has no life or law contained within it because it was not created by anybody who has life truly and law in them, right? Because the creation reflects the creator. That's another universal law. I take this dead rigor mortis entity, this trifold, and I lay my hands on it, and I inspire life back into it, right? Right, the lie fold. They're now coming up with new names that more accurately describe what's going on there. The die fold. No, actually, it's the scared to die fold. That's what runs this whole simulation. The fear of what's going to happen to your body while you pop shit and act like a tough guy. And as soon as they get you in the box, you cry. You call Brian every day. You beg for cash. You project judgments onto the gang members back there. And all the rest of it. So, yes, sir, absolutely. Why should you have to continue to go without true value and true power and endure the suffrage of paying for an overpriced lie fold, scared to die fold, why trifold, I go to court and I fold? Why should you have to live with that and experience that when there's so much more out here for you? Okay? Please come forth with your rigor mortis trifold and allow me to lay hands on it, my son, and imbue it with the Holy Spirit of creation. This is why your buddy who came 2,000 years ago told you, let the dead bury the dead. I do a non-bit about it here. I call myself God of all media to point out and reflect there's God in all of us. The creator, the law is in all of us. I play it up a bit to trigger egos and to make folks cringe, but it's all based in actual power and value dynamics. It's all reflections of what they're actually doing. See, when I do the whole I'm God and everyone else is a slave, but I'm humble and modest, I'm doing a bit takeoff of what DeCastro and the others actually do without saying it. They want to be God. They're going to remake creation. They're going to claim to be legal and lawful scholars and not know it. That's the Luciferian ideal, right? So I'm mocking them when I pretend that I'm the end-all be-all God and that everyone else is a low-life slave and that I can make my own reality and get you all to buy in on it. That's literally what he and others are doing here. And it's so funny because the average slave never understands the bit that I'm doing. I could do bit on bits here for 1,000 years, and just like your masters, you would have no idea what the fuck I'm doing, and you would always mistake the false for the true and the true for the false. You'll say, did you see Paulie Boy over there? He's so arrogant and ignorant and also wild and crazy. And like, he thinks he's like the God or something. And a bunch of other things. And I go, no, you guys just don't understand how I have fun with who and what you all are while you claim you're doing something else and are something else while you're displaying these dynamics. And again, it works for you because once again, most people can't see those dynamics, can't understand it. When I explain it, it does not compute. See, they think you're a real person while you're living an act. I'm living an act here at times, and they think it's a real person. And to cut through all of that, right, and to show you how it doesn't matter when someone lies and cheats and steals and acts or plays games, we just go to the record and the facts and cause and effect, and that dispels all the rest of everything else that goes on here. It also sanctions everything else that goes on here, because I can pull my dick out and hop up and down on one foot and pretend to be Flea Brownwood and write country songs and be an absolute clown, because guess what? It doesn't matter. The truth and the facts and the record at court and the results with others is what matters. You guys don't have any of that, but then you want to show up on a broadcast and act like a serious person who's doing serious things. I love these dynamics. I'm playing the fool and the clown here to reveal a whole bunch of dynamics that bring me inspiration and content through frustration and entertainment. You guys are ignoring all those dynamics and not bringing the results to pretend to be something you're not when you're actually an actor and a fucking clown. By the way, we're back in inversion land again, and we're back in the holographic and reflective again. Let's get back. We're almost done with this. Then we'll refocus. We'll go over to Long Island audit. Don't know much about what he does. If I had to presume and assume, he doesn't know the law. He may know some legal process. He probably shows up at court like a bitch, because most of them do. So again, if I had a bet, I'm not saying I know him or I think or feel anything about him. I'm saying if we're on a street corner and my life depends on it, or if we're in a street corner and you tell me we're going to make a bet, I'm going to bet he doesn't know the law, isn't a great philosopher, doesn't understand objective right from wrong, can't move himself or a court effectively if he knows legal process at all, and probably doesn't, if he knows legal process at all, separate from the claim I just made or the bet that I made, he does not show up at court and put himself and his rights on record necessarily and properly. And you know what? If we go to it and he does, then he will get my award for the day, because we're giving out awards here. We got an award given out yesterday and the day before. He will get the award for today. For greatest auditor overachiever, who most of them make a ton of money and get a ton of attention baiting cops and poking them and prodding them and playing games. But when the time comes to actually do what you want them to do that you never do at court or on the ground, you just don't stand for rights, freedom, principle, spiritual faith. You fold like the Castro. And then when I see is at court, this is what we see. That's what we see. And he's not crying there. I've cried on my broadcast before. This isn't a pride and an ego game. Okay? I'll cry here right now if I get to focusing on and thinking about certain things. Doesn't make anybody less of a man for crying. It's fake crying for sympathy after you popped a bunch of shit and sold a bunch of products off the shit you popped. That's a problem. And more importantly, after the fact, not copping to it. We don't need more of that. That's what got us here. This is why I say they're all inauthentic corporate males, part of a legal society. It doesn't matter what they say or even what they do. Look at the results. Look at their justifications and explanations. They'll never be truly responsible and accountable. They'll never be courageous and have true integrity. It's all a front. It's all an act. It's all putting on and stunting. When it's time for the rubber to meet the road and for them to put on record in front of God and the world all in one moment, who and what they are and what they do, this is what it is every time. Every time, 8 out of 10 times. And I'm giving you guys some leeway there. It's probably more like 1 out of 10, if that. I'm giving you 2 out of 10. Let's get back. We're almost done here. We're almost done reminding ourselves and trying to get the slaves to understand that our servants here don't ever get to tell us what we're going to do and not do, especially if there's no direct threat and there's no potential for a victim to be created. What world are we in again? Right. A world run by DeCastros and the like. Exactly.
Granting of licenses may be incident. All such licenses may confer authority and give rights to the licensee, which is privileges. Police power, and this is the crux of this whole video because a lot of people don't know what police powers truly are.
Great question. I like this guy. I'm going to keep him around. This other guy, you're gone. You're not coming here again today and telling me to transcend ego. We played that game yesterday. You ain't going to derail this broadcast and my energy, even if this energy is toxic, because the truth of what I'm saying is still fucking true. Okay? Let's not make it about me. I'm a toxic motherfucker. I come from dark background, pain, suffering, broken home, drug addiction, all the rest of it. Got nothing to do with what this is and the dynamics of power and value. Matter of fact, a dirty, low-life, criminally minded, checkered past motherfucker like me would know all about power and value. and be willing to talk about it and be honest about it, because you bitch ass motherfuckers sit up there begging and lying and grifting for the fake power and value while you claim it's a dirty word when I talk about true and down there, right? True power and value and what it's connected to. Paul, he's a criminally minded person. He's worldly. He keeps talking about true power and value. That's otherworldly, dumbass. While I'm the one who cops to my checkered past and criminal past and potential criminal mind, I'm sitting here talking truth while you're engaging in the criminality, lying, cheating, stealing, frauding, grifting. I don't sell shit here. See the irony of it? I'm supposed to be the one to show up with my background in that criminal mind and start hawking everything that ain't nailed down and claiming it's something it's not. Paulie hadn't done that yet. The nice, kind, polite, all the extremely white, straight teeth guy whose hair is always perfect and loves you all can't stop begging and clawing and clutching in desperation and selling fake ass products. See the game? Just like your government, I'm here to help. You just got to give me your whole reality in life, your energy, your attention, and all your cash. I'm going to keep you safe. Don't worry about what it looks like, too, either. Always the same
States' police power with regard to
and
protection of the health, morals, and welfare of the public includes, by implication, the right to regulate by requiring a...
Oh, no, I never answered him. He had another question down there. Where's he at? Paul, what's your thoughts on Larkin Rose? From my understanding, Larkin Rose at one point went to prison for tax evasion. Let's be clear here. This is the difference between toxified ego and ego that serves truth. Larkin Rose went to prison because he's most likely a dunce who doesn't know legal and lawful and how to administrate his property and to conduct his affairs. So I think it was around the same time too. So like about 8-10 years ago, when I was working a regular slave job, there's nothing wrong with that. You could say it's honorable to get up every day and dedicate yourself to something and show up every day and do it like you love to do it and serve the people. That's fucking honorable. So let's be clear. When I say the slave job, it's when you don't love what you do. You don't do it like you love it. You show up half dead. You're bitter and resentful. You fuck off. You're just there to collect a check and you never chase your own dreams. And then you give 40% of what you make to Uncle Sam so you can sit on his lap and talk about the first thing that pops up. Yeah, Uncle Sam's a freak. There's no denying that. You know that. So slave job has, again, context and nuance. It ain't just any job anywhere at any time. It's what the job is emblematic of with you in your life, right? What it infers about you and how you live and what the results are of that job and how you do it, right? That all comes into play. So Larkin Rose, from what I understand, because I did the background check, because I see all these people constantly out there, and again, they all have a marketplace. They all got tons of different books and CDs and VHS tapes and welcome mats and coffee mugs and all the rest of this garbage. So then I go, they get into my algorithm and I'm like, why are these clowns being pushed? Let me look into who and what they are, what they actually do. And I get the background report. And again, if I'm wrong, correct me if you know better. We ain't sitting here gossiping, bearing false witness on a motherfucker. I'm telling you what I've been told, whether it's true or not, and I'm correlating that with what I've experienced and whether it makes sense or not. So most of these guys never go to jail or prison standing on anything. If they do, it's because they suck at what they do. And when they go to court, they don't stand. And again, that doesn't mean that at some point they won't snatch me up, bring me to a court, railroad me, and have my ass in jail, right? Anything's possible. The point is Larkin Rose and others, from what I understand, likes to go to prison, not correct his understanding so the rest of us don't go there again, and then change what he's doing to comply while telling everyone he's an anarchist and selling papers and books and music about anarchy like Mark Passio, but that's not you. See? So I'm very candid and transparent here, and I hold myself to a stringent standard, way more than I even hold these people to, because I'm me doing what I do or not. Right? So I've been clear with you folks. When I was working a regular day-to-day job, I claimed exemption with explanatory statement. I've never heard anything back, and I never paid those obligations. I never engaged in those obligations because my understanding is those obligations don't apply to me if we understand proper status and standing and title. Haven't heard anything back. Okay. So, right, when I see folks yelling about anarchy and cursing out the audience or acting smug and sarcastic like they're about something and trying to inspire the audience to do it while they got a whole line of products and they're begging, and I find out they don't live anarchy day to day, you got a problem. It's not I got a problem with you. You got a problem with you. And once again, who do you blame if not the audience? They pass this shit around. They share these people's garbage. Many of them don't come here because they don't know of me or know of me and have written me off because I'm the realest motherfucker ever. And I tell the truth, even when I lie, in quotes. What I mean by that is when I'm playing a clown here and doing bits and jokes and whatever else. So, right, they're the ones embarrassing themselves and each other, sharing and pushing the words of people who are not modern day founding fathers because they cooperate and comply and pay the slave tax. They don't do what they're telling everyone else to do in their books and music and tapes and everything else they're writing and putting out for sale because it's turned into more capitalism, crony capitalism. It's turned into more business venture capitalism. That's another reason I'm so stringent on myself about ever selling something, because I know myself and I know the human condition. And once you open a door, it's a lot easier to open it than it is close it. And if I start putting shit out to sell, even if I really believe in it, it's potentially a slippery slope into selling a bunch of crap nobody really needs because I'm desperate to make more, instead of do and be more, right? So again, I'm going to go ahead and guess that if you had an active fellowship process here where you did regular lives and cultivated an audience who connected not only with you, more importantly, the way you say you live that you don't, and you inspired them to do it and get results in their own life, they would become more actualized and realized. Okay. And they would value you and they would give value to you because you're sharing power and value with them. And you wouldn't have to open up a flea market every time you showed up. You fucking loser clown. And again, you could say I'm arrogant and ignorant. No, I have a stringent program I adhere to that is cosmic and has not failed me yet and has blessed me every time, while you bitch ass motherfuckers keep going broke and begging, and then you won't listen to what I'm saying and you won't live the way you tell everyone else to live. That's why you lack in power and value. Another reason is because you all live beyond your means. You want $300,000 and $400,000 houses that you can't pay for cash and want obligations to a bank and everywhere else while you claim to be anarchists again. Nonsense. These are folks selling books and tapes and musicals about anarchy and screaming to the audience to do anarchy while everywhere in their life they got death pledge mortgages. They're taxed, laxed, and vaxxed. Their bitches don't even respect them and go along with the statism. Yeah, I'm popping my shit. I don't care how you feel about me calling a woman a bitch when we know in my heart what it really is and what we talk about here in the differentiations. And sometimes I call a woman a bitch in an ego sense to sort of big her up in a way, right? But yeah, I mean, this shit is laughable, man. And again, I could sit here and talk about what is seemingly obvious and what makes sense. They'll say I'm jealous and I'm hating and all the rest of it by pointing out the obvious because the majority of the audience doesn't care. Just like their governance, it all reflects each other, doesn't care about what's true and what's right, just like the content creator doesn't care about who and what everybody is and what everybody's doing, doesn't care about results and solutions and authenticity and integrity. They go along to get along with everything and they pass the bullshit around like it's profound and inspiring. It's not. Okay. know what world you all live in where people can yap and be inspiring when they don't do what they're talking about. That's fake ass shit. I don't know nothing about that. Yous all know about that because you grow up on music where people talk a whole bunch of shit they're not doing, and you just say, oh, it's great, we pay for it, we love it, but yous are pretending to be something you're not. It's a whole society of actors. I don't know nothing about that. I never have. If I'm going to listen to the music about the guy doing the murders and drive-bys, he better get arrested some point for doing the murders and drive-bys regularly. And if he doesn't get arrested, it should be word on the street that we know we've seen him do it over and over regularly. We don't believe you. And it doesn't matter how many more people you go and get. We don't believe you. Doesn't matter how many people. The truth and the facts and the record stands on its own, just like it does at court. And that's why you folks who talk anarchy suck at court and lose. And that's why when you suck at court and lose, you cry and blame the court. And then like Pasio and the others, you come out and say, common law and law doesn't matter. We don't need to know that or how to move that. This is all slavery. Wah, taxation staff. No, you're a bitch. You won't be responsible and accountable. You won't be real with yourself and others. You won't be courageous enough to practice upholding your rights and the law to get a result and then tailor it and get better at it. You want to give the whole thing away and somehow claim to be the one who's retaining it and bringing solutions for it. While you tell people the answer is, we got to become the new media. Yeah, because we need another million clowns online telling their weak ass watered down story with their light in the ass non-living ways, right? Because we need more of that, right? We need more double talking bitch ass motherfuckers who don't do shit and don't stand on nothing. No, that's what got us here. That's the new phrase for everybody. Just ask yourself, who is this person? What do they do? What they're about? What are the results? And is that what got us here while they're telling you that's the solution? See, I start going, agent. When I hear, let's focus on Satanism and the cabal and how they run your life and forget Paulie Boy and them, because rights and freedom only matters when we yell about it, but common law and courting don't matter. And you don't live as an anarchist and you got contracts with corporations and code and policy and masters 5 different ways in your life, and you're not even thinking about broaching it and addressing it and solving the problem, I start believing you're full of shit. This is all just more business venture capitalism. Maybe at one point you had it in your heart and you were really living it. And then at some point people paid you and yous all got off on the exit. Like potentially we all do or would if we don't hold ourselves responsible and accountable, right? Yeah, and Mammon and Molech takes the place of the Christed beingness in Babylonian state of mind and in society every single time. And part of the reason of that is because you want to mock me and make fun of me because I'm willing to live in a tent or a trailer to live within my means and be debt free so I can apply myself completely to what I love to do. And if I got to do without some creature comforts, great. I bought myself my time, my energy, my attention, my rights and freedom back. See? That's the whole point. The whole point for me doing the right thing and serving others and bringing power and value that also is reflected back to me is to use that to secure my beingness to continue to do and be who and what I am without having to compromise. You bitch ass motherfuckers act like you're Julia Roberts who just came up. Soon as somebody pays you, you act like you're Erin. What's the broad's name? Pretty Woman. That's what you got. A bunch of pretty women. They get all excited in the bubble bath. Because you all had a come up, you all got paid, and you all think you're going to go buy dresses and pocketbooks and all the rest of this shit. No, that wasn't what it was for. This is how I know none of you study Sun Tzu and the art of war, and you're not war masters. This is why you suck and lose at court, too. While you brag about being tough guys and beating everybody up with fists. Everybody knows, but nobody knows, it seems, that when you get come-ups and you get value and power reflected back to you for putting in the work, you need to put that aside. That's called a war chest. Because if you're a supposed warrior for peace or for anarchy and truth, life, and way, you may have to go sit down over and over again because you're not going to comply and cooperate. You don't get the luxury. If you are blessed enough to have contributions and support, you don't get the luxury of spending that on a bunch of games and validation and worldly ways here. You put it away to hold its value or create more value for when you gotta go to war. That's the war chest. No, you bitch ass motherfuckers want to live selfish and greedy and worldly, and no matter how much you get, it's never enough, and you don't invest it and hold it aside properly, and when it's time to go to war, you're a broke ass bitch, and the things you don't own you. And you're scared to go sit in a box or get arrested because they're going to take your house. And your bitch is going to up and leave you because you ain't a walking paycheck no more, and all the rest of it. Who are you kidding? It's exactly why Jesus was riding on anti-statism and telling these slaves, get up off me, get behind me, and by all accounts had nothing to his name pretty much. If you asked everyone else in that time, worldly Babylonian slaves, because you got to give everything up to be given everything back. What does that mean? You can't love the world and its ways and its things and people more than you love truth, life, and way, and serving that and God. If you do, you're reprobate, corrupt. That's what got us here. Not claiming to be the solution. You're fucking embarrassing yourself. And it's good. Most of you motherfuckers don't believe in God. So you don't believe you got to be accountable to anyone or anything, let alone a God of all media here. Makes great entertainment for all of us while you expose and reveal yourselves and everybody like you. Okay? Ask me what I think about it. Well, why don't you all tell me what you think about it so I can have some fun? Look around and tell me who and what they are, what they've done, what they're doing, what they're going to continue to do, and how it all relates to who and what we all are and what we're doing and where this all goes. And you get your answer on who and what they are. It doesn't matter what I think about it. Quite frankly, I don't think about it. Thinking tends to cause me problems in life. When I talk, I'm not thinking. I don't even know at this point how my mechanism works completely. I remember a certain point in life where I went from being up here all day, every day with intrusive thoughts that I couldn't even stop to this whole thing just going blank and me just being like right here and right here. Just heart chakra, throat chakra, if you want to call it that. See, this is for the liar, a deceiver. If it's not for the imagined co-creator, but imagination is even a dupe. Nothing can be imagined here. It can only be accepted after it's seen and understood and replicated. Can't imagine anything outside of creation. This right here is the tool of the fool who thinks he's clever and wants to think ahead and behind and reorder life so he can play power games. This always outranks this, connected to this. See? I don't have to. That's how every time you see me interact with somebody, they got to go hem and haw and stop to think and take half a second or a second. As soon as they give me what they give me, I'm right back on them with the truth and what I see and experience. And I don't do this. I don't do this like they all do. It's right here. It's right here. I look and I see so I understand so I know. If it's not true, it's true enough. I speak what I see and what I know, and it applies to all selves because knowledge of self is knowledge of the universe. I don't need to calculate. Again, that's for the fool who every time they go to get more power undoes themselves in the same place they go to get power. Thinking is for the fool who believes they know but does not know and wants to craft an idea they can present to make it seem like they know. If you really knew, you would talk about what it is and what it isn't, and you'd reverse engineer it and explain what it's going to be. You can't, you haven't, you don't, so you're not. That's how that all works. But they want to sell you packets and products and albums and all the rest of this shit. And let's be clear, they suck at what they do, by the way, as well. Not only are they lying, grifting, cowardly frauds, all their material sucks. Your art sucks. Your music sucks. Your clothing sucks. Because you know what the root of it is? You are who and what you are, and anything you do and everything you do. You just suck all together as a human being. And that's exactly why this culture and society is where it is. Let's go back because we're in the middle now and we got to premiere to the folks who might not have heard it. My new AI enhanced song, Flea Brownwood, God bless the U.S. slave. Let's run it again. We ran it in the beginning of the broadcast. You folks need this. This is where your love and inspiration is. This is proof that I don't suck. And that everything that extends off of me doesn't suck.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I worked for all my life, and I choose a greater depression with just my children and my wife. I'd thank my lucky stars to be voting here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, but we gave that all away. And I'm proud to be an Epstein slave, where I'm slaved out and not free. And I won't forget the men who slaved, who gave up rights like me. And I gladly sit down next to you and comply like slaves today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love my chain. God bless the U.S. slave. Fuck yeah. Now this is an album I bought from Larkin Road. From the aspartame in soda to the clots from the vaccines. Shout out to slaves of Texas who have some guns but don't have weed. From Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA. Well, there's pride in every slaved out heart. And it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an Epstein slave, and you know I pay the fee. And I won't forget the men who slaved, who gave up rights like me. And I gladly sit down next to you and comply with codes today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love my chains. Love my chains. God bless the U.S. slave. And I'm proud to be an American where we used to be sort of free. And I won't forget the men who slaved, who gave up rights like me. And I gladly stand up next to you on a vaccine line today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love my chains. God bless the U.S. slave. Yeah. God, that felt good. Oh, we're back. I was just basking in the majesty that is AI me. This is why AI. This is why me and AI are replacing all of you, quite frankly. I'm now going to do a contract with Bill Gates and Fauci and Elon Musk, just like your daddy, Donnie. And we're going to figure out a way to create a robotic, holographic version of me, AI, to just replace all of you slaves. It'll just be me, various iterations on every channel, every broadcast, every presentment. Right. So the person writes, Paul, sell this thumbnail on a poster with your autograph on it. We'll buy it. I'm trying to stay away from the selling thing. You must have not listened to me. If anything, we'll have it made up. I'll give out 50 of them. If you folks want to contribute back, I'll have trust, equity, and faith that you're not going to sit there and receive something and not give back, right? So I'd rather work it that way. This way we can practice what we quote unquote preach, and we can get that result. And if it isn't that, then we're not doing the whole looking to try to monetize everything and get every dollar out of the audience for various non-products and services. Although I like the irony of it and the humor of it, right? I really do. If I was gonna see, I do this is the bit non-bit. I sell fake products that don't work because it's funny and it's an experience. They sell real products that don't work and it's just insulting. See the difference? So I might entertain selling the poster of me as Flea Brownwood
God Bless the U.S. Slave album cover with my signature on it, because it's just trolly and funny and entertaining. And also it's also like more revealing too, in its own way, of what this all is and what we're doing here. So yeah, maybe we'll do that at some point. We still got like 200 bumper stickers to give out. I haven't given out one yet. I put some out at the local water store, but we got to give those out first. And then at some point, yeah, I'll make up, maybe I'll make up a postcard. It'll be cheaper. You know me, I'm always looking for a good deal. Instead of a big poster, we'll do a postcard. You could put it right on your work desk. And then I could even personalize it, right? I could say, greetings to you, US ape down there. Blessings to the family. Feeling warm and slavey. And then sign it, Flea Brownwood. You know? All right, should we get back? Let's get back. Get back a little bit. I never finish anything here. That's one thing they are right about. I can't rebut that. Whatever ADHD is, if it exists, I have it. Or I have whatever the thing is they called ADHD before it existed.
License as a prerequisite to carry on certain activities commonly designated as businesses, occupations, professions, vocations, trades, or calling. All of those are synonyms for commerce. This is what licenses are for, and this is what the state can regulate: commerce under its police powers. States have a compelling interest in the regulation of the practice of professions within their boundaries, and this regulatory power is generally limited to activities carried on within the state and is restricted to those activities and occupations to which the state affords some measures of protection and support. Now let's get into this book. Book reference. Under the subject matter of licenses. License defined. In general, the term license means a right or permission granted by some competent authority to carry on a business or do an act which, without such license, would be illegal. And we know it's not illegal to travel without a license. In other words, it is a formal or official permit or permission to carry on some business or do some act which, without the license, would be unlawful. And the words license and permit are often used synonymously. Going back to my analogy of children, would you listen to your child or get permission from a child to do something that you already have the authority to do, since you're the authority figure? It has also been defined as the granting of a special privilege to one or more persons not enjoyed by citizens generally, or at least not by a class to which the licensee belongs. Occupation and privilege defined. The word occupation, as used in connection with the licensing thereof and the imposition of taxes thereon, is identical in meaning with the word privilege and includes any business, trade, profession, pursuit, vocation, or calling.
And what does it read in U.S. code, by the way? Natural person, legal person, privileged class, protected class. It's all right there, folks. We still can't get your legal lawful gurus because they can't infer, right? Remember what I told you about inference? I always get these confused, but inductive reasoning, deductive reasoning, I always conflate the two. But the idea is there's two kind of people in life. People who can infer what's going to happen next with the information that's given. See what I did there, right? So for the people sitting around right now going, what's the second thing? What's the second type of person in life? You're it. There's two type of people. People who can infer with the information given and people who can't. See? So, right, it's all right there in status and standing through chain of title, legal person, natural person, protected class, privileged class. If you're a privileged class and you're a legal person capacity, you don't have natural rights like a natural person, and your rights aren't protected. You're given benefits and privileges with duties and obligations, right? All right there. And that's why a United States citizen is a business entity. Or a corporate entity, if you will.
A privilege is the exercise of an occupation or business which requires a license from some proper authority designated by some general law. So for those people who don't believe in the right to travel and you have driver's license, are you getting paid to go to and from the work? By the motor vehicle department, that is. Are you getting paid to go to any store that you may frequent often? If we can see that license means something that's connected to business activity, why do you need that license if you're not doing any business activity? That's the distinguishing factor behind this whole right to travel versus driving. As I'm reading these legal sources, it gives a clear distinction between what a privilege is and what a right is. And we know licenses are synonymous with privileges or permits, nature and object of a license. So this is what a license is really for. In general, a license is a means of regulating and taxing privileges and occupations and the use and disposal of property. A license is not a contract or obligation between an authority, federal, state, or municipal granting it and the person to whom it is granted. A license is a creature of statute. So let me reiterate. God created man, man created government. Governments enact statutes. Licenses are creatures of government. So what the fuck does that have to do with man? Unless man devolves himself all the way into a person, citizen, or resident of this entity. The derivative power cannot be greater than the original from which it is derived. So again, a license is a creature of statute, and the rights of the licensee are only as the statute confers, power to license or tax occupations and privileges. The state or government possesses the power to impose a requirement of a license or a fee or tax thereon for the privilege of pursuing a vocation or business. This power is generally included in the power to tax for revenue. So let's go back to this term revenue. So I live in Oklahoma, so I'm going to go to Title 68, Revenue and Taxation, State Licenses, Collection of Income Taxes, Notification Definitions. State license means a license, certificate, registration, permit, approval, or other similar document issued by a licensing entity to an individual or business, a right or privilege to engage in a profession, occupation, or business in this state. Well, clearly, driver's licenses are for commercial purposes only. You have the right to travel in an automobile or the usual conveyance of the day. Under the police powers, the state can regulate business activity and business activity only, not your inalienable rights protected by the Constitution. And if you want to learn more about your rights, go ahead and grab this book, International Lodium Rights to Travel. Do we really have the right to travel, and are these sovereign citizens?
Right. The problem with all that is he tied everything up that you should be come to on your own with a bow that invalidates all of it. Because you think that it confers legitimacy when you engage in these processes and point at the documentation and the legal status. We shouldn't have to, nor does it give it more power and value and weight to cite legalistic scripture and indoctrination to communicate an idea that public servants can't have more rights and abilities than the men and women they serve. So it's like, you know, they want everybody to play this literature game where we're like the legal society. We exist in the first and second dimension. You know, I could argue at court, if you point all this out and you base it on decisions that administrators have made who are fallible men or women, then you've created your law and your claim based off somebody else's words. It's hearsay. Even if you're right, you're wrong. Because again, you went 2 and 3 steps down the line on power and true value, and you made a claim off somebody else's claim or statement, when you shouldn't need to do any of that by going into yourself and saying, I have a right to move my property around. How can any man or woman in this realm who signed up to be part of a corporation tell me what I can and can't do with my property if there's no claimant on the other side, if there's no direct threat, if there's no victim? How can they step in if they're not there to keep anyone safe and they're not there to uphold your rights? And again, they can't use upholding safety to trump your rights. That's been ruled on at court as well. So the principia is always rights first, safety after. If keeping us safe interferes with our rights, then it's illegitimate. So again, logic, morals, ethics, civics does not require legalistic indoctrination and documents. And if you have a document, right, a mind that needs docs, if you have a mente, a mind that needs papers to function properly and to tap into the living and the true and the co-creational, you got a bigger problem. And your paper mind that defers to papers is going to get you and everyone else in a lot of trouble. But I appreciate this guy because he makes the case that we're not just whistling Dixie here. This isn't sovereign citizen mumbo jumbo. He's a regular guy. He did the research. That's part 3, by the way. There's part 4, I believe, and part 1 to 2, obviously, if you can infer. So yeah, he did all the research. He went to the case rulings. He went to the prerequisite. He went to the spirit of the law that leads to the codification, the federal codification, the Supreme Court rulings, and then the legitimacy or lack thereof of the state and the counties that all are supposed to operate in an order of serving the main idea, right? And again, any side can check any side in checks and balances if they're not serving the spirit of the law, codified as the letter of the law, which at this point, just like the Bible and everything else, the Constitution and documents have been heavily redacted, amended, remixed, misinterpreted, and all the rest of it, right? So, again, a system, a culture, a society is only as good as the people, and the people are only as good as their ability to apprehend goodness and greatness and then apply it and reflect it. And you can argue the reason why that's not going so great is because you have a whole culture and society that defers to a dead piece of paper for where they get their practice of living, for where they get their identity of who and what they are and aren't. I'm going to go over my chat, creatures. A man is bound by his word, nothing else needed, not even paper, right? Because a man who is unbound in his word cannot be held to justice with the papers in the process. Only self-governance is true and legitimate and legitimately actionable. Anything else is a corruption and a deception. So this is exactly why in the scripture it talks about in the beginning is the word and the word is made flesh, or the word is manifest real. By the word that you hold and speak will manifest how you live. There is no process or paperwork in between that idea, right? Or in between those moving parts and those systems dynamics. The paper is there as a reference to reflect that, if it does so at all, right? Just like the scripture, when I meet a bunch of Christians and biblical thumpers who have to go to their scripture for every point they make, I know that they don't have the relationship with the living self and God, because they have to relate everything back to the dead word and the paper. Those who walk with the living word and self and have the revelation and facilitation of a godly experience can write their own Bible based on the experience of truth, life, and way, right? If you can't do that, and you regularly don't do that, and you defer to the documentation but can't explain it and live it, it's not only not powerful and valuable, it's helped you to become powerless, right? That's a codependent relationship, people, places, and things. That's not co-creative. That's why I say don't stop going down those roads where you think you're going to get power. All you're going to do is disempower yourself by needing that at some point and not having it. You know? Like the man who needs government assistance, so to speak, just to get helped out. Well, the help leads to an all-day, everyday lifestyle. And it's a lot harder to put it down, walk away from it, and get back to being a real person than it is to just never open the door, right? This is why when I meet these corporatists, they cite clause and code, statute, policy. And what do? I go right to the philosophy to undo their statute, policy, and code. And then they go, oh, yeah, that's right. Commerce clause. Oh, yeah, that's right. Supremacy clause. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Because the code is codification of the philosophy. If you ain't got the philosophy, you ain't got nothing. You can't memorize all the clauses and codes. And they could just rewrite them. Idiot. This is how Tanoa Downing and all these corporatist clowns get embarrassed by the likes of me, and they can't believe it every time they interact with me, and they shut up and run off because they go, fuck, I just spent 25 years in a business suit pretending to be something, selling tickets to a show I can't host or act in or be a part of, right? And when I go to talking about what the actions look like, I got this trailer gorilla with no certification who just simply asks a question based in philosophy or common sense, logic, morals, ethics, civics. And I go to like hemming and hawing or just getting silent because I don't have the answers. Right. Shut up. Paulie's the bully. No, Paulie's your best ally. He's revealing to you how you're following and listening to someone who doesn't have it. Because if he did have it, he would be teaching you how to get it, not teaching you how to present something he doesn't have. Every time. Then when push comes to shove, what does he tell me weeks back? Well, Paul, I can't engage in rights and uphold rights. I'm in a corporate capacity. I got duties and obligations. No kidding. That's why I don't like you, respect you, or trust you. That's why I would never let you mislead these people who, by the way, I got my own beef with them too. They're way too gullible and naive. They're way too weak and desperate. They're way too willing to like people and hang around them who ain't shit. And not even ask them the important questions to get the fucking answers. So we could get to the truth here, because the truth was the most important thing in the equation, not me or my ego, pride, career, you, how you feel about it, all the rest of it. Every time. So laughable. And it's so paradoxically, comedically, ironically satisfying. This is why when you corporatists go to court in your business suits, they laugh at you and don't pay attention to you. This is why when the pauper goes in a black t-shirt and camo shorts, he gets his way, because it's about the truth, life, and way, not your fake ass acting and presenting. Quite the opposite. You don't even know what the courts know that I know, that they don't tell you. Because if you understood that, you'd have the key to all power and value in this realm. Dummy. They love when you talk legalism and corporatism. They say, great, let's give him his way and make him think he won to keep him in our world with us. If he ever finds out the overworld exists, he'll have bondage and control over the whole underworld and all the demons. You fucking morons. You don't even understand the guy who wrote the King James Bible wrote an even larger book on demonology. You want to talk about it? I'm sure you don't. There's an old saying to the war master, go back to Sun Tzu, know thine enemy, the enemy ceases to be your enemy. You all want to try to fight and overthrow and compete with an enemy that ain't your enemy. It's a reflection of what you've done and not done that you keep fighting because you fight your shadow all day, every day. Dummy. Because you don't understand how holographic and reflective creation works. So how can you move in the creation if you don't understand how it works effectively? The answer is you can't. The old, why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? That old game. Remember that one? The old, it hurts when I do this, doc. Well, stop doing this. They don't understand it's spiritual before it ever became physical. I'll say it again. They created a whole world that even if you win, they keep you in their world with them. And it's not the authentic, real overworld. It is the underworld and the world of the dead. You think you're winning while they got your soul in that world and that reality limited in your perception and perspective. Gotcha, bitch. That's if you win. Most of you don't. I'm talking to a few who I won't name, who I see are chosen by God to go to the next level, but aren't going to do it yet because they keep hanging around a bunch of legalist corporatists in business suits and thinking they're going to be like them and act like them. I'm not going to name them. You know who they are if you're them. You know who they are if you've been around them. And you know this isn't me hating, this is me loving. This is just the best I got when it comes to that. Sorry. Daddy's love is not nice, kind, polite, and pretty all the time. Most oftentimes. Even if you win in a legalistic, corporatistic realm, you're still in a legalistic, corporatistic realm. You're not in the private. You're not in the common core, common sense, able state of beingness. You're not in a godly, co-creative state of beingness. You're in a fascistic, legalistic, corporatistic, succonistic capacity. What profit a man if he gain the world and win in all the world's battles if he loses the war for his soul and what's true and right? The way to the way doesn't need a process, program, and procedure that you call civil. It's a process, program, procedure that is experiential. The whole name of the game here is a journey in consciousness and awareness, not in cooperation in order to win in the world and of it while you lose in the real reality that can't be seen and touched, but is always present. Again, the difference between the overworld and the underworld. That's also the difference between compensation for some who know the game versus liberty or freedom and justice for all. Once you know and understand, show and teach what the true key to this realm is, all realms, power and value, how that aligns with us and how we co-create. Once you do that, which I haven't heard it yet, then you can go on to legalistic process. You know what the point is, though? You won't. Because once you have first things first and the real true and power and value, you won't feel it necessary to go to an inferior modality and dynamic that has been replicated, corrupted, co-opted, or at best co-created by man. Civil procedure, legalistic process, program, procedure. Go in the middle of the desert or in the middle of the forest and tell me all about civil, legal, process, program, procedure. It's real straightforward and to the point. You did wrong. You interfere with my rights and property. Apologize and restore me and make me whole, or you get consequences. Consequences could be anything from I'm going to put a bullet in you, to I'm going to lock you in a box, play games, to I ain't going to deal with you no more. 2, I'm going to continue to deal with you and love you, but hold you accountable to what you've done and not done to force a change on you because I know me and I know you. Really, Paulie boy? That's a consequence? Yeah, to know a motherfucker loves you and you love them, but he's got to put that truth of who and what you are in your face all day, every day and embarrass your bitch ass so you could become better. Yeah, that's the consequence. That's part of the definition of discipline too, by the way. For all you folks out there who want to talk how disciplined you are but don't like the process. Paulie boy's being mean and bullying again. You don't understand the definition of discipline. Hold yourself to the code or you get consequences. The same thing they're trying to teach you at court. Not to the legal code, to the code of man and God. Don't cause any loss, injury, and harm. Be honorable and good faith. Be authentic to yourself and with others. Do not fucking lie to yourself and others. Go on record and surrender in faith. They're dying for you. They're living for you while you're dying inside, begging you to become a man or a woman again, spiritually. And your answer is Tanawa Downing, legal, policy, statute, code, civil procedure, and all the rest of it. Not going to work, guys. Especially when your corporatistic, legalistic, civil process and corporatistic program is either going away or is due for a major overhaul and update anytime soon. I don't know if you've noticed. They're still engaging with the bread and circuses and Roman Colosseums while it's burning and falling. Telling me they're winning, missing the point of all the rest of the work we have to do here, not only in consciousness awareness and co-creation. While you're all winning in legalistic court and losing in God's court, everybody's individuated, not connected, and still on the status plantation. We don't have land that we can own without paying taxes, presuming you got it at all. And we got a water crisis on the horizon. And we got a food crisis and everything else potentially. As far as we need to find clean, clear sources of food and water that is sustainable and repeatable. Imagine this. Imagine how many folks that are out here running around with thousands of views and pushing all this garbage to try to make a name for themselves when they're just flat out wrong and cowardly. And I can't get them to email me to get together so we can create a fucking community with people who, I don't care if you don't come see me and talk to me or give me any, I'm not looking for any of that. Right? I want 300 or 3,000 motherfuckers all on one state or interstate, tri-state within an hour to 4 hour drive, so we can show up for ourselves and each other with rights and the law and at court when necessary, and maybe do some work on the side or just invest in securing our livelihood and future. That's apparently not interesting and entertaining and important enough. While they chase fake ass wins in cash and try to sell shit while it's all coming out from under them. You know why? Because we all got trust, equity, and faith issues. You know why? Because we all mismanage our affairs. You know why? Because we don't manage our time, energy, attention, and resources the way we should. And you know what? If we don't get our asses in gear, I'm saying we're going to regret it. I got a feeling. Can't prove it. And no, it's not easy for me to come out and do this. I believe that it's what's supposed to happen. It is kind of challenging for me and almost embarrassing in a way. But I just look past it because I go, this is what I believe needs to happen. This is what makes sense. I'm going to push this energy and idea, even if it manifests with other folks, other places, and it isn't specifically with me, because I just believe that it needs to happen. And again, this isn't my idea. This is an idea whose time has come. When you look around, this has already been taking shape for decades or more, right? The back to the land movement. It's called back to simplicity and common fucking sense movement. And it's needed more than anything else that we see all day, every day here, while we see little to none of that, interestingly enough. Want to tell me about rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, justice for all, when we're all segregated, meeting in online communities that are residual effects of lockdown, slavery, Zoom culture. Constantly in debt or working with corporations and central banks instead of getting together to create our own gold and silver based economies where we pay dividends on our investment. Oh, but you don't have trust, equity, and faith with Paulie Boy. He hasn't proved himself yet. We do have trust, equity, and faith with JP Morgan and Chase and all the rest of them. You guys are fucking laughable. Again, daddy's love is not nice, kind, polite, and pretty. It's going to be real and it's going to shake us all up, and you can hate me and then go off and do better for yourself and each other. I don't care. I'm here to do the work and do a job and put out an energy and a message and hope that I can, and have faith that I can pull my ass to meet the alignment of the message I'm given. That's the reality of it. As if when I come here to talk, I'm some expert or authority who's got it all together. No, I had this revelation and see all this, and now I'm trying to get it together. And I'm far from having all the answers and all the pieces. But trust, equity, and faith again. We've come this far. So many things have come out of the woodwork and presented themselves. It's all got to be right on time, perfect in its imperfection. I can't doubt that. But again, when we step back and look at it for what it all really is and how it gets the way that it is, it's all right there on multiple levels. Folks just don't want to look at it, see it, understand it, and cop to it, and then just work from there, move from there. Who is he yelling at? Me? As an I am presence and every other self? Thanks for asking. Right. I'm specifically yelling at Rachel. This is what it is. People don't want to follow you because you're incoherent and bitter. Sir, I know for a fact, and tell me I'm wrong right now. Tell me that's not your third account that I didn't block 2 others already. I know you, there's 5 or 10 people who suck off me regularly or more. There's just 5 or 10 real hardcore regulars. And you guys cycle through 15 and 20 accounts to try to get me off of my flow and energy. I don't care that you and others don't follow me because of how I emote. I don't want you in my life or around me. But you never leave. That's what's so great about this. You say I'm the narcissist, but you're codependent. You say I'm so nasty and abusive and angry, but I can't get you to get the fuck away from me and out of my life no matter what I say and do to you. What does that mean about you? What does that symbolize and show about you? Again, you're off the mark and off the money. You don't understand me. You're just like the bitches in my life who can't get in alignment, and no matter how many times I tell them, they can't understand it. That's why I don't have any woman in my life specifically right now. All my time, energy, attention's focusing on bettering me so I can be what I need to be for whoever shows up and doing what I need to do here, right? I don't care about filling my life with people who only do what we're supposed to do when they like how I'm acting, which half the time is supposed to be fake. Don't like you, don't want you around me, don't care what you think and feel about the way I emote. What don't you get about that? It makes you narcissistic when you won't let me be bitter and angry and whatever without sucking off of me and projecting onto me. Hey, maybe I choose to be bitter and angry in life. Why are you still around me and won't leave? Why do you spend all your time, energy, attention taking me out of my bitterness and anger that I apparently love so much? You don't have to like it or engage in it. It's my free will and choice to do and be what I want to do and be, but you won't have that here. And you're going to call it love. It's not love. I didn't ask for your help. I don't care what you think and feel. Even if you're right, I don't want your advice. But you don't leave, you don't go away, you continue to project on me and try to change me into who and what you want me to be or think I should be. And you know what's funny about this? If I followed your instructions, I'd become just like you, and there'd be no more broadcast, there'd be no more fellowship, there'd be no more leadership, there'd be no more faith or trust or any of the rest of it. Because I guarantee, I'd bet anything on it, you're a weak-ass, fake-ass bitch, and you can't handle true power and value, and your whole world lives and dies inside of a construct of emotion. Got nothing to do with me, and I am that I am, and who and what we are and what we're all doing here. You're not here to teach me and make me better. This is so arrogant of you. Imagine the people who come into my life, listen to me for hours on end, and then get the impression they're there to teach me and show me something, while they do nothing toward everything else I'm doing and talking about. Imagine the balls on these people. The fake ass lying cowards, unactualized and unrealized everywhere in their life, were brought into my life to teach me and make me better, right? While calling me ignorant and arrogant. You can't make this shit up. Lower your tone. No, you're gone. See how it works? Absolutely not. I will not tailor make who and what I am and what I do for you or anyone else. That's what brings me power and value here. You're not getting it. A whole generation of people down there are tired of being told what they're going to do and be because you love them so much and want to keep them safe. Fuck you. That's where the power and value is located, right there. That's the purest form of love and care for self. Now, again, you may have a point. Is passion in a cliche sense a flame that, if not tended to and directed, can burn up the individual? Absolutely. I've talked about that, and I've suffered the wages of that dynamic. Again, I'm more than willing to learn on my own time, my own way. I'm that much of a fool and a crazy person. I'll admit it. I want to learn on my own time, my own way, with the help of God and creation and experience. I don't want to be told what to do and be by you, even if you have all the answers. See? Not interested. Paulie learns the hard way. That's what they've always said about him. No reason changing that now. We've been so consistent. If Paulie ever learns and integrates what he's learned, right? Not interested in being surrounded by a bunch of thought, emotion, feeling, whatever, police, cowards who don't do anything in their life but are going to constantly shift me into being a more loving, caring, safe person. Don't want it, don't need it. And if I do need it, I don't want it. So we can't have it, because that's called boundaries for all you loving, caring, safe people. For something to be given, it has to be taken. If it's not wanted, stop trying to give it. It just proves that while I may be angry and bitter and resentful, you're dishonorable and bad faith. I'm not doing that. See? I'm trying to control me and my life and my future, good, bad, or indifferent, even if that looks like anger and bitterness. You're not doing that while you're trying to control me. Not interested. You're another reflection of everything I rant and rave about here. That's what makes it hilarious. Call in, the number's down there, 602-730-0122. Even better, come up on panel. Let's lay eyes on you. Let's look at you. Let's ask what you do for a living, what you do day to day, where you put your time, energy, attention. Let's view you as a person, how you present and speak. Let's do a whole experience and evaluation of me and you and how it all works, right? If you're willing. See? And if you're not willing to come up here and interact on these grounds, then you have no advice to offer me. You can't do a broadcast that amounts to anything. So why tell me how to do one? Beyond ignorant, arrogant, and bizarre, right? But again, par for the course here, all day, every day. Let's get back. Did we ever finish? I think we did finish it. Let's go to the next one. Right to travel idea. Man gets stopped. No license, registration, insurance, and plates. Have a conversation with the cop. You know what? I won't even tell you how it goes. Let's see how it goes. Live on the fly.
Here's another unlawful stop. See what they want now.
Hello, I'm Officer Stanfield, Rexburg Police Department. Reason for the stop is your fictitious plate.
That's not fictitious. It's actually been deregistered. Okay, it's private.
I just need your registration, license. I need her license.
That's it.
I'm not talking to you. I need her license, the registration, and the insurance for the vehicle.
Still trying to hand it to you.
This is the registration?
Yep, and the insurance.
Okay.
Ding, 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 ding. Bucking up tyrants just figured out he gets our award for today. It was supposed to go to someone else. We never got closure on that. We can give out 2 awards even. We can give out 3 if we wanted to. Bucking up tyrants gets the award for today. We're going to give out an award each day. Bucking up tyrants writes, it's difficult getting along here if you aren't truthful with yourself. Right. Good, bad, or indifferent if you aren't truthful with yourself. But you try to tell me truth about me without rounding out the rest of the dynamic and telling the whole truth. Yes, you're not going to get along well with me because I see through my own bullshit and yours, and I'm not going to sit there and allow you to run it across our ears and not make a joke about it or shine some light on it. You want to play that game? Do it with your friends and family and everyone else who's full of shit. Don't do it here. See, that's how we vet and find out who's meant to be here and with us and who's not. You got to care more about the truth than your feelers and my feelers. If you don't, we can't go anywhere together. So let's save us our time, energy, attention. Like the guy down there I had to ban because he keeps writing that I'm abusing people here. You could just leave. See the bitch ass hoe shit? You can't claim when you come back here every day, I'm abusing you. Why did you come back? Couldn't be too abusive. See? So again, there's the dynamic. You care more about your feelers and how the truth I'm speaking or not, if I'm not being honest, feels. You care more about your feelers. That's your guiding principle, non-principle. Your feelings more than explaining the facts one way or the other, right? That's how I know you're not meant to do what we do here, and I don't like you and respect you. Can't have you around me. That's peak abuse. Do you want to be removed from here? We don't need victimhood folks who claim they're being abused in a voluntary interaction. See, again, you can't understand right from wrong. If you willingly subject yourself to it when you have an option to leave, it's not abuse. It's your kink. You guys got a kink, and you like when the white gorilla mounts you and makes you suck his toes while I paint up your feet, right? I paint up your toes while you suck mine. Because you're kinky like that. You like to act like a bitch. And you like to be in the presence of someone who isn't being that and living that and calling you out on it. You have a fucking kink and a fetish. See, don't act like a victimhood bitch when you take a throat full of dick and then we get in an argument and you go off and start telling people I abused you. You were really into it when we were in the moment, when passions were high. It was only when the dust settled and you didn't get what you wanted or didn't like how it all went down that you start making fake ass claims about how you were abused. This happens with every man, by the way, with fake ass narcissistic bitches who want to project that onto the man, right? You've been in my chat for the last 2 hours. You definitely got a fetish and a kink for old Paulie boy and how I rap and move. Why are you acting like it's something different than what it is? You're being abused, but I got to keep telling you to get gone and then actually remove you. Imagine that. You think when we go to court, if we were go to court, they're going to laugh you out of the building? They tell us all again how Paulie boy had to ask you 10 times to leave and then threw your ass out because he was abusing you, but you wouldn't go the fuck away, right? See how that works? Bitch ass host shit again. This is a high control community. Absolutely it is. We thrive on controlling ourselves and our property and everything that extends off of that. And anybody who thinks that's wrong or wants to interfere with that is the problem. Thank you for admitting it. What exactly are you doing when you're coming in here to my area and telling me what I'm going to do and be and not or else? Are you attempting to control the community? Do you see the game here? You don't get anywhere with me. You just keep undoing yourself and digging a hole. You're standing in the hole and digging and going deeper and deeper. Yes, this isn't your favorite life coach, non-life coach area where anyone's allowed to be there, urinate and defecate on everyone and say that it's just rain and sleet. Yeah, we don't do that here. It's highly directed and focused and controlled based on discipline and power and values. If you don't want that and like that, don't fuck with me, but you've been there for 2 hours sucking it all up, right? And then claiming it's abuse, just like a bitch. You don't like that and don't want that and don't see value and power in that, don't come here and don't be around me. It's a very simple idea. Very difficult for you, I guess, because on one hand, you're fatally attracted to this power, value, and energy. But because you got the spirit of your mama, you kind of resent it. So you want to resist it and go against it while you're attracted to it, right? Take that bitch ass hoe shit somewhere else unless you want me to pimp on your ass. That's all this is. We see that coming a mile away. We've dealt with that a million times. Again, this is archetypal power and value systems and dynamics. It's literally line for line. You're in my chat acting like every goofy bitch who wants to suck dick and be deep in that passion and value till you don't get what you want. Then you want to reverse and say somebody was wronging you and abusing you. So you could try to take false power back over a situation you never really had the power in anyway. And that's what you resent. You resent that you're attracted to me, but I'm not attracted to you beyond a certain point. You resent that shit. That the power and value and focus all pretty much runs one way and not back the other way, just like a bitch. But Paulie, you're doing this and people are looking at you and feeling this and you're getting this and this and this. What about me and my feelings and what I want? Bitch, what do you do? What are you about? What are you creating? Nothing. You're bugging me and draining my life force energy and trying to project some shit onto me when you ain't doing shit till you met me. The fuck are you talking about? What are we talking about? WTF, this guy's crashing out. No, this is my impassioned East Coast Irish Italian loud voice inspired presentment about certain power and value dynamics because I'm enthralled by it and inspired by it. And I'm entertained by you folks who show up here with what you show up here with and folks who show up in my life with what they show up with. Let's get back. I gotta put this away here and I gotta go all the way over there across the room. And we're gonna get into this travel, right? No license, registration, insurance, and plates. Success, is it?
How is it passport?
I need a driver's license.
She doesn't have a driver's license. She's traveling. This is a private conveyance.
I don't do this.
Don't do what?
I don't do the whole sovereign citizen thing.
It's not a sovereign citizen thing. It's a private conveyance. That's why there's no Idaho plate.
Stop. In Idaho, you need to have a license to drive on the public roads.
I'm not in the state of Idaho. I'm in the territory of Idaho. Can you please write your ticket? We'll be happy to accept any ticket you want.
Okay. That's 24. Can I get another?
You're not in any danger here.
I know.
I deal with these all the time.
Then you should just register your vehicle and get a license.
Right. I should actually give my property away to the state, right? That's what happens. You don't understand that. You're giving your property to the state. That's why you have to pay them a fee every year.
Well, we're now in another power value reflection. I'm the guy in the driver's seat, obviously. The guys in my chat are the guy at the window. Paul, just transcend your ego. Why do you care so much that what you want has to be done when we're telling you what we want has to be done? Just transcend your ego while we reflect back to you that you're going to do what we want you to do and be, which is the height of ego. You guys are laughable. You're demons. I see you for who and what you are, and you could project demonic beingness onto me because I'm inspired and animated and I curse. That is a deception because you're trying to get everyone to miss the truth layered into my presentment and persona that bleeds into the truth, life, and way. Okay? Don't keep coming here with 15 alternate accounts telling me to transcend ego when 15 accounts is the height of ego. False ego, not true ego. Ego's not a bad thing. You morons who keep life coaching and saying it's a bad thing. You need more ego, bitch ass motherfucker. Get up, get out, get something. Stop waiting for everybody else to do your work for you and get you where you want to go. Yous all need more ego while you tell me to transcend it. You're so stupid and weak, you don't even realize I'm still in pain, my body issues. That's why I'm not doing what I was doing yet. This is to inspire me and prepare me to go out and do it again and get arrested and go to court and all the rest of it. I'm not transcending ego. I'm completely harnessing and directing my time, energy, attention, and focus to co-create something while you cry about how I present it in my chat box and on other panels. Suck me in public or do it in private. Whichever one you feel more comfortable with, because these are the same people who, when we're in private, Paulie, you're such a great speaker. Teach me how to talk. Oh, you flow. You're so funny. Oh, you're powerful. You're this, that. And then they get in public and they hate and they get bitter and resentful and they get jealous and they project and all the rest of it. Get the fuck out of my face. Get out of my life. Sick of you motherfuckers. Go create your own shit. Go do your own thing. Get out of my way. I'm going to get back to getting arrested again and upholding rights and freedoms and being a fucking box. Going on record again. While you're going to tell me what you haven't done yet and what you feel about what I'm doing and saying. You don't get to talk about it with any legitimacy. You shut up and take what I give you, or you go somewhere else and you align with them and their non-cast. That's it. That's your only options. Daddy's working here. Daddy's not here to placate you and validate you because you never had a real father and mother. Go get a therapist. Same thing I'll tell the females who can't get off my dick when it's obvious that I may have a certain level of attraction to them, but I'm not going to give up my life and all of who and what I am to make you feel something and be happy. Not at all. Quite the opposite. Not at all. Let's not mistake for ourselves and each other what this is. I wouldn't want you to say I lied to you and abused you. I'm not giving you or being anything for you. Done. You're attracted to me, love me, want to be a part of what I'm doing? Maybe, if it works out. If not, expect nothing back from or with me other than what I'm doing and being and the love that I'm capable of. That's not good enough? Fuck off and go find whatever you're meant for that you haven't found yet. See the game? They're going to get around and demean me. But when I ask them, well, what else do you have out here for options? What else have you bumped into? Nothing. Goose egg. Right. So don't complain about me and project onto me. You don't have any other options when it comes to rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. I'm the best of a bad lot. Now suck this dick or get quiet or get gone. That's it. If you had other options and they were really working out and they were something you thought they would be, you'd already be there and with that. Who are you kidding? Ace is back. Go ahead, Ace.
I'm route to our
I'm not
location.
an evil little man. I'm an evil big man. I'm 6'3", 280 pounds. Not a little man. Go ahead, Ace. Sorry, we have some chatters in chat.
No, I'm on route
evil because I'm the first man, including their daddy, who's ever shot straight with them and called a spade, right?
Another one, yeah. Another typical slave. Yeah.
Right. Another codependent loser who wants to project onto me when I ask them who they are, what they're doing, and why it matters will have little to nothing. All day, every day. No shortage of it on the internet. Oh, no, I'm still saying he's saying 280. I'm still saying 280. I don't even know what my weight is. That's just been my static weight. Like if you go to my IDs that I don't have anymore, that I canceled, my IDs all used to say 6'3", 280. So now I just say that like, that's what it always is. I'm probably a bit less than that at this point. I'm probably around 240, 250. I went down and then I probably came back up a bit. I don't know. Who knows? I need to get a scale at some point and track it. I probably should. Yeah, the number's down there, man. If you guys want to call in and talk about it, but you're not gonna, and it's because you're cowardly and you're going to make the excuse it's because you don't deserve to be abused by me. Right. So we're in a loop now. You won't address your feelings and issues with me, but you won't leave. So you're going to sit in my chat with multiple accounts and project onto me, right? It's a power game that's going nowhere. You'd think after 5 years they would know I'm not going to kneel or yield to it. You're wasting their time. So, and again, there's no point in doing it because you could just have an interaction with me where if you don't play the power games you say I play, we could just get to the truth, whether I like it or not. There's many conversations people have had with me where they had a good intention in their heart and I had to cop to it on here that, you know what, you might be right. I am that, or I'm not this, or whatever else. Okay, here we are. I'm still going to do what I'm going to do. Right. So really what this is, again, I contend it is demonic. They don't want me to do and be and have better. They claim that what they want me to do is shut up and go away and not be a reflection of everything they're doing and not doing. Right. They don't want to have to look at me and listen to me and then remind themselves of what it all means. If they really were the thing they claim to be, they just go off and experience that and create from that place. They don't, so they aren't. All right, go ahead, Ace. What do you got for us specifically? You're riding around without the license, registration, insurance plates?
Yeah. On my way to this police department here in the San Fernando Valley, in California. We're going to go hit them up right now. Go inside and see if I could talk to the watch commander and let him know that who I am. Because they usually say, oh, I don't know you from here to Sunday. Bullshit. This is who I am. I'm in my motherfucking private automobile, period. And if they want to, it's on them, just like I did the other day.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if nothing else, we can have conversations, and it's kind of a cringy, entertaining bit where it's like you're going to them while you're supposed to be running. And I like that's a dynamic I love, where we're supposed to be hiding and running and doing wrong, but we're not. So we're going to go to them to have the conversation about what you're supposed to be afraid of and running from.
Yes. Heavens, yes.
So yeah, I like that idea.
Yes, me too.
All right, man. So I guess just hang out, and then you could give me the high sign when you're over there, and we could take it through. I'm having some pains and some issues, so from all my anger and bitterness and hate is what it is. And hey, they may have a point, right? I won't even make excuses and justifications. If I'm angry and bitter, and again, there's no excuse, because if I go back to that statement I made, true self-care is I would have to modulate my inner space to not tap into those emotions, even though I have a reason to, in quotes, because what good is a reason if what I'm doing is affecting my body politic in a negative way, right? So I understand that. Believe it or not, I'm not as much of a caveman as I present myself to be at certain times when I step back from it. Again, I think part of it, if not a lot of it, is a broadcast presentment. This is a stage of sorts. When I come on here, I do feel fears and a whole bunch of things. My mind goes a bunch of places. And then I try to almost tap into the bitterness and resentment and fear and the darkness to try to take that and alchemize it and transmute it into something that I and others can see or feel as inspiring, entertaining, faithful, powerful, right? maybe it's all one big illusion and delusion that I'm caught up in with myself, and I'm actually self-defeating or self-destructing. I have considered that, and I have taken that as a perspective when I've taken breaks and stepped away. Okay. So again, if you are truly trying to love me or care about me and give me information, please understand that I already see this and understand this, and I may just have to learn the hard way. Because again, you're telling me to stop doing the whole point of what the broadcast is, which is to try to reflect and mirror all these negative, toxic emotions and ways of beingness into something that could potentially redeem us or work for us as a practice or a state of beingness, right? So, and again, I won't even, because I've said it before, if I'm angry and bitter and resentful and tap into that, it's precisely because I'm surrounded by folks like these folks in chat who want to talk toxic positivity, nice, kind, and polite, but everywhere in their life, they're fake, lying, and cowardly. See, and that's why I have a general air of, you got to show me and prove it to me before I give you the time of day. And again, I'm just sitting in probability there and what the truth shows, because 85 to 90% of folks are corporatists in this life, on this land, who will go along to get along. They'll act nice, kind, and polite while they do slavery and genocide on themselves and you, and call it something different and say they love you and they're just trying to keep you safe. So if I am angry and bitter and resentful, it's because I'm surrounded by folks like you. I don't like you. I don't respect you. You don't like me and don't respect me. And if we have to meet in the middle, I'm all for that. I'll become nicer, kinder, more polite, and presentable if you become more courageous and true and authentic and real, and stop being such an insufferable, annoying bitch. I'll meet you right in the middle, because that's what the universe is supposed to do with all of us. And by the way, if you ever seen me interact with folks who are nice, kind, polite, ethical, moral, courageous, want to do the right thing, honorable, good faith, I don't ever get nasty and uppity with them. Quite the opposite. I do things like say, Julian Barbry's more of a man than everybody here, potentially maybe even me, because he's nice, kind, polite. He's a nice looking kid. He's got a great voice and energy. If I had to pick somebody to head this movement, non-movement, it would be him, not me. Because you can't play the games with him you play with me, that he's not nice, kind, polite, presentable, all the rest. He's all that and more. He's loving and caring. He's got a big, good heart, but he's unwavering in truth, and he's willing to confront his cowardice and be real and go to the next level in faith. You've never heard me get uppity and nasty with him. But again, yous all want to take everything out of context. Yous all want false equality, where everyone's presumed to be equal and everyone gets treated the same way. Bullshit. That's not how life, culture, society, or community works. What you give is what you get. Okay? So again, if you want daddy's love, try being the man that you're supposed to be and meant to be. Maybe daddy will be able to love you more because you're more love able. Daddy has a hard time loving a bunch of lying, fake ass, nice, kind, polite cowards who won't do the right thing when he's looking or not. Tell me all about how I'm hard to love. I don't have to be nice, kind, and polite for motherfuckers to love me. They know when the time comes, I'll do the right thing. That's more powerful and valuable than your nice, kind, polite, fake ass presentment, in case you didn't know. There's more trust, equity, and faith in that, in case you didn't know. That's why when it's time to hang out, they sit with the bitches so they can feel comfortable. When it's time to get something done, they email me and come over here. That's the difference. When it's time to feel good, they go hang out with you in delusion. When it's time for power and value, they email me and come over here. That's the difference. And again, how good could you really feel if you're sitting around a bunch of motherfuckers who you know in the back of your mind got no real power and value? Doesn't feel good to me. Maybe you all have a different way of living and feeling. I get real uncomfortable when I'm surrounded by folks who have no true values and power systems, no true value systems, and no actual power in themselves. True care, faith, courage, honor. I don't get comfortable around that and feel good. I get very uncomfortable. I want to find my way up out of there. I'd rather go back to being with me and God if I have to. By the way, if you ever have women and children, that's going to be the difference of who and what they like versus who and what they trust and respect. They may not like me, but they'll trust and respect me. They like you, but they don't trust and respect you. I'd rather be trusted and respected than liked. Goes way further in true value and power as well. You may want to learn it. All right, let's finish off this clip, then we're going to go to Ace.
Yeah, I mean,
this is mine. I own it.
Okay.
I don't pay anybody to travel on the roadways. My tax is already paid for. Supreme Court's already ruled on that, but they don't.
Hey, I can't even get through this because we got chatters and haters in chat. Hey, bro, I'll address you the rest of the thing. I don't mind it. You want to play games? Let's play games. You keep playing the game, I'll hit you with the truth. Like your wife and children? Nah, bro. It's even more interesting than that. I don't have my own wife and children. I'm too busy leading and inspiring other people's wives and children. Bars. It hit different, bro. I don't need my own because that's the rest of you, right? You got one woman and one child who don't respect you, who you don't lead. I got your women and children in the audience watching and listening to me and doing what I do because I'm leading in the home you're in where you ain't. Bars. It hit different, bro. Right, you didn't think of that, did you? You were too busy trying to get to a gotcha. You didn't step back and survey the scene and check the record. I got actual fathers, sons, and daughters who come here for co-creation, inspiration, and empowerment. I don't need my own one woman and child. I'm too busy working with the information to raise all of us as the women, men, children, fathers, and mothers we never became. See how that works? You didn't think of that, did you? See, that's the thing. To keep yourself from embarrassing yourself while you play an ego pride game and I just hit you over the head with the truth that puts you down every time. Take a second to think and really feel and survey the scene to know you're not going to dig yourself a deeper hole. I don't have time to have a wife and child. I'm too busy inspiring and empowering and co-creating with your women and children that you ain't. See how that works?
Teach you guys that because they want you out here trying to take money from people and write citations. Do you know where those go, your citations?
To the office at Rexford Police Department.
Yeah, it's not what happens with them. What they do is they unlawfully put those debts against people.
Okay.
And then they throw people in jail for admiralty crimes when there is no common law violation. You have to have a victim to have a crime under the common law. They don't teach you that. They want you guys out here victimizing your fellow Americans, pretending like we're criminals because we're traveling out here without some corporate state's license plate on our own personal conveyances.
So why do you have it insured?
Because I don't want to have anybody else lose their property if somebody that's operating my conveyance accidentally runs into them. I'm a law-abiding man. I'm not going to rob anybody of something.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate you getting your insurance for that.
Mm-hmm. I'm not required to have insurance either, by the way. But I do carry it because I'm responsible.
Thank you. So the Hartford is the deregistration? Is that
the Hartford's the insurance?
Okay, so
and this is the bond for the vehicle. The law says it has to be bonded. So that's the bond, the ACORD certificate.
175 even 22. Thanks. Okay.
If you'd like to write me a ticket, please do so. Just make it out to that address. I'll accept it.
You would probably think I'm not on your side on this. I'm probably one of the more libertarian officers. Okay, I believe in the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the government should not have any corporate hold on people.
Yeah,
I agree with that. But per Idaho statute, to travel on the public roadway, you need to have registration and a license.
Okay, so let me explain something if you don't mind. Okay. Do you have a passport? In fact, open that passport up if you'd like to the back, or wherever it says citizen/national. It's on there. I can find it for you if you'd like. But this tells you right here that there's two statuses. You're a U.S. citizen, a 14th Amendment U.S. citizen. You have a driver's license. You're required to have one because you work for the government.
Yes.
Unless I'm hauling people or products, I'm not engaged in commerce. Only people engaged in commerce on these highways have to have driver's licenses. That's who the code applies to. It does not apply to regular Americans. Unless I have an autograph with something on it like a driver's license, which I don't have. I'm not required to have one. Now, every time you write a ticket, and you can look this up if you want to see if I'm full of shit, you can look it up and you'll find none of those tickets ever go to court. Why? Because the attorneys know I know what the fuck they're doing. These guys are sending you out here to risk your life so that they can have a steady stream of victims in these bullshit courts. How do you feel about that?
I don't like it.
I would piss me off too. I have a bachelor's in criminal justice. I didn't go to school for that bullshit so that some fucking dirtbag attorney can take my mom, me, or anybody else and drag them through their courts for revenue. That's bullshit.
Okay.
Once guys like you start standing up and telling them, hey, you know what? Go fuck yourself. I'm here to protect and serve. I'm not here to do that.
Even my chief, you could ask my chief. I rarely write tickets.
I love you, bro. I'm not kidding you. I do. If that's the way you feel, let me shake your hand. I'm not kidding you.
I'm not somebody who goes out and collects revenue for the state. That's not what I do. If somebody's putting somebody in danger, I'm more inclined to write a ticket. You know what I mean?
Of course. That's what I would do too. You're protecting and serving. You know your job.
To educate.
And that's what I do.
So.
And I take veterans out all the time. That's what I do. I actually have a ministry that serves veterans, first responders, and law enforcement who are injured in the line of duty. I take them out in the woods. I help them with PTSD. I help them recover. I help them get better. That's what I'm about. And I'm also about educating all of you guys, because you guys kill, not you, officers kill 1,200 people a year, and over 200 or something like that every 3 years die. And when people wake up and realize, it's literally the Satanists, just like it says in Revelation. The souls of men are bought and sold. How is that? It's through anything with your autograph. It's commercial. That's how they're doing it.
Okay. So what her name is?
Donetta.
Donetta, is she?
That's my mother.
Your mother. Okay.
Yep.
So what I'll do, I'll write a written warning. Okay, for just the registration. Okay. I'm gonna implore you to get the vehicle registered. Okay.
I actually found out I can get veterans plates for free, so I am going to do that on this particular rate.
I'm not going to give you a ticket for it. I'm going to give you a written warning just to show that I had some enforcement on this stop, okay? Do you have any questions about that?
I don't. I just need a copy of it so I can send a bill to the county.
Well, no, there's not any fines on it.
Oh, no, not from you. If you read that plate, it says 10 million per stop and 100,000 per minute. We've been here now for I don't know how long, but I send a bill to the county auditor. Trust me, the next time you actually run this plate, if they tell you at all to stop me, I'm going to be very impressed.
So where did you get the plate, if you don't mind me asking?
I made it.
Okay.
It's mine. It's under a private motor carrier number on the DOT back there.
You want to take a photo of it?
Go ahead. It's all yours, brother.
I'll be right back.
Yep. So this officer was pretty cool. He
Right, so I was gonna give you the guys. I already showed it, but if you want me to give it to you verbally, this is where this is posted. Motto. MAHTO.
He is trying to understand the law. He's working within the confines of the law. And this gives me a lot of hope, because the more we can find people like this that are willing to actually listen to the law, listen to, reason, and really step back and understand what's going on, the faster that we're going to be able.
Right, so this guy's doing the work that No Impact Flicks, Chile Decastrated, your favorite life coach. Pick somebody. This guy's the guy doing the work, getting results on the ground. This is real content. This is real balls. This is real faith. This is real courage. This is real leadership. This is what it looks and feels and sounds like. Okay? This is a man, by the way, in case you never met one before. So anything other than this and everything that relates to this is a waste of everybody's time. I'm coming out in the open and saying it that way. I don't care how extreme that sounds. Especially the times we're in right now.
To make sure nobody gets injured on these highways, make sure nobody gets especially our law enforcement officers. You know, they're out there purportedly working for us, so we want to try to assist that as much as we possibly can. But, you know, until that actually happens, you know, until we've educated enough people, it's just never going to be that way. Instead, what they're going to do is they're going to come out here and pretend like, you know, they have authority to do this, and it's not their fault. This is how they're being trained. So again, we have to put that blame where the blame belongs. The blame does not fall on the officers. It's not their fault. It's the fault of the bar cartel members who purposely mistrain them to do stuff like this. That's their job, or at least that's what they do. And again, you have to understand who they work for. They work for the Khazarian Zionists. These are not Christians, as you guys call Christians, or believers, as I call us. These guys are all traitors to the Republic. They know better. They've taken an oath to a foreign agency, a foreign entity.
Hi, my name is Donna.
Here's another unlawful stop. See what they want now.
Right. So we have the restart, it seems. That is a longer video, I believe. There's a longer version of it where he does come back. I think I did see it. He does come back, and from what I remember, he gives him back his credentials and sends him off, doesn't cite him or anything like that. I think he technically gives him a warning for his slave masters. There it is. So all right, we have a couple more here. And then either we're going to get over to Ace or I'm going to wrap it up. I don't want to go too far beyond the third hour, if at all. So, right, man tries to turn himself in. They say they're not taking him. This has become more and more the case. I contend that this is going to be more and more the case. And on the other side, they're going to try to fight to do the opposite. Because you got a bunch of forces at play here, right? Or at least a couple. So, a man turns himself in, they won't take him because, again, if you're not causing loss, injury, and harm, you're not doing crime. And even if you're guilty of misdemeanors or whatever else, if there's no victim, there's no crime, they can't legitimately put you in a box, incarcerate you, do anything to you, really. Legitimately. I mean, you can argue philosophically they can't do it even if you do something wrong, because once they don't stop you in the act, it's just vengeance and retribution. We won't go there because that's really out there. That'll really scare the white people, people in general. So yeah, we'll just keep it to the legal and lawful, as far as most can understand it and perceive it.
The jail isn't taking anybody right now for pretty much anything unless it's a violent offense like domestic violence. They didn't even take somebody for felony drugs yesterday. So pretty much what we're going to do, it's going to take a minute, but we're going to take the warrant out so you won't show up as a warrant anymore. We're just going to give you a new court date. Dispatchers already told me, they said that you thought you had 4. You only have 1. It's just for that. Yeah, so it'll be pretty much like the warrant's gone, you just pretty much have a new ticket. But that's pretty much all it's going to be. So obviously you ain't going to jail tonight. It's smart to do it that way. You know, once the mayor sees that you're actually nice enough to do that, he'll probably even make fines smaller. I can't tell you for sure what he'll do, but he's a nice, understanding guy. So just hang.
Anybody want to yell why that guy's free? Why is he free? Got warrants, never went to court, tried to turn himself in. They say, we're just going to throw the warrant out. We're not going to put you in jail, and maybe we'll just, throw this all away or make it such a minuscule fine because we're only taking people who do loss, injury, or harm. Right. The way it was always supposed to be. So while you mock us and you show that you're a treasonous traitor, yelling, why is he free? We're standing our rights and freedoms and we're getting results. So much so, we have multiple videos of counties and prosecutors and police and others saying we're not taking anybody anymore if you don't cause loss, injury, and harm. I wonder why that's happening. Bunch of inactive, cowardly clowns want to mock motherfuckers out here moving on something and actually changing the game. Pathetic hater losers. You'll never be successful at anything you do. I don't care how many numbers and money you get. That's not true success. That's not true power. That's not true value. Here's another one. Let's get to it. And I think we got Ace down there. Prosecutors won't bring cases to Trinidad Police Department.
Prosecutors say they will no longer accept criminal cases filed by the Trinidad Police Department. Since May, Fox 4 has been reporting on issues within the city of Trinidad, about 70 miles southeast of Dallas. It all started when concerns about water safety led to questionable arrests. And now local prosecutors are refusing to work with the police department and will also review past pending cases. Fox 4's David Centendry has been breaking developments on the story from the very beginning and joins us with his update. David.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, the water has been the primary concern from the beginning, but it led to a spotlight on the police department, and now that department is being stripped of some power.
Who would have thought, though? I spent my whole life staying out of trouble, and then I'm going to jail for a Facebook comment.
Police dash camera footage shows the controversial arrest of Jennifer Combs in May, a felony false alarm charge for a Facebook post highlighting a report that the city's drinking water hospitalized someone. Texas Commission on Environmental Quality has since confirmed issues with the city's water system.
They say to me, Paulie boy, why are you encouraging people to get arrested? That's going to make them money. That's not going to change the system. One bitch right here in a positive sense. That's me being ego triggering. I typically don't call women bitches day to day in my life. I don't need to. I'm too civilized and sophisticated for that. But here, as God of all media, Pimp Daddy, that's a real bitch right there. She said, I'm going to get on, uphold my rights to speak freely, and when you come for me, we're going to civilly disobey. So guess what happened? Prosecutor says, no more cases from that to police department. You are now dishonorable bad faith. You're illegitimate. You wanted to try to lock some housewife up for her concern over the tap water, which you're poisoning. Now we just don't take any cases from you anymore. It's just like that, folks. It's just like that. You need 10 to 15 to 20 of you bitch-ass coward slaves to stand on your rights, get arrested over and over again, and make them put good and great people in a box and think about it and feel about it. And then stop it. Because it's all out of hand anyway, and we all know it, right? That's all this is. Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Well, just got here right now. And there's a cop right there. They're putting their sirens on right now. I'm gonna go inside right now.
Yeah, let's have a conversation about rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, how our servants got more rights and abilities than we got, if we need to have that conversation. And let's more importantly try to work with policy enforcement to see if we can move our property around freely under our God-given rights and also make them and their public feel safe. Somehow, some way. Let's see if we can find a way to do that without just complete adherence to policy, statute, and code and overriding of our rights. See if we can make that happen.
All right.
After you. Should I set a little ambiance?
You are a slave. Your government does not care about you, GI. You should go watch Paul Unshaved and stop being so stupid. Look at you, GI. Facts, tax, and racks, and paying to be ruled over.
How's it going?
You are not free. You are
good. May I speak with your watch commander? Maybe you need more the one that's on duty right now? Oh, I just want to let him know what's going on with me.
Your leaders sent your sons to die in war.
I'm over here traveling in my automobile with no registration, no license. Just want to let them know that I'm in the private capacity, and that to let the other officers know I'm here to get my information. So like that, you guys know who I am and what I'm driving. It's exercising my right. Because if I drive without no plates, I'll get pulled over, right? Maybe not.
Possible you won't.
Well, I'm just trying to, have a conversation with the watch commander.
Correct. Well, they're busy, but.
Or could I make an appointment with them?
With them?
With any watch commander.
Let me find out.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't see. So what are you trying to notify us for?
Just to get to know you guys.
Yeah. So can he hear me?
Here, hold on.
How are you, sir? Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Paul. Yeah, he could hear you.
Yeah, so we're just trying to establish a relation. We're trying to establish a relationship with you guys, and can he hear me or not?
I'm gonna turn the camera around. Here we go. Here we go.
How are you?
Right. So can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Right. So we're just trying to establish a relationship, a peaceable, co-creative relationship with you guys, and create a record about what we're doing and why we think that it's important and valuable at this time in history more than any, you could argue. And create that record so that in the event that there is an officer enforcing policy who also has a duty obligation to uphold our rights, comes in contact with this man, he doesn't think he's some kind of crazy sovereign citizen whack job, right? This guy's an American. He's under God. He's got God-given rights. He wants to move his property around, be responsible and accountable, and not have his movement interfered with, right? And we'll even potentially go so far as to work out some kind of a contracting bonding process where he declares that in the event of any loss, injury, or harm that he's at fault for, he will compensate any other man or woman, which is, again, the fulfillment of the financial responsibility, right? Typically, I don't get into the legality and the code, but I understand you guys have a job to do, in quotes. And I don't want to, I would like to, if possible, meet in the middle somewhere where we can have this man and everybody's rights upheld and be more free and courageous instead of interfering with those rights for supposed safety, right?
Well, has his rights been interfered? Is that what you're referring to? Or is there something that he's trying to prevent? Is that what I'm understanding?
Right. It's just again, trying to establish a relationship where we all know who and what we are and what's expected of us, and create a record so that if somebody does see him moving around uncharacteristically of what they usually see, right? They're used to seeing everybody with the plates and all the rest of it. So when they don't see that, it raises an alarm. And we're trying to mitigate any potential harm that could be done to anybody by creating the record of an understanding of what we're doing, why we're doing it, and why, honestly, it needs to be done and needs to be upheld by you folks and all of the public servants on this land, right?
Okay, so what I'm understanding is he's choosing to drive without a license plate, am I correct?
He's moving his property, because we could get into the federal code and what the definitions of driving is. And
he's moving his property, which is his vehicle in this case, without a license plate, which is required in order for other people to be able to also identify you when you're driving the vehicle. So if he uses his property outside on the streets, causes, let's say, a traffic collision, which is a property damage from what you're saying, and flees the scene because he's, hang on, let me finish. Flees the scene because he chooses he's going to pay it on his own, not through insurance, which is required to have to drive a vehicle. But how is the other person, let's say he fled the scene, how is the other person who he comes into, let's say, a traffic collision with, going to be able to identify which vehicle it was, and it was this man?
Sure. So on this land, one of the maxims, the foundational principles, is innocent till proven guilty. You can't make everybody guilty until proven innocent. Sir, I didn't interrupt you while you were speaking. So we go by that credo for a reason, because if not, guess what? We had a right to own guns. We don't anymore, because what if we're all criminalized before we did anything? And what if we all got to pay and beg and ask for permission to engage in every single right we have? Because the same hypothetical philosophy is used, which is antithetical to the foundational philosophy that gives way to what you call United States. So we don't make everybody automatically guilty till they prove they're competent and innocent. We presume everybody to be innocent till you observe them doing wrong or being a direct threat to the public.
Are you completed with your portion, sir, so I can continue talking, or no?
Absolutely. The pause in my speech would be your indicator for future reference that it's your time to speak.
Okay, I didn't know if there was a continuation. All right, let me see if I can maybe get a start to these thoughts. Okay, give me one second.
Thank you, sir. You see, Do you see how? Do you see how simple it is when we get down to the foundational philosophies that makes us and this nation great? We don't create 3 to 4 hypotheticals where everybody's potentially going to be bad and wrong, scary and guilty to criminalize the rights. We uphold the rights and we deal with the criminals who make themselves guilty by doing wrong and creating direct threats. By the way, in their legal system, there's all clauses for this. So I'm not talking out of school on the lawful side or the legal side. Okay. And this is very concerning when we have folks who are supposed to uphold policy and law who don't know legality or lawful, who don't know foundational principles, who will speak the antithetical of what it's supposed to be and what's codified and or what's experienced here historically. Very concerning, right? So we'll wait, we'll see what he has, and we'll set some ambiance in the meantime. Why not? Please hold. Your call is important to us. Here at Unslavious Industries, we strive to uphold rights and freedoms at all costs, even going so far as using logic, morals, and ethics to make a point.
You are a slave. Your government does not care about you, GI. You should go watch Paul Unshaved and stop being so stupid. Look at you, GI. Vaxxed, taxed, and raxed and paying to be ruled over. You are not free. You are a coward slave. GI, maybe you need more roll-down and shots and policy to feel safe.
Yeah.
All right, what's your name?
Yeah, let's jump in.
I got sticky.
No, one second.
You want me to hold it? You want to place it there?
No,
Okay, so I think Ace Lev looks like he's giving some information so that we can get somebody potentially, I don't want to insult this man, potentially a little bit more qualified. You know, maybe a gorilla in a trailer somewhere we can go get. So we can have a conversation about something simple like the foundational principle of innocent till proven guilty. And of course, reasonable articulable suspicion. And of course, the fact that if we go into corpus juris and corpus juris secundum, we're going to find that a crime, foundations of law and legalism is something that creates a victim. Okay. A maxim in law is something has to be done in order for a court to be moved. And I'm paraphrasing, but we could look it up if you'd like. And they even go into explaining what that means. They say a building has to be burnt down. Property has to be stolen. A body has to be found murdered, right? And you need to have malicious intent. See, there's layers to all this. If you accidentally do something that causes the death of someone, you can't be criminalized for that. Because accidents happen in life, right? This is about crime. Knowingly, willfully, with malicious intent, doing wrong and endangering others or creating a victim. We don't have any of that. You damn sure can't interfere with rights and movement for the presumption of that. That's the antithesis of the foundational philosophy and legal process of this land. And we're not only completely outside of that at this point, the people moving it and working it and upholding it are on the complete opposite side of history and what they all signed up to do and be. I got to turn my AC situation on. Let's continue with this woman who got arrested, who was talking on Facebook. And now the prosecutors have decided this police department will not be able to file charges anymore. So guess what that means? They go out of business because police departments are public service accommodations. They're businesses, they're corporations. If we won't do business with you because you're disreputable, you're bad faith, you're dishonorable, and more importantly, guys like me keep whooping you at court, so you're wasting the state's and the county's time and money, they're just going to cut you out. See, doesn't the scripture say the last shall be first, the first shall be last? I could go in any court on this land based on who and what I am, my sacrifice, and therefore my credibility and how I'm perceived and received. We're now getting to a point where the gorilla in the trailer has more standing and say at court because of who he is and what he is and who and what he isn't versus the guys who signed up to uphold all of it. How beautiful in its ugliness. How vindicating in the veritas that it is, right? How vindicating this is in the truth. So no more cases for that county because prosecutors like me don't trust you. No, you're dishonorable in bad faith, and we're not going to waste our time, energy, attention, and money litigating a bunch of crap where the state of is the claimant and there's no victim on the other side. Done and over. It's already there. We just got to play out the rest of it and play our positions and our part.
This arrest sparked a series of controversies related to Trinidad Police Department, a department now stripped of most of its power.
Astonished, surprised.
On Monday, Trinidad PD received a letter from the Henderson County District Attorney's Office and County Attorney's Office reading, it will no longer accept cases for prosecution solely investigated or filed by the Trinidad Police Department until further notice.
I know exactly what it means.
What does it mean to you?
It means you can't file cases. It means you can't answer calls for service. That's what it means.
Interim Chief Cameron Beckham says this limits the department to mostly...
And there's the name Cameron too, who's somebody who I have care for, who we've had some issues, like most people do with me. It's nothing new. But Cameron was coming to my mind while listening to this. Okay. That's all of what this is. We don't even have to talk or be united on all fronts. The spirit is there behind this. And I have faith eventually he's going to get with what I'm talking about, because I see how he lights up when I talk this real shit. Beyond even that legal shit and the civil and whatever else. I see it. I see where it's going. We're gonna merge. Get your mind out of the gutter. Him and I and others are gonna merge in this truth, life, and way if it's meant to. If they can see it and feel it and move with the power and value, we're gonna merge with that and become like a Megazord Power Ranger creature. Remember that back in the day? And guess what? We're gonna get to go to any court on this land and file cases. And when you pigs show up to file cases, they're going to say, because you all violated the unspoken lore and code of this land and all societies. You're dishonorable, bad faith, illogical, unethical. You're a liability now. No one could trust you. And it would have continued on forever if we didn't come out of the clear blue with an ability to see you and who and what we are and understand and talk about it and bring the light to it. Games are over now. Party's over. Now we're going to get back to doing the real work on all levels.
Traffic enforcement.
Any Class C misdemeanors, they go to our municipal court.
But anything above that?
Anything above that, a sheriff would have to come out and deal with it. And unfortunately, that's just where we're at right now.
The Texas Rangers are investigating city officials, accusations of wrongful arrests, retaliatory firings of city staff, and more related to the ongoing water controversy.
Remember when they mocked me and laughed at me and said I'm crazy because I called the FBI, CIA, and every other federal agency and sent physical written notice to all the attorney generals and secretary of state and put the whole fucking system on notice of an interstate fraud that I don't know exists because I'm not trained like they are to understand it. I'm just reporting it to you all. What seems to be, because Paulie Boy's been on a few states now, what seems to be an interstate racketeering organization that is conspiring to interfere with the rights and movement of the people, who, even if they're not directly in concert with each other, all agree on the same things and use the same language and have the same reasoning to the same end goals, all of which are destructive to the spirit of and the letter of that which is in the Constitution. Okay. So now the party's over. The games are over because I'm not the only one. Yous all forgot that we got a few couple hundred, couple thousand at least, and more than that. They know people and deal with people and on and on and on, who are doing the same thing. So you're all on notice. You're all on record. We called in the feds on your ass, and there's nowhere to go after that. See, because it's checks and balances. If the feds and you state and locals on all sides don't want to get in true and right and uphold the law of this land and protect everybody's rights, you're historically going to war. And that's something I will avoid being a part of. I will not physically fight you slaves and give my life to die in a hole somewhere over a dynamic that never had to get there and isn't going to be solved by that. Okay. Once you get to that point, it's too late anyway. And the forces of chaos here love it when the two sides fight each other so they could do war of attrition, bankrupt everybody, and the bankers could come in and lend you more so you can restart your whole life. I'm not playing that game. We're going to do the work now, get right now, or you're going to get left. And I'm going to go off to live a Hunger Games type lifestyle if I have to, how I envision it in the movie, right? Which we're pretty much already living out here to some extent. It's not so bad, quite frankly. I've had a lot worse. Couple more. Oh no, we never finished it.
Also learned the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement is investigating the police department.
This is what we call a full-blown audit.
That audit is mentioned in the DA and county attorney's letter, but details of the audit are unclear.
What's your reaction after reading that letter?
I'm puzzled. Newly appointed city councilman Stephen Stearman calls the letter too generic. He wants more details to find out if
You want me to read you the internal memos that date back to 1985 where they send them out every so often and say, hey, we're watching you again. You guys are doing it again. There's going to be some folks who want rights and freedoms. You better not fuck with them. If you do, we're going to come put you in jail. Cops go to jail every day. They got federal prisons for police. People don't realize this. You want me to play you the videos, how they come in and cut the uniforms off the cops and drag them off to jail just like they do any other man or woman? Nobody's above this program. They just believe themselves. They sniffed their own product and then sold the product, had you all believing they were above persecution, prosecution, and retribution. It's not the case. Nobody's above and beyond cosmic justice here under God, first and foremost, let alone the societal justice / vigilante justice that eventually comes in at some point. After everyone starts to realize everything's getting real bad, we better turn this ship around or we're all screwed. Start to wake up in an ethic again, right? And a higher morale. So that's where we're at. We're turning the corner here. It's obvious, palpable. It's headline news, and again, hats off to all of us who are involved in that to varying degrees at varying times, being active participants in engaging this situation and moving the goal 1% at a time, right? One piece at a time, 1% at a time, kicking this can down the road to where we finally get somewhere with this. So yeah, more and more we're seeing the fruits of our labor that they told us, number one, we couldn't do it because we're stupid and it's not real. And if we did do it, it wouldn't work. And if it does work, it's only sometimes. And then we're going to get to a point here where we're going to radically change the landscape of what you're seeing and experiencing. And it's going to be almost like God did it. Because for you mainstream Hollywood chasing, paper chasing slaves, you don't know what me and hundreds and thousands of others are doing. You don't care. It doesn't exist. Why is he free? He's ratting. It's not real. Right? While we just keep doing the work here and behind the scenes and applying ourselves and getting results and over again. And then one day you wake up and rights and freedoms are kind of back in season and style. They're not treating everyone like so much of a slave. Right. And according to you and everyone else, just like the founders talked about, right? In the beginning, a patriot's cause is feared and scorned. Then over time, once its cause succeeds, everybody wants to become a patriot once it costs nothing to be such. That's where you'll find yourselves. We already see it coming. We're going to do the seeming impossible, actually get the results you said we couldn't get, change this life for us and you. And you're going to deny it, ignore it, mock it, ridicule it all along the way until you finally reap the benefits and rewards of it, you cowardly bitch ass motherfuckers. And that's why I and many others are your daddy on here. You know it and I know it. Okay? And that's not pride and ego. That's power value dynamics. Can't argue with it. All little boys and girls wanted to sit around and wait for the real men and women to come forth and do their fucking work for them, while they lived off the benefits and blessings of those who did the work in the past. That's why you're so disreputable and disrespected. That's why you're so dishonored everywhere in your life, whether people like you and pay you or not. You're not honorable. You're not good faith. You're not respectable. You're not our countrymen. You're trash. And please believe, when we finally do the work you said we couldn't do and get the results you said couldn't happen, go away from me. I never knew you. I'm not bonded with you in times of war. I'm not bonded with you in times of peace or false peace. You did that by rejecting the truth, life, and way and your duties and obligations as a supposed citizen, not only of what you call United States, America, but a citizen of the world and God. Okay? You did that. I was the one sitting here begging you to become what you know you're meant to be and need to be so I could love you and respect you again if I ever did. Just like God could truly love us and respect us again, if he ever could. Always the same holographic, reflective dynamic right down the fucking line. Up the chain and down the chain.
Policing issues can be corrected or not.
If we're doing something wrong and the city needs to shut down our department, by all means, we're going to shut it down.
We're working with whoever we need to work with to resolve this situation.
Beckham joined the department as an officer last November, but became interim chief in June after Chief Charles Gregory resigned. Regarding the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement's audit, Beckham blames his predecessors.
And Tico has the information to back it up. So, I mean, we're talking bad policing for 15 years.
Beckham, however, was a part of controversial search and arrest warrants related to Jennifer Combs. In a letter, Judge R. Scott McKee questioned the accuracy, completeness, and reliability of information presented by Beckham and another officer in Combs' search warrant. Beckham also arrested Winston.
Well, that's the key. See, we're not getting through this because people keep saying good shit in chat, and then I just want me to comment on it. Turns out, I can't prove this, but we did the research is there. Turns out these flock cameras, there's always a twist and a turn, right? Because remember I said you better be careful. We didn't uphold our rights thus far. That's why these flock cameras popped up. If you'd have done what you're supposed to, they never would have showed up. So cutting them down is not the answer, because you'll go back to doing what you did before and say, well, we cut the flock cameras down, just like you did with COVID. Oh, back to old normal, right? It was never normal. It was always slavery. You just didn't see it. It came out in the open completely. So turns out, again, fact check me, double check on me, keep us honest here. I'm being told now, or being shown, the flock cameras aren't even federally recognized or state recognized. They're actually a private company. So cutting them down is a civil infraction. It's not even federal. It's not even felonious. It's not even state or misdemeanor. It would be considered a civil. It would be considered destruction of property civil, and you might have to pay for it if that's true and that's the case, right? Because one of my concerns was they were going to bring in this property to track and trace, knowing people would resist it. They always kind of know what's possible, just like I do. And then if it does go that way, they just let it swing that way and say, you know what? Let's let them cut everything down. And let's even hire people to cut these fucking cameras down. Then we could substantiate funding for a larger, more integrated, united police and military force nationwide. Because we got a movement of sovereign citizens trying to overthrow this government and destroying government property all at once, right? Don't kid yourself. You let this beast that runs these people loose and you feed it unknowingly, and it will grow overnight into something like that, and you'll never see how it moved to a move to a move. It's a shapeshifter. Everything you thought you were doing good to help actually fed the beast to grow and consume you. It's the craziest fucking thing. I know, I get it. That's why honor and truth and good faith is so important, because if we stray from that, we'll do something thinking we're doing right, while really we're setting ourselves up for the biggest wrong we've ever seen. Don't I know all about that dynamic? Hell, according to some of the chat, I'm doing that dynamic here in certain ways, and they could be right. I've had to look at that and work with that.
In Knowles for a nonviolent protest of Combs' arrest. Both cases led to national scrutiny before their dismissals.
Is there anything you do differently regarding those cases?
This is the first time anyone from the department has spoken with Fox 4 on camera.
Yes.
What would you do?
Beckham says instead of charging Combs and Knowles, if it were up to him, those cases would have been kicked to the same DA's office, now refusing to take on Trinidad PD cases.
Filed it with the DA's office and let them ascertain whether or not to file charges.
If it were up to you, you would have put it in the hands of the district attorney to decide whether or not a charge should happen or possibly send it to a grand jury.
Yes.
Maybe elaborate, if you can, on that?
No.
Now, T. Cole has the power to effectively shut down a police department. We're still working to get details of that audit that it's performing. We're also waiting to get an update from the Texas Rangers. Now, Trinidad PD has less than a dozen officers, so it's a small department, but this is still a big, important story for that department and members of its community.
Right. Okay, I've had this up for a while. We never got to it. This is Dick Marple at a meeting. Again, the times and places don't matter. That only matters for a slave that doesn't understand the truth and the lie are eternal. So no matter when and where you incarnate in this realm, the game and the test is always the same on a macro level. You can't run from that or yourself because they're integrated. It's baked in. So don't tell me this was from 10 years ago, 5 years ago. We're not time centric here because time is an illusion. There's only one moment, the now. The sun goes up, it comes down, it goes up, it comes down. According to perspective, it doesn't actually go up and down, but whatever, you get my point. Never once did we cross over into 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day. It's one long moment where we wake up and go to sleep, sun goes up and down, and then we start breaking that up into things we think we can understand or allows us to communicate more effectively when it comes to tasks and timelines, supposed timelines. So the information, if the information is good and founded in the archetypal and translated to the physical world, the legalistic corporatistic side, right? If there's a translation there that is appropriate and fits, then the information is timeless. So again, for you slaves who don't know you're a slave, who come here, especially here, I don't care what you do anywhere else in your life, don't come here and run your same vessel the way you do everywhere else, right? Don't run it the same way. Don't be so foolish enough to think that when I show you something that's full of good information that is timeless, because the truth is eternal, I could go back 2,000 years and show you and tell you how our walk is the same as Jesus and everybody else in the scripture, down to the letter, down to the name. Hi, I'm Paul. I used to be Saul from Tarsus. You want to get into this? Metaphorically, allegorically, archetypally. So when you come here, don't play the bodily monkey mind game of time is really a thing. And if anything is past a certain time, then it already happened. It doesn't matter. What's contained in there could change how you live the rest of today and tomorrow because the lie is the same. That you're a child of the state rather than a child of God. And the truth is the same, that you're a child of the God, not a child of the state. For an extreme boil down, right? So if you do things like that and operate your vessel in places like this, you will play the fool regularly and not even know it. And you'll be great fun for us. Along with great frustration for the gorilla, right? At times, if I let it be. Dick Marple. School's a judge at court on jurisdiction, corporate government, and more. And by the way, this is one of the senators, I believe, who they just said, well, we had a whack job get in. Yeah, he's a senator, he's official, he's an expert, but he's not. He's one of these whack jobs that got in, and he sounds and talks a lot like Paulie Boy and others who they're not as certified and expertly as they could be, even though they get themselves in certain positions to actually do the work with an actual understanding they can actually explain without papers and teleprompters and 5 attorneys next to them. So let's go to that.
By signing the Shire Society Declaration at Shire.
And I'm going to speed it up a little bit just to save some time for you folks. It is rather long for a lot of you. I know the average attention span is 30 seconds to 3 minutes. So 38 minutes is a long time. We may not even cover it all today. We'll start it, see where it goes. But also, I don't want to get copyrighted.
All rise.
Where are you at, Ace? Do you want to give me an update on what happened? Because I don't think we ever got back to you.
Yeah, we're on our way to go get a beer. David and I. His name's David. No, I just left my information and I'm gonna talk to the watch commander. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Want to do another? Want to do another one, or you want to wait for another day?
We could maybe do one tomorrow, just because I think I'm gonna hit this and I'm gonna sign out, and I'm having pain more than I was earlier. I've been having pain all day today, but it's kind of ramps. It pulses. It gets more intense certain points, and then lessons. But I got to be in the mode and on the ball, man, because you see what it was, right? He tried to throw some shit at me. He tried to pimp game on me with some fake ass game, and then I had to hit him with the real shit. So I want to be as much as I can in the zone, in the pocket, with my wits about me, and not 4 hours into a broadcast, shit house cast, whatever this is, cast of,
without missing a beat.
What?
You were just spitting it out without missing a beat.
That's why I do what I do, and that's why I live it, because I live it because I have to in order to speak it, and I speak it all day, every day, so I could live it, right? So that when I pimp all day, every day, because I love the game. So when I meet a hoe, it's like even she knows I'm pimping and she's hoeing. It has to be like that, right? And of course, I'm tongue in cheek at this point. But you saw the way the cop listened to me, paused, stepped back, and went and got somebody. That's code for you ain't ready. And it's not about pride and ego. It's about, bro, why do I have to tell you this? I'm a gorilla in a trailer with no certifications. I didn't get paid 200 grand this year to LARP and pretend like you. I'm way underpaid, bro. Why do I got to do your job while you get paid to do it and won't do it? That's the problem. Every problem contains its own solution. Every question contains its own answer. A shitcaster in a trailer with no career options shouldn't know more and be able to apply more of the law and the maxims and the understanding than you. If he does, then your society and culture has a big problem. I'm doing great because I'm pulling all the inauthentic corporate males and females from your society to true power and value, because they see you can't hold a candle to this I am that am, nor are you supposed to. See,
Well said, man.
Right. The first shall be last, the last shall be first. There's no way Lauren Laguna and the rest of them can spin what just happened in that 130-second interaction with me and that cop. There's no way to spin it. He's LARPing and projecting and pretending. I'm giving you the real foundations of what he swore an oath to God to uphold and protect. Let's get to it, man. Cut the games.
Do it. We're gonna handle. Excuse me, real quick. We're gonna handle the whole San Fernando Valley right here, big dog. We're gonna do this shit.
All right, let me get to this. Go hang out. And hurry up and wait, because you moving that car around, it's only a matter of time before they contact you and we go to the next level with the interaction, right?
Yeah, for sure. We're on the same page.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Later, dog. Big dog.
Mr. Jones. Make sure you call me big dog, not just dog, big dog. Remember that. It's all bullshit. Right? I don't need any of that. I'm the littlest dog in the yard, okay? The truth, life, and way is bigger than everybody, and nobody's above that program. We're all subject to it. So I'm the littlest dog in the yard when we get right down to it. That's why I say humbleness and humility before the creative force. I'm not humble with humility before a bitch ass motherfucker who's lying. But I have humbleness and humility before the creational force. It has to be that way, because if I miss out on being in alignment with that and I go with me rather than I am that am, then I'm going to miss the way to the way, and I'm going to be talking like I know while living like I don't, right? And that's always a potential, right? That's always in the background. So, well, that was good. That was a good interaction, man. Immediately clip that. Send that out on the social medias. The one interaction with me and the cop with Ace at the station, whatever it was, an hour ago, where he said to me 2 or 3 different hypothetical scenarios where the person's already guilty till they prove themselves innocent. And I just pointed out the obvious, that we're all innocent till proven guilty. You can't use that hypothetical philosophy, because if you do, it proves the root of your consciousness is bad faith and reprobate. You're not in alignment with the foundational principles. As a matter of fact, you're on the opposite side of it. See, you did that. You revealed that. You convicted yourself in this court with that. I didn't do that. I just reminded you of what it was supposed to be. You reminded me of who and what you are and how it got this way, and I reminded you of what it's supposed to be and what you signed up to do and be, right? That's That's all this is. Daddy's home. So immediately clip that, send it out on anti-social medias and send it to me so I can post it. So that everyone else out there can see what it looks and feels and sounds like when you're standing on rights and freedoms and they try to throw this weak ass game at you. And then I tell you, we got to throw a pimp game at them. And what do I always say? The best game is no game. You play the games. I'll just hit you with the truth at every turn. And we'll see where it goes. That's the kind of game I love. No game, right? I let you do all the playing and lying and cheating and stealing and gaming. And then I just hit you over the head with what it is. And then in one moment, we remember, right? That's all that was. Right, Dick Marple.
Please be seated. This is a matter of State versus Marple. Good afternoon, Mr. Marple. As I usually do, I want to make the offer to have you sit at the table if you're more comfortable. I know that normally it is your belief that you are acquiescing jurisdiction if you come before it on this side of the gate. I will not recognize it that way, but if you would be more comfortable being able to put your papers out on that table, I would like to offer that up to you.
I don't want any of my actions to presume to give you any jurisdiction that I believe you have done, and I believe I have the necessary evidence here. So I don't want to do anything that would suggest that I am giving you jurisdiction, because I am not.
Okay, I understand that. And just for the record, before I give you the floor, when we had the case status hearing the last time we were here, you had raised some additional arguments or suggestions as to why you believe the court did not have jurisdiction. I recall that one of them in particular was citing that the court and the state were a corporation. So I indicated that prior to the trial date that's now scheduled, I will give you an opportunity to be heard on any additional statements or arguments that you wish to make on why you believe the court doesn't have jurisdiction. So why don't you go right ahead?
Well, I would like to review Article 15, which is the procedural due process that I have not seen take place here in all my other previous visits. So Article 15 is very specific as far as an accused is concerned. And it says, no subject shall be held to answer for any crime or offense until the same is fully and plainly, substantially, and formally described to him, or be compelled to accuse or furnish evidence against himself. Every subject has the right to produce all proofs that may be favorable to himself, to meet the witnesses against him face to face, and to be fully heard in his defense by himself and counsel. I don't know who, and I told him this when I first came. I don't know why I'm here. I asked. I haven't been told. In fact, when I persisted, you got walked out. That's not appropriate in my defense. I want to know who brought the claim against me. Who are they?
Well, that brings up a good point. Are you saying that, and how you recognize Article 15 is the first step would be when someone, an accused, is arraigned on a charge, and that is when the charge is granted to them, and that is the notice of what the charge is that's been filed against the person. So have you never had these charges read to you in court?
I beg your pardon?
Have you ever had the charges against you read in court?
You got to say that again. I had what?
There are two charges that the Epsom Police Department.
Yeah, those two charges that you have it. I looked them up at the RSA. And it says, quote, if any person, blah, blah, blah. If any person, blah. I'm not a person. I submitted to you an oath of purgatory, which was filed by me under the authority of 15 statutes of law, chapter 249, which is the right of expatriation and as an American, that's what's the title, rights of an American citizen. I'm an American citizen. I'm not a United States corporate slave.
Can you explain to me what you see as the difference between those two?
One is corporate jurisdiction. You're employed as an appointed employee of a corporation that is supposed to provide judicial services to the Republic.
And the corporation is the state of New
The corporation is the state of New Hampshire.
And
I happen to be an elected member of the board of directors of that corporation. The corporation has Part 2 as its charter. So Part 2 of the New Hampshire Constitution is the charter of which I have to be on the board of directors of.
And do you agree that the board of directors has the authority to enact laws?
No, they don't enact laws. They enact public policy. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
Okay, when you say Constitution, are you talking about the federal Constitution or the New Hampshire Constitution?
Both laws. Article 6 of the United States Constitution is the supremacy clause. It says all laws, rules, and regulations made pursuant to the Constitution. And the second mandate is, quote, the judges in every state are bound thereby. And the most important one is the third mandate in Article 6, which says very clearly, anything in the constitutional laws of the several states, guess what? If not enforceable, it's not enforceable. Anything in the constitutional laws of the several states, to the contrary, it's not within.
Can I go back to the question of the difference between an American citizen and a corporate citizen?
That's
so I understand that you're saying a corporate citizen is one who follows the board of directors' public policy. Is that, am I understanding that piece? So what, okay, let's go backwards. What would you define an American citizen as?
What I would define as what?
An American citizen. When you say you are an American citizen, how is that different from a corporate citizen?
Oh, look, I mean, it's not for me to define. The United States Supreme Court is defining that. I'll give you the citation. Chisholm versus Jordan. That's 2 U.S. 419 to 454. That's also in the lawyer's edition, 1/44.
Right. So this is good. Somebody in chat has their fucking thinking cap on. See? Don't tell me all the crap you heard from somebody else. Ask good questions. Ask good questions. You get answers you may never have got before, or all the answers that matter, right? So, guy in chat writes, in this court, judge is also the prosecutor, no? That's a keen observation you made. Because we went over Neil Gorsuch yesterday, justice, along with senators and congressmen who all admit U.S. is a corporation. They do administrative corporate courts. And in those courts, Mr. Gorsuch admits the administrator takes the place of the magistrate, and they are all positions at once, while none at all officially, right? That's another little game they play. So that's what he says. You're 10 times more likely to get in front of an administrative judge at an administrative court. There is a good chance that's exactly what this venue is right now. And that's exactly why this man won't step into the dry dock. Because, like he said, I'm not going to give any jurisdiction to an illegitimate, potentially unlawful commercial court where you're not following legal or lawful procedure. How about that? Because, again, we got a corporate takeover on this land. So, by the way, that is defined as fascism. There's no other way around it. So, yes, keen observation, great question, and I would concur. Why? Because we haven't heard or seen a claimant or a complainant, and the prosecutor isn't moving this court at this time. So unless they already did that, and this is some kind of a final word or some kind of an interrogatory, or as they would say, a colloquy, essentially a back and forth between the woman and the man, because what the energy I get from this interaction is she's learning from him. See, don't kid yourself. A lot of these folks who sit on the bench, they don't know law beyond a certain point. They don't even know legal process beyond a certain point. And this guy's like pulling all the stuff that she's supposed to know and study that she hasn't, because she's just there to do a job, get paid, and go home. This fucking guy lives it. Okay, and that's back to the dynamic we talked about before. So there's a good chance they already did court, legal, lawful court, and that this is just a general attraction or interaction that the woman wants to have. Like you'll get that sometimes. You know, it's like it's kind of like if you put on a really good performance in quotes, then you get to take a bow at the end and they say encore, and then they want to meet you and have coffee after and have you sign papers. If you suck, you're just in and out. They don't care. You're just another slave. If you know what the fuck you're talking about and you got energy and you move the court and you're true and correct, you're bringing up great points, that's how you get respectare, respect. They take a second look at you. They say, who are you? Oh, Senator Marple. Interesting. And you're doing what? Oh, right. Yeah. We just did that. What's your philosophy? Tell me more about this. Give me what you're citing and what your sources are internally and externally. And they start to listen to what you're saying, go look at it, research it. They incorporate it into their day-to-day procedures. This is, again, how influential we all can be, with or without title. Don't kid yourself all day, every day. There's one guy every so often who comes to court who the administrator will get out of their ego if they're ever into it, right? Or put it aside, you know, the toxified part of it, right? The prideful aspects of the ego. To listen and attempt to learn and become better at whatever they're doing, even if they have to take it from somebody who's not fill in the blank, right? And that's the way that it's supposed to be. So, yeah, let's continue on here. We haven't confirmed, the point is we haven't confirmed one way or another, is he at administrative court or not, or they already do court and they're basically just talking woman to man at this point because she just wants to know more about him and what he's doing, and she wants to brush up on her game because she recognizes she's in the presence of a real one, is really what that is.
And Giuliani versus Freeman, these are Supreme Court cases. 110 U.S. 421. That's the legal tender cases. The third one, American Banana versus United Fruit Company, 213 United States, 347.
What was that one?
Pardon?
What was the site on that one, too?
That's American Banana Company versus United Fruit. And that's in 213 United States or U.S. At page 347. And then the definition of the United States, of course, is Hoover versus Allison and Company versus EVAT. And that is 324 United States, 652. And again, United States versus Cruikshank defines the two classes of citizens. And that's in 92 U.S., page 544. That's where you get the definition. That's sovereignty. A sovereign, unless the sovereign is named in the public policy, he is excluded.
And what do you mean by that? I don't understand.
Your public policy does not apply to the sovereign.
And the
It's
sovereign.
allocated in the Hampshire Constitution is very specific.
She doesn't even understand a maxim in law that law is expressed, not implied. And if you make up a document and say all citizens must, that is an implication. That's not a direct expression. He's trying to explain to this woman what she should already know logically, philosophically, morally. And there's multiple maxims that correlate with this idea that paint the picture, right, of what we're talking about here. See, this isn't sovereign citizen. We make this shit up as we go. This is correlating their foundations to what they're not doing that they're supposed to be doing. So, yes, law is expressed, not implied. Any implication that is not expressed directly and clear and presently known can be disregarded, essentially, is what he's trying to explain to her. You can't just say all persons shall in a future tense and never name anyone and claim that everyone, all places at all times, implicitly without discretion, must do X, Y, Z sometime in a future tense, which is what shall is, sometime in a future tense, right? This is all nonsense. That's why they write it in a future tense. Because as it is right now, they can't tell you what to do, but they could tell you what you shall and must do. And if you believe it and listen, well, then that's on you. See, there's that dual jurisdiction again. Those who can govern themselves and those who prove all day, every day, they don't even know self-government exists and is a way, is a path, right?
All power, residing in being derived, originally being derived from the people. So the magistrates and officers of government are the substitutes and agents and at all times accountable to them.
So
pretty clear.
Are you saying that the sovereign is the people?
Absolutely. No, the sovereign is the individual.
Okay, so
Individual American.
each individual is a sovereign in of himself?
Absolutely.
Wrong. This is where I have to disagree with Mr. Marple. And again, a lot of these words have different definitions and are subject to levels of interpretation, but confer a similar, if not the same meaning. God is the sovereign. Whatever created this place and laid down the law in all of our minds and hearts is the supreme authority. It cast the law onto our mind and heart that we discover or do not. Right? We, by being made in the image of that spirit with the same spirit in us, doesn't mean God is a man with two arms and two legs, because true self is metaphysical. It's beyond physicality. God is made in the image of the Most High, the spirit, the energy. Or we are made in the image of the Most High, the spirit, the energy. We have the same spirit that is and of and goes with God, right? That is our quasi-sovereign authority in this realm, but not sovereign. Because we didn't create it, we can't override it, we can't remake it, we can only come to know it and be it and understand it was put in us from day one by the Creator. God, this is where you guys miss the mark every time. I don't care that Marple's 3 times my age. He's off on his philosophy here. Got to get better. See, he's great with the code, statutes, policy. What did I just tell you? Code, statutes, policy, citation can only get you so far if you don't go to the original site for the citation, the original resource. You have to become resourceful. Again, you make the people the sovereign, the people going to do whatever they want to do and tell everybody else they got to listen. That's not what makes this system great. The system and the people are only great because they reflect the creator and its creation in the purest form and sense, spiritually and physically. So we got to get that right. That's a very small but very important piece. Philosophically, that translates legally and lawfully. You have a limited power in this realm to act with a level of will that appears to be sovereignty to an agent or a slave. Because you can literally do whatever you want to do unless you cause harm. But even still, you are not sovereign because there's an unless and until you cause harm, legally and lawfully. You're karmically bound before, during, and after by that, right? So you are not the supreme being and authority. Interestingly enough, the only way you can have true power and value here is if you hold and be and reflect what the supreme sovereign authority has laid down for you. If you reject that, you're the furthest thing from a sovereign being. May as well be demonically possessed and in the underworld, right? Right. There's God and then there's God's free will. You have God's free will to do God's commandments. If you don't, the devil's going to have your ass. Pretty simple. Nowhere in there, citizen, non-citizen, does that make you the co-creator and experiencer with a divine claim, the sovereign authority. Hell no. Matter of fact, that idea is what got us here. The fact that a bunch of you clowns are the sovereign authority could do whatever the fuck you want to do and remake creation in your own image, Lucifere style. No, that ain't what this is. You lost the plot again. There, by the way, there he is again. Showed up. Hope you have some sympathy for him when he shows up. Use all that well-earned polites, or I'll lay your soul to waste. You all keep doing it and reflecting it. Then you want to fight the devil when the biggest devil is in you. You're all your own worst enemy when you embody this deception. That you're all your own God. I could do whatever you want to do and be whatever you want to be here and not have to adhere to the lore, the law. The common sense that has now become woefully uncommon. I kind of like being in my TV. Very nostalgic. Brings us back to the 80s and the 90s. Well, I was barely alive. 89. Yeah, the 90s. Old world normal slavery. That's my preferable nostalgic slavery was old normal. Old normal, old time slavery. Not this new normal stuff.
That came about as a result of the revolution, when all feudal ties with the King of England were severed by the revolution.
And so then you're saying that each sovereign does not have to abide by the public policy of the corporation of the state of New Hampshire?
Absolutely, because there's no instrument.
And what?
And see, what occurred in 1966, I would put this before. What occurred in 1966 is Lyndon Baines Johnson exercised his will on the Congress to remove silver from circulation. When the silver was removed from circulation, Congress had to enact a means for commerce to continue. And what they did, they enacted public laws. The 89th Congress, they enacted Public Law 719. And 719 is what mandated that all commercial intercourse between government and the people had to follow the Uniform Commercial Code. Why? Because there's no lawful money in circulation. You can't pay anybody anything. You can now discharge your obligations with commercial paper.
Can I stop you with 2 questions? The first one is going back to something you said earlier about, you said there's no instrument to guide the sovereigns. Aren't the statutes of New Hampshire the instrument that guide the sovereigns in the state?
The Uniform Commercial Code requires a contract, an instrument,
That's my second
and it
question.
has to be fully informed. There has to be a meeting of the minds for the contract to exist.
Right. He's essentially saying, I believe I know where he's going and we'll hear it, but she's asking a question she should know the answer to if she understands contract law, status, standing, title, and chain of title. So statute, policy, and code directs all trustees of the agency, the corporation. The problem or the solution for them is just turn every man or woman into a trustee or an agent of the corporation. That's why every time you go to work, whatever business you work at is licensed. And they get benefits and privileges, and they have you sign papers. And every time you sign them W papers, you sign as a withholding agent. They just turned you into an agent / trustee for the corporation called the United States. You voluntarily, whether you know it or not, took yourself out of your natural personhood as a protected class, put yourself into the capacity of privileged class with duties and obligations. And one of those duties and obligations is tax to upkeep and maintain your world and your society, the legal corporatist society, right? So statutes and policies and codes do not direct what you keep calling the sovereign man and woman now who isn't sovereign, because God and their conscience directs them theoretically, supposedly, as it should be. Because it's not, we have a whole world being directed by statute, policy, and code who don't know right from wrong and can't even see and talk. Blind leading the blind. You're in complete Babylon where no one understands anybody else. While they build a Tower of Babel to reach the sun or whatever else the fucking, I'm not a biblical scholar, but it's all right there, allegorically, metaphorically. It's always right there every time. So, yes, ma'am, I have this confirmed at state court on Colorado. There's dual jurisdiction, corporate and common, cooperative and co-creative, legalistic, naturalistic. I could go on and on and on, because there's an overworld and an underworld here, because there's real and there's fake here, because there's a masculine and a feminine principle here. This is all holographic, reflective, seemingly paradoxical, yet dualistically complementary aspects of self and creation. Safety is a feminine principle. Rights and freedom are a masculine principle. Conceiving of these rights are a feminine principle, conception. Acting on them is a masculine principle. Do I have to go down the line of how this all works on every level, holographically, reflectively? That's why I laugh when you come here to argue over beliefs and opinions and ideas of men who don't know shit. Once you get out of what you believe and can look and actually see, you know, and got true enough, now you can explain so you and others can understand and reverse engineer and make sense how it all applies. The administrator's now asking him to clarify because she doesn't understand dual jurisdiction or the duality and the nature of creation and existence in and of itself. She can't put those pieces together. But we're supposed to believe she and others can arbitrarily act as the arbiter in these administrative proceedings and determine the complicated facts of the matter of law and creation. Complicated for you, by the way, as the blind leading the blind. Thousands and millions of policies and codes, all to come down to a 3 to 5 archetypal power value system that could be described in 500 words or less. And that's pushing it. That's like an expansive, synopsis. I could boil this shit down to 2 fucking sentences. More accurately describe everything that's going on in and around us, while they can't use thousands of words and terms and policies and codes to make any sense. This is just, it's beyond inversion land, bizarro world. This is why I say the best folks at court are not court officers and court personnel. They're philosophers. Mr. Marple was a philosopher to some extent. way before he was a senator and at court.
Okay, my question to you is, UCC, Uniform Commercial Code, is usually regarded in a commercial setting, obviously. And that was one of my questions I wrote after reading the documents that you submitted. So am I to understand, and if I'm wrong, please stop me, but is your argument that any travel, anyone who's using a cart, a horse, a motor vehicle, that is traveling is part of commerce and not in their individual capacity, so that's why it's covered by the UCC?
Absolutely, because the UCC is the controlling factor in everything today. Why? Because there's no lawful money. Now, whenever you violate the UCC, you have committed a fraud against the people.
So can you just help me understand your argument with how the UCC controls someone's driving in New Hampshire?
Oh, well, let me do that right now. And the Hampshire Supreme Court has already addressed that for you. Would you like to deliver the Supreme Court decision to it?
Yeah, let her know that they deem the UCC to be.
I want you to see, I want you to read, but it's highlighted and also the red. Read it out loud so it goes into the court record, please.
Well, it will be in the court record by your
Yeah, you're about to get wrecked again. The truth's about to wreck you again.
Bank of Boston versus Jones, 108 New Hampshire, 386, 1967. All right, and I'm just reading what you have highlighted here. And this talks about secure transactions. Since the original purchaser of an automobile bought it for personal family purposes or household purposes, the automobile will be classified as consumer goods. So I understand your argument that the automobile is considered a consumer good under the UCC, but how is someone's privilege or right, depending on who you're talking to operate that motor vehicle?
Well, you just word to me for interrupting, but you use the word operate. No, I'm a traveler. The right to travel existed before governments were incorporated. I have a brief on that if you're so inclined. Let me deliver it to you.
What is that?
It's a brief on the right to travel with the citations.
And so are you saying that right to travel includes operating motor vehicles?
No, you use the word operating, no. That has nothing to do. You're talking about two different things. You're talking about eyewitness system. Simple. A horse and a zebra. They're both equine, but they're different. You're talking about a motor vehicle and an automobile. An automobile, as the Supreme Court has confirmed, is not taxable. You don't have to pay any taxes to your town for an automobile. You do for a commercial motor vehicle. I have to tell you, it was killed last session. I put it in again. I'm going to make an issue out of it. The automobile dealer today literally commits a criminal tort. The criminal tort is conversion. Conversion is denying you, the buyer, from the certificate of origin, which is the deed to your property.
Right. So what is he saying? We've been over this here because, again, he's understanding the process of titling and registering and how it all works. So when you go to an automobile dealer, they sell you the automobile and then create paperwork on the fly that obscures the original paperwork and essentially could be seen as a unlawful conversion, even though you voluntarily agree to it. They didn't tell you what they were doing. That's the whole point of a title. You change the title, you change the status. You change the status, you change the standing. You change the standing, you change what needs to be regulated or can be regulated and what doesn't. It's exactly what happens with Native Americans. They don't get regulated the same as legal persons of a legal society. They could drink peyote and everything else, and they can't hold them to those codes and policies. So he's talking about the fraud that takes place when they turn an automobile into a motor vehicle, which is defined completely differently under United States Code. The automobile is defined as a private instrument, household good that is exempt from taxation and regulation. A motor vehicle is defined as a commercial good. It even describes a taxi, a bus, or a tractor trailer, anything engaged in moving people or goods for profit. Okay? So what we have here is a failure to communicate. And what we have here is a corporate takeover on all levels. Even on the lowest level, we have a takeover by the states and the locals who want to obscure federal code and the definitions and what it all means. They want to regulate man's rights and freedom and do it for profit. That's RICO. That's treason. That's sedition. It's a lot of things under U.S. code that are punishable by death and or 20 or more years in prison. Okay. So yes, that's exactly what it is. It could be seen as an unlawful conversion where there's not a legitimate contract, where they withhold information so that there isn't a meeting of the minds and you just ignorantly sign the documents so they can convert your private property to state property, regulate you, and profiteer off of it. And then the state gives them kickbacks to do it. So you're all involved in RICO and treason and sedition and so many other things. So we should just take one day and go into U.S. code, because I don't commit it to memory, and just go over all the things they're all guilty of, because it's literally the whole thing. The reason they wrote U.S. code was to stop all of this behavior that they knew was going to happen. So now we have an issue, because if the feds don't come in to stop all this, they're derelict in their duty, and they're now on the claim of corruption and bad faith and dishonor and unlawful and illegal. See how it works? Everybody gets to hold some liability here, including the slaves. So that's why you never get your manufacturer's certificate of origin. You never see it. They send it right over to the DMV and then create you a title. And of course, it's right in the word, and the chimpanzee can't figure it out. You signed a title because you changed what they called it, because what they call it denotes how it's regulated. Jurisdiction means to speak the law. Jurisdiction. Spoken law that you signed off on. You created the law for yourself when you signed the contract unknowingly. They didn't do anything to you. You're all claiming they're doing it for you, because you wanted to walk out with a car that cost $50,000 non-dollars and not pay for it today. See how it works? With benefits and privileges come a limitation on your rights and abilities, with duties and obligations. That's why I don't want to get married, by the way. Let's not get into it. Paulie's got mommy issues. Paulie's got many issues. One of my issues with lying, grifting, cheating, cowardly, converting, shape-shifting frauds. And it wouldn't be so bad if they all did this and lived in their own pathetic, ignorant, arrogant, stupid, retarded, dysfunctional world. They want to try to put it on me and every other man who isn't a man yet and is in the process of becoming a man by discovering who and what they really are, what the truth is in this place about God and all the rest of it. That's where we have a big problem, an issue. I got no issue living and letting live, right? I got no issue coexisting. Hell, I write songs as Flea Brownwood about you guys' slavery and genocide. I give you hits upon hits in gold for your slavery. I support you in your slavery. Just don't fucking put it on me. That's all I'm asking. It's not asking so much, I don't think.
The automobile dealer, because of coercion by a corporate entity known as the motor vehicle department, which is a private profit-making corporation providing administrative services, and you're sitting as nothing more than a member of that motor vehicle department.
Can I just stop you for a minute? I'm still hung up on something that you said earlier.
Okay.
About travel versus operating. If someone's driving a car, all right, there's a motor vehicle that's on the street and it's being driven by someone. Are you saying that that person who's driving?
Driver in United States Code is a commercial term. It's defined as any person who takes a carriage or a motor car on the roadway for compensation and or profit. That's what a driver is. Goes back etymologically to the days of a chauffeur who's in a corporate capacity. He's being paid to move around people and property. So a driver was, driver, once around the park, please. That's a driver. See, this tard can't even figure out what a driver is. They think driver is, I'm behind a wheel. Driver is a word. It has meaning. It goes back to an etymology. The etymology is based on an experience.
Is just traveling through it.
No, I'm not saying they're traveling.
Well, how is it that someone, are you saying that nobody's driving the car?
The motor vehicle only has jurisdiction over the commercial traffic on a public way.
So
they have total jurisdiction there. They have no jurisdiction over a private automobile.
And you're relying again on the definition of a personal family motor vehicle being used in a private setting, so that the only authority that the UCC covers is if a motor vehicle is being used for a commercial purpose. So
if you use a self-propelled conveyance on the public way for a profit or a gain, then you are subject to what the motor vehicle about. You have a license, and they have jurisdiction, but they have no jurisdiction over me.
So any individual or sovereign, if they wish to get from point A to B in a motor vehicle, then your argument is that the state does not have authority over that person because it's for private use that you're going from point A to point B?
They go to church on Sunday, they're going to get them. You take a little ride on the highway to see the changing of the foliage in the fall. That is all personal. You do not need a license because you're not in commercial use of the highway, and you don't have to have a registration. Because UCC, which in the answer is RSA 382A, you see it in front of you, the Supreme Court case. It's consumer goods. Consumer goods do not require any registration. Consumer goods do not require a license to control them.
How do you reconcile your argument with state of New Hampshire law that says a person does have to have a license to drive a motor vehicle?
You're talking about commercial vehicles versus a pleasure vehicle.
It does not.
It's not a vehicle, it's an automobile. So they're playing word games, I believe, if you excuse my expression here. You're talking semantic subterfuge. And that's
I'm really trying to
impact.
understand your argument, Mark. I'm just trying to.
You don't agree with it?
Well, I'm trying to learn what your argument is. I'm not making a ruling today one way or the other. That's why we're having this discussion, so that I can fully understand what your position is and give the state an opportunity to respond as well. So let me just see if I understand it. Government is a corporation. They make public policy, but that is not enforceable to the individual sovereign. If someone is using a motor vehicle to travel for a personal reason.
You just use the term, excuse me for interrupting you, you keep using the term motor vehicle. We have two.
Self-propelled, what did you call it, self-propelled? I wrote down that, because I understand that you don't want to. If someone is using some sort of mode of transportation that they're in control of, by control of, I mean, they're pushing the gas pedal, they're driving it, they're making decisions to turn right or left. Your argument is, if they're doing that in their personal life, that they do not need a driver's license. But if they were doing that, say, to sell their goods to Shaw's supermarket, or to go build a house, so they were a contractor, they would need a driver's license. Am I understanding the distinction that you're making?
You use the word license, and you know that a license is something that government gives you a privilege, a right into a privilege. That's good. Murdoch versus Pennsylvania prohibits that. You cannot license a right and charge a fee for it. Because the right to travel existed before governments were created. The courts have already adjudicated it, but because of deprivation of information, the people are coerced into doing what the automobile dealers have acquired your certificate of origin, which is the original deed to your property, and they gave it to the motor vehicle. So now the motor vehicle is a recipient of the fruit of an evil tree. The evil tree being the automobile dealers who sent them the certificate of origin. The motor vehicle department takes that, because now they have to.
Right, I'm in the U.S. code again, like we have been many times, and I want to know why. Because Artie and the legalists will say, well, Paul, that's just in that section, this, that, and the third. And then when I back them out of that section and go to other sections, you can see they make a clear distinction between a commercial motor vehicle and a motor vehicle. Why is that distinction there and other times it's not? See, why is this been obfuscated and amended and smoke screened? So I have it right here. 18 U.S. Code, Section 31. Motor vehicle. keeps using these terms. They keep using these terms. It's like a robot. It's like arguing with a robot. Motor vehicle, not car, not anything else. Motor vehicle. Okay. Motor vehicle means every description of carriage or other contrivance propelled or drawn by mechanical power and used for commercial purposes on the highways in the transportation of passengers and property or cargo. And used for commercial purposes, not or, and. Means it has to fit both descriptors, right? So why in the U.S. code is this defined in a different way than it's defined in state code? Because we have either a federal corporate takeover in some instances, or we have a state and local takeover in other instances, because they're all people doing the same mechanisms, trying to take over and subvert rights and freedom and the law of the land so they can have more power, control, and safety and benefits and privileges. We got a call here. How are you? Can I get a name?
Yeah, my name's Eli.
Eli, well, let's hope you're not going to do too much of that, Eli.
Too much of what? Too much of what, sir?
Elying. I'm joking. It's a play on words. Good to have you, Eli. What do you got for us? Questions, comments, concerns, prognosis for me? If you want to let me know what mental or emotional illness that I have, whatever you got.
All right. Are you Democratic?
Define it for me. We might do a lot of that, by the way, just so we all know.
The opposite of Republican, like pro-life choice. Like you believe that abortion is a law, all types of other stuff.
Well, it would seem to me that if you're following, again, your constitution for your corporation that you call a nation, then it says you have a right to life, liberty, and pursuit to happiness. That means once you become aware that there's a life within you, that you have a responsibility to protect that life. If you believe, or if it is in truth, that is the law in conscience and in cause and effect, right? Which I would have to argue that it is, if nothing else, because philosophically, if I don't make that argument that you don't have a right to kill the child that's growing within you, then you'll all start killing children up to even 3, 4, 5 years old, and it'll become all of that, right? And I just don't believe that it's the proper way to go about this, right? And again, I know what's going to be said and postulated. Well, what if somebody gets raped? That's always the go-to. Again, that's a horrible scenario. 2 wrongs don't make a right. And killing a child that's conceived out of a rape arguably doesn't solve anything and isn't necessarily the rightest or best course of action, right? With that said, I'm not in that scenario. I don't have to live it. So I definitely can't speak on it with firsthand knowledge, right?
Yeah, I agree with it. Yeah,
I agree. With that said, I don't necessarily need firsthand knowledge to kind of go down the path of what seems to be logical, moral, and ethical, and see what kind of feedback I get, right? So the best course of, like, abstinence or abortion, the best course of abortion would be non-abortion, would be abstinence, right? Don't have copulative sex if you can't raise the child. Now, again, when we come to the rape scenario, it's a bit of a quandary, but I can't sign on to objectively legalizing or accepting it as lawful to kill a child when you become aware that it's inside of you, because I know what it will turn into. Even if I can't make the determination in the moment, whether it's objectively right or wrong, or whether it's good for the woman or not to have to carry now a baby to term and beyond and raise it who comes from a rapist, that's a very bizarre. Now, here's where my mind goes and heart goes. Is it possible that something about this creation has redeemability in all the places we don't want to look and accept? Because this is, again, maybe my extreme coping mechanism. If I was in that position, I would try to get myself to a place where I could raise this child and love it and show it something different, maybe, and even take a very horrible situation that isn't going to change and turn it into something potentially very beautiful and redeemable, right? And be godlike instead of devil-like. See, Instead of go right to kill, steal, destroy, I try to go right to God-like. How can I take what's already happened that I can't change and co-create something even better and brighter out of that, instead of constantly revert to kill, steal, destroy, which is the modality of the beast steel body here and the beast spirit, you could say. Because guess what? It's more inauthentic corporate beta male female stuff. You don't want accountability or responsibility now for a life that grows in you because you didn't get to choose how it got there. Well, neither did supposedly, according to your law, Jesus's mama. What if Jesus's mama, who they say, I don't buy the lore, but I'm just giving you their rap. What if Jesus's mama said, I got a child inside of me that's put there that I didn't have sex with a man, however it got there. I'm going to abort it because it's not what I wanted or what I expected it, right? Well, then you never would have got what God brings through a motherfucker for everyone that you took up out of here, right? See? So I try to reflect on these dynamics, and one of the biggest ones is the Christ dynamic of what is encoded in that story from top to bottom and how it has meaning for us. So I could try to reflect the godlike beingness in me rather than the devil that is within me, right? And of course, I am far from being able to say that I perfected that. I'm at least aware of that, and I at least employ that, which I think is a start, right?
Yeah. So, like, my thing is, I agree with you. Abortion is wrong, but when it comes to, like, rape and stuff, there's, like, painless ways for pregnancy. Like, for example, there's multiple pregnancies. My mom, she also had painless pregnancies, C-sections, but instead of killing the fetus, I feel like we should put it up for adoption.
That's another route to go down. Now you're not killing, stealing, destroying. You're actually providing in a godlike fashion for a family who may not be able to have those children, a child who can be cared for and loved. That's godlike. That's provisions. That's facilitation. That's co-creation. That's cooperation. That's beautiful in its ugliness. See, and this is the point, right? If we understand the archetypal dynamics of what this experience of God is as us, for us, with us, we can also understand the other side of things. Now, this is where we got to step back from good and evil to not make it a moralistic endeavor where we judge everyone and understand that there's a different way is all that this is. It's just the continual reminder that potentially maybe there's a different way than what we default to or what's been shown to us, right? If we care enough to go down that path and bear the burden of accountability, responsibility, the liability, right? Or we just develop the ability to lie to ourselves and everybody else and trick ourselves out of position and call it something different than what it is and cope and make excuses and justifications and all the rest of it that comes with it. So, yeah, man, this is the practice, right? No, go ahead.
Yeah, so like I was saying, sin also has been normalized. So the reason why, like, all this stuff, all these arguments, they all come from the devil, even though you may not, like, some people may not realize it. All these arguments come from Satan. As you can see in the Bible, also Jesus twisted scripture against Jesus. If you look that up in the Bible, because like I said, Jesus is God, like, in the flesh. So the flesh can still be tempted, but Jesus is still God at the same time. So let's think of it as like a limited God, because God limits himself.
That's all of us, bro. You could argue that's the story of all of our manifestation and experience. Because in that same story, I quote it all the time. The scholars missed it. Jesus told them not to get physical, and he went and got physical. Why? Because he is God, or with God, or has God within him. And he could live from that and speak from that. And he also has flesh. And he walked in the temple and watched a whole bunch of genocidal slaves selling him and everything down the river. And he lost his fucking mind. Or he lost his heart, rather, is a better way to put it, right? He went right into his body and into his feelers and started getting reactive because he couldn't believe, just like I can oftentimes, what these slaves will do and say, and then do and say about what they just did and said, right? I could see that. That makes sense.
I'm sorry.
No, I believe that's the reason they eventually put him to death, is because he went and violated his own understanding, which is eternal, about what we're here to do. We're not here to fight these people physically or get physical with them. He told everyone, don't get physical with them. It's not that time. That's not our mission. He then turned around, reacted, and got physical with the whip, and they killed his ass. Right now, the key to all this is you can't kill the spirit that lives in the man who's walking in the way or attempting to. By killing the man's body, you set the spirit free, and you activate the spirits of a whole bunch of other men holding that spirit, right? So this is the idea, the resurrection, and then the sweeping Messiah, savior of the Christed beingness. Still to this day, the story and the archetypal power and value, symbols and experience within inspires and reveals power and value to us in our own beingness, in our own life, right? So this is why I take the position I do when I talk about rights and freedom and faith and all the rest of this. I have a ton of guns and bullets. I will never use them on agents and my fellow man if I can avoid it, right? There's just no reason to. There's no winning in that. It doesn't solve anything. It just sets me up to be like what I'm saying is illegitimate. And the only path forward is not revolution, which means complete circle. It's resolution. We have to be resolute in the spirit, the truth, life, and way. If not, we're going the way that it always goes.
So, like, I have a question for you.
Sure.
So, like, you wouldn't believe that, so you don't believe in the Christian theology that Jesus is God, and you don't believe in the Trinity?
I absolutely believe in all of the Christian theology. I believe it's been mistranslated and misinterpreted by the modern day Pharisees, the Sadducees, pastors, preachers, the edifice, right? The institutionalized folks. They don't understand the actual true value and power that's encoded in that story and what it means to them. They're selling themselves and their congregations short. So it's quite the opposite, sir. Not only do I believe in it, I know there's holographic reflective truth in that story, and I put myself to living it, and I've gotten fantastic results that to me are miraculous. So I'm not only a believer, I'm a knower to an extent, and I'm a walker in the way as far as I can perceive.
I say that all the time. I don't believe I know it's real. I say that all the time.
Right. Now, what's not real is all these folks' interpretations and remixes and postulations, right? Or their translations about an experience they're not having. See?
Exactly. Like if you look at NRV, they didn't even use the translation. They edited the Bible. Like
right.
In the NRV, the homosexual verses, in Leviticus, they edited. They like hid it out, try to sweep it out. But the thing they don't know is we still got the Hebrew Bible. And then the NIV also translated, the verse that says, if you rape a woman, you shall pay the father 50 shekels. I never heard of that Israelite or Hebrew law at all. Instead, the translation in the Hebrew meant lay down or lie down. But like you said,
right, they're essentially, this is what's so, well, that's what's so funny about it. And you sound like this is what's so great. This is a godly interaction right now. This is a person who, if I had to guess, is under 18 potentially. This person has intuition and instincts. This person is measured and disciplined and controlled. This person asks good questions to get answers. Shut the fuck up and let me give it. This person can see the truth I'm laying out that I can't get the rest of the morons supposedly above him to get with and understand. And he's fluid and dynamic and malleable in the sense that he doesn't have to stick to his old dog can't learn new tricks indoctrination. This is somebody who's going to go somewhere in this life. I can tell you in the first 10 fucking minutes. So go ahead, sir. You are everything that this broadcast needed because of everything that happened before you came here and all the ways that I constantly present and interact.
I appreciate it. I mean, like I said, I am under 18, and I am still studying. I'm not like a scholar, Bible, biblically scholar or anything. I do agree with what you say, though.
Why do you do what you do? Why do you do what you do?
I do it because there's false prophets and there's people who like to deceive other people, and then they post it and then deceives more people, and I think that's demonic. Because why are you spreading demonic lies, but then you come to the people who are spreading truth and say that, well, we're doing this wrong because we're forcing it while you're actively doing the same thing. So it's
You know what you just communicated to me? Because you're using all these words for the antithetical description. We could just describe it in the affirmative. See, you went to, you don't like the lies and the deceptions and the power games everyone else is playing. Welcome. You sound a lot like, is your last name Unslave by any chance? You might be one of my long lost sons. Did I, well, let's not go there. I was going to be rude, crude, and lewd, but we'll save that. What you just communicated is a heart that's oriented toward justice, sir. Another thing I can't get. And I'm going to refer to you as sir because you're more of a man than the majority of adults who come here. Okay. So you just communicated to me in your own way what I was. That's the reason I asked, by the way. I'm going to let you in on how I work. I asked you because I know my heart and why it does what it does. And I wanted you to answer without me leading you. And you did. You said in your own way, my heart is oriented toward truth and justice. I want to know and I want to be right. And that's oftentimes what I tell people here is the prerequisite to doing any of this is you have to have a heart that has been moved so significantly, if it wasn't always that way, so moved so significantly, it almost changes everything about who and what you are and how you live, to where you're almost constantly either seeking the truth and to be set free or reminded that we need to be doing that, because if not, we're going to lose our way, right? So
exactly.
You're going to right now in this moment, whether anyone knows it or not, prove all of the shit that I've been saying and putting forth by showing up as someone who'd be least likely to be seen as that, right? That's the game. That's God's handiwork. And I love when it works and does what it does.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, all of this is temporal. Like, we're all going to die someday. Like, it's all like, everything, people think that life is like long because it feels long, but that's like an illusion. That's long. It's kind of like pain. Pain feels like it's a long time until it ends. That I kind of use pain for like life. It feels like a long time until your life has stopped. And then we're all gonna get judged. And if you've been on the path that God says so, then you're good. So I feel like I'm glad when I see people spread truth and stuff like you're doing. Because to be honest, you're doing this out of your own free will. You didn't have to do this at all. And so when people come over on your stuff or on anybody else's stuff and then spread corruption and lies, that's the devil.
So do you ever get yourself in trouble with supposed authorities? Do you ever question people you're not supposed to question? Do you ever notice? I'm asking you, I don't know, I'm just asking you. Do you ever see like that some of the people we're supposed to know don't seem to know? So you try to ask questions to understand and it becomes a whole thing, or you have any of those experiences, or is that not a thing for you?
Yeah, I had some of those experiences before.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to go into them or talk about them, I'm just interested to hear more about, what a younger person, so to speak, coming up at this time or any time, how their experience is being had. And I find it curiously interesting that you label me and what I'm doing here as the truth when so many adults can sit here for months and years and not even see it or hear it. I'm wondering what the connection is when you already admitted you're a biblical Christian and I'm correlating to the Bible, but I'm not citing the Bible for my experience and understanding. Because you would agree with that, right? We don't necessarily agree on the formality of the religion, right? Like, or do we? Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
What's the formality for you?
you know, like the whole source of what Christianity is the Bible and the translations from the pastors and priests, rather than Jesus Christ is only God's son. He died on the cross so we might live and we can do whatever we want because we're quenched in the blood and he's going to come back and save us all from what we keep creating and doing, right? All that whole deal.
Not at all. Not.
Okay, so you are already less moronic than the majority of folks twice, 3 times, and 4 times your age. You can see how illogical and unreasonable that is. And kind of like spiritual bypass. Go ahead.
Yeah, because what they're saying is that, yeah, you can do whatever you want because Jesus died for us. That is incorrect. And it's not even according to most of their Bibles that they quote. They just twist the scripture like the devil likes to do. Those are what we call false prophets.
Okay, so then now this is going to be great. What about voting? What about joining the military? What about the state, right? Surely we're supposed... What?
I don't agree with none of that.
I don't agree with none of that. Holy crap, this kid is really unsafe and undemocratic. Oh, man. Yeah, something may have to be done about him. Sir, how long have you been a terrorist? Let me ask you that. How long have you been a terrorist? And when did you first start? Who and what radicalized you? Do you see my point here, folks? Do you see my point? Artie's corporate slaved out fiction. Whole life is Artie's corporate slaved out fiction, by the way. It's so comedically ironic. Can I ask how old you are so I can catch a bunch of shit from the deviants out there who will say that I'm trying to like groom you or something? You know?
15.
15. Okay. So we have an adolescent male who, this broadcast isn't made for kids. As far as I know, we're not doing anything lewd and crude here, lascivious. We're not promoting violence here, so I don't see why he can't legally and lawfully be here to do fellowship, especially since he gets 5 or 10 things I can't get. 30, 40, 50, and 60-year-old people, he gets it intuitively, instinctually, right? He's a reflection of me. This is now Paulie boy at 15. This is why the other day, and by the way, cover your ears, son. You're going to be a man soon and go to war for U.S. corporation, but you can't hear lingo like what I'm about to say. Cover your ears. So this is why I laughed the other day when someone tried to say I was a pedo supporter because a 15-year-old boy was apparently making love to a 20-year-old girl. And they told me, well, all age is first of all, it's not a child, okay? It's not prepubescent, number 1. Number 2, age of reason, logic, morals, ethics, reason, intuition, instincts, which is in law and legality the prerequisite to making a choice, right? So I could argue that this guy right here and that guy who was, quote unquote, we won't say it that way, copulating with the 20-year-old is more of a man in 5 different ways than the majority of you slaves who come here who are 2 and 3 times the age, because they have instinct and intuition activated. They're the age of reason. They can reason and be sensible. Okay. And quite frankly, it's even more embarrassing because they conduct themselves in a more courteous fashion. I could take this kid to court and whoop everyone in 3 seconds because he talks when it's time to speak. He speaks about what matters and he shuts the fuck up and surrenders in faith. He's got it all. See? I say it's laughable. You morons couldn't sit and be an administrator and a judge because you don't understand nuance and context. Oh, everyone that's under this age is this. Everyone that's over this age is this. That's not how that works in logic, morals, ethics, and philosophy. And no, that doesn't mean I'm making a case that I should be able to fill in the blank with fill in the blank, because I know that's where the deviance will go. I'm just pointing out how it works. In truth and in facts, right? Because again, this is a new thing now. You got a lot of folks running around. Everyone's a PDF. Everybody's doing PDF and supporting it. They don't even know what it means. They can't define it, and they can't apply the understanding properly to the situation based on the mitigating factors and the facts. And this is what I would bank all of my philosophy on, right? This guy right here, I could give a gun, a car, a 20-year-old broad to, and everything else, and he'd be more responsible, accountable, good faith, and honorable than most of you double and triple his age. And by the way, that's the way it used to be on America, and that was called rights and again, the age of reason, and that's why it was such a wild west, because people had to use common sense and understand nuance and context to use logic, morals, and ethics and make a fucking point, and not just randomly talk from their feelers and not make any sense and make a bunch of judgments that are incorrect. Because they'll try to tell me, Paulie boy, you had a son. You're going to let him hear this, that, and the third. He's going to grow up to be a man at some point. He's got to know what life's about, good, bad, and ugly, right? You're going to let him hear that? You're going to let him practice with a gun when he's 10 or 12 years old? Or what? Yeah, whenever he becomes the age of reason where I can tell that he can govern himself to a certain extent and understand right from wrong and do it. Yes, that's the age he's going to get trained with weaponry. Because that's what makes sense. Go ahead. What was your name again?
Eli.
Eli, right. He's not Eliing here. That's another ironic name that he shows up with. Eli, and he shows up with the truth. So I guess we got to rename you. He's now E-Truth instead of Eli. Okay, well, tell me more if you got anything else that you want to comment on. At some point, I got to go to, it looks like Veer is in the back. So we can go to her. But if you have any, sort of, I mean, I guess I could go down the interrogatory lane with you about more things, because I found that interesting. You say you don't believe it. What, can you be more specific about the state? And please don't tell me that there's no way that you could. I mean, you got to be for one or the other political parties, right? Like one's got to be a little less evil than the other, right?
Nah, they're both just as evil.
What?
They're both just as evil.
Wow. You mean you're not going to vote for a businessman in a suit to run your life with thousands of codes, even if they're the lesser evil?
No. Never.
No.
Evil is evil.
Interesting.
You shouldn't. I will vote for one. I will vote one if you can show me anywhere in the Bible or like in any sense or in any morality where you should choose one evil over another just because it's less evil.
Right, and I don't even need to look in the Bible. I can look in myself and use logic, moral, and ethics to determine it makes no sense to continue to pay for and beg for one of two sides of people who all do the same shit to a lesser or greater degree, right? All of them got us 40 trillion in debt. All of them did the endless wars. All of them bankrupted the economy and did tyrannical medical system and everything else. They all participated in it.
Exactly.
Interesting. Guys, anyone out there, are you thoroughly embarrassed yet that a 15-year-old unslavian creature has the same instincts, intuition, abilities to reason that I did at like 12 to 15, where he can outcompete you when it comes to logic, morals, and ethics and civics? He can outcompete you even though you're 2 and 3 times his age and have 2 and 3 times the supposed life experience. You're going to piss a lot of people off in your lifetime, Junior. And you should love every minute of it. Boy, are they going to hate you. You're going to be a constant reflection of everything they are and aren't.
You already know they hate people who tell the truth.
Well, yeah, because it confronts the lie they live all day, every day, in themselves and in the world. Of course, they don't like it. It's another reflection of who and what they are and what they're not.
And it's kind of, for those Democrats and Republicans, the peacemakers, for those people who are peacemakers, every time every time they hear something they don't like, they sure do tell people to kill themselves when they're making mental health facilities. That is kind of crazy to think about.
Well, yeah, you
And
know,
then
it's we send all of our mentally ill to run the society is what we do. We got a great model for it. We say go blow stuff up, you know, go to Congress, go traffic humans with Epstein, you know, allegedly. I can't prove it. This is according to the news. I don't want to upset any minors, legal minors out there, you know.
It's just all one big demonic act. They want to make you believe this is a war between good and evil. It's not even a war. It's just evil and evil battling. So like, it's like, how do I explain this? It's like both of them are going to equal either way. And I'm not going to be one of the NPCs who are like, this party is better because of this. Because what about what that person did in the past? They want to act like they're all this glorious person until they're caught up. They did the same thing with Trump. Once Trump was in office, they're like, yeah, I can't believe I chose him. It's too late. What if they expose Kamala next? What are you going to say about that? Now both parties are evil. What are you going to do now?
Well, that's the game. Whatever party's in now gets the shitty approval rating, and every one of their constituency turns against them. And then the other side says, see, look what you did. Now it's our turn. And they just do that forever. But we have the meme right here. We were promised freedom through your supposed constitutional contract. What we got is control on all sides. Constitution promised, and it doesn't promise. I just wrote it that way because slaves need me to talk like them so they can like get on board. So forgive me. Don't folks try to tell me what it is after I told them and they repeated what I told them. Like I'm speaking slave language sometimes to blur the lines so I can get them on board to understand it deeper. Because if not, they don't even look and listen. They check right out. So Constitution codifies and supposedly secures at least part of it till they amended it. The right to free speech, but you censored and shadow banned and canceled. The right to bear arms, but many states you can't own a gun. Certain cities, if you own it, you can't carry it. It's got to be in a purse and unlocked and all the rest. Locked purse and unloaded and all the rest of this crap. The other places where you can own it, in quotes, you got to beg for permission and pay tax. And they can deny you and you need permits. So somehow a right turned into a privilege again. There it is again. Right to own property. Well, not so fast. You got to pay taxes on it every month. And if you don't pay for 3 years, they come and take the property and they give it away. So you can't actually technically at this point own property. You can lease property for a very, very low introductory rate of whatever the tax is yearly forever. Right. So that's the antithesis of ownership. Ownership is you bought something, you paid for it, you own it. No one can legally or lawfully take it from you without being a wrongdoer. Well, that's not what this is. Okay. So there it goes, folks. You can see it in real time. There goes your right to own property. You have a right to perpetually pay the state to use your property or they come and take it. Right to travel freely. Well, not so fast again. You got to get a passport and you got to get license and registration and insurance. And you got to pay the taxes again, and you got to beg them. And then you got to strip search at the airport and at the subway, you know, because we did have a right to not be searched and seized, but there goes that right as well. Because if you want to travel now, then you got to be searched and seized. And there goes 2 rights as we speak. And there goes the first 5 of your natural rights codified in the Constitution. And we can go on. Because if you don't answer their questions, they'll tell you you're not fit to fly. You might have Osama bin Laden in your undershorts. He's hiding in there, waiting to light your shoes on fire and do terrorism and stuff.
But it's kind of funny how all these other countries are bad for attacking America, but we don't sit down and realize that we're also the terrorists because we're the ones stealing the oil. And then the Democrats want to get in their feelings like, oh, this is because of Trump. No, actually, they also allowed the illegal immigrants in and killed off almost a lot of Americans. And then once they get that argument, they say, well, that was justified because you're saying that they were justifiable for killing people. And then
Right, but where did we get to decide? I thought it was the Nazi Germans who decided that some people were more fit than others. When did we get to decide that someone is legal and illegal, and what does that mean if they're not moral or immoral? I don't understand what that means. That's like putting a gold star on a Jew and saying, well, the Jew is legal today because we put a gold star on it. Tomorrow, we might take it off to a feeding concentration camp on Guantanamo and put tubes up their nose, right? So this is part of the problem of the indoctrination. The status thinks legal and illegal is a barometer for moral and immoral. It's not, and it shouldn't be used as such. That's how you do atrocities to good people, by believing absurdities. I don't care. I'm an illegal motherfucker. What do you think of that? I do illegal shit all day, every day at some point. You know why? I have to, because the average man, according to a survey, commits 3 felonies a day unknowingly. Those are people who care about the code. I don't consult the code at all. I don't care what thousands of policies and codes say about starting my generator and how to run it and make sure the carburetor's off in the winter because global warming and all the rest of it. I'm as illegal as it gets. What are you going to do to me? Where are you going to take me? How are you going to deport me? Cut the games. It's only good till they come for you with the same logic, and then you want different rights and protections than what you afforded the next man. Because you don't understand free and brave. You don't understand natural rights. That's a man under God with God-given rights on any land. Until that man transgresses on you or your society, you have no ability to move on him with a court or any agency at all. As a matter of fact, you're supposed to uphold that being's rights and their freedom. We want people from other lands. The Statue of Liberty says, give me your poor, you're tired, you're hungry, huddle, masses yearning to be free. That was at an island where they were taking refugees and people. Don't give me the garbage about legal and illegal. It doesn't say anything in there about give me your legal, tired, hungry, poor masses. It talks about an idea of America being a refuge and a respite for the weary and the disempowered to be re-inspired in rights, freedom, principles, God, and faith and honorability. Because guess what? When you're a poor, broke motherfucker in this life who doesn't have a job, that's all you have left is your principles and your guiding light, your value systems, right? What gives you power when you don't have worldly power. So don't give me this garbage about civilization and sophistication and civilized and civil procedure and legalism and corporatism. Got nothing to do with the archetypal metaphorical beingness and metaphysical beingness that leads to everything we see as physical incarnation here. Because God uses the least among us, right? That's what we're learning here. If you took in all these poor and broken people from other places and you gave them an opportunity to serve God in the truth, life, and way, then they would be the redeemers of this land and this nation, not a curse to it. The people here are already the curse to it enough. As you said, the Americans here are the ones doing war. The United States corporation is doing war on Americans and Americans' rights and property, while they claim the rest of the world is doing war on U.S. corporation, right?
Yeah.
All right, give me a final word. Okay, so Austin Murphy's down there, bitter, resentful, hating, and projecting. Austin Murphy, you're done. I don't know what the point of that is. Not going to allow you folks to parasitically collect around me for years and project your wants and needs or unrequited desires and needs that I haven't given you or fulfilled back onto me when I'm doing my broadcast. Daddy's working here. Daddy has a 15-year-old apparent stepchild online here who understands truth, life, and way and is willing to do it better than most of you. Not interested in giving you more of my time, energy, attention. You've already wasted that. Already squandered it.
I agree perfectly, and it's just like no excuse for either side. So like my final word would just be like, we need to keep like spreading this word and like connecting more people on these phones because they're like tools. People use phones to just rot their brain with it. But like it's your free will, so like you can do what you need. But if you're gonna have something, use it for the good, and especially if you know the truth. But if you're not using your phones for the truth, then there's no point in having it, in my personal opinion. So like, yeah, I'm glad you're out here spreading the truth.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, because the world we live in, and again, we don't fear this because we have to have faith that if we're not doing wrong, that it doesn't matter how it turns out. But or do you have permission? Hopefully, faithfully, you have permission from your guardians to be here. To be, you do, okay, that's great, because I know a lot of legalistic corporatist predators out there who will project predatory behavior onto me to potentially try to make false claims, right? So that's good. Your guardian, as crazy as some might think they are, deems you fit to be here and me fit to be here with you, right? So we're not doing anything illegal. That's good.
Yeah, we're not. You're not doing nothing wrong. You did not harm me in any way, physically,
Well, that's
mentally,
good.
nothing like that.
Well, that's good.
Nothing, nothing weird like that. And I have permission from my guardian, but she is currently sleeping. But I already asked her to do the stuff I do, and she has granted me the permission to come on here and do that. So if anyone comes here and join, they're a fool. And if they try to say that, they're foolish. If any cop tries to test you, you could even call me. You could call my mom, and she will even clarify it. They're all foolish, and they're just coming here to destroy you because they don't want to hear the truth, and that's nothing but the devil.
All right, I was going to ask you how would you like a brother, but we'd have to talk with your mother first, and that might be, some will say that that's inappropriate. I'm very illegal and inappropriate, and on multiple levels. It's like insane. But I figure maybe you could put a good word in. I mean, you seem pretty reasonable. Again, more reasonable than most slaves who come here. And who knows? It may run in the gene pool. There may be some kind of genetic predisposition to that. In which case, your mother doesn't have to love me or even like me. We just want to have a baby gorilla running around here. Okay, let's just cut right to the chase. Odds of like us getting all 3 or even 2 out of 3 probably not going to happen. But hey, we'll get to that at some point. Thank you, Eli. I appreciate you for being here. You're a gentleman and a scholar, and start a channel. Start a channel. I'll promote it.
I have a channel.
Oh, you do? Well, you better get like Chili DeCastro and start self-promoting and grifting and projecting constantly, or else you're not going to go far here, kid. All right. So hopefully you got a piece of paper with nonsense on it that you can sell and grift on these people, right? You have something like that in the works, or what?
Nah.
I'm joking. That's good. See, notice how he doesn't even know what I'm talking about. He's like, what? Lying, cheating, stealing, grifting, selling nonsense products. Why would I do that? You're right, kid. Leave that to DeCastro and the rest of these supposed auditors and frauditors. Thank you again.
You said repeat.
Right. All right, I'm going to let you go.
All right. Have a blessed day.
You're welcome back whenever you please.
All right, thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Eli. Every so often, the universe throws us a lifesaver, a life preserver here. And we all in one moment are reminded again and remember, right?
He seems like a pretty cool cat.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential there, and we'll see where it goes. All right, what do you have for us? Questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, I'm surprised I got through, so thanks for taking my call. And
well, go ahead.
Yeah, I have an open case currently, state of Colorado versus me.
Who's that?
Okay, so at the hearing after I was arrested.
Who is the state of Colorado?
That's a good question. I couldn't answer that for you.
Right.
And I'm curious as to, how the pretrial conference is going to go. Because that's August 26th, Fremont County.
So what is the what that's not a who supposedly claiming that you're doing or did?
Oh, I was menacing and harassment is what I was accused of.
What is that? I mean, like, let's just cut through all the bullshit. I could ask you what they're
saying. One's a felony and one's not a felony.
Right. Like I'm just saying, forget about, we probably shouldn't address this here because I'm going to ask you to be honest with yourself and others. And if you care about how this case turns out more than the truth, you may not want to answer that where other people could hear. Because I would
I've been informed that I should disclose as much as I can. So I know I look like shit. It's been a long day.
I'm not. If we were evaluating appearances here, I couldn't do this broadcast. So we're going to leave that.
All right.
We're going to check that at the door.
Are you sure we can touch on that? I mean, I'm not a therapist.
No, I'd rather not. Personally, I'd rather not. Let's just leave that at the door. So,
okay.
Gorillas don't do too well in beauty contests. I've learned that. So,
are you sure? I'm into the whole Magic Mike XXL /
All right,
Chippendales.
Let's stay focused.
No. Okay.
No, yeah, let's stay focused. We're working here.
That's right.
Right. So, yeah, my point I was going to make is, like, I'm going to ask you, man to woman, did you do something that you know as a woman was silly? Like, forget about legal, lawful, all the rest of it. Did you do something silly, stupid, something you shouldn't have done, something that could have been handled better that led to all this? Potentially.
No.
Right? No. Okay. So
there was no way I could have predicted that somebody would attack me in a park at a 4th of July celebration on Canyon City and split my face from here to here. And there was gravel embedded in my...
A woman, man?
A man.
Okay. Why did they do that according to them, to the best of your knowledge?
Oh, I'm pretty sure they're pleading the fifth because they're claiming to be a victim and there's another victim involved as well.
So you didn't aggress upon anyone? You didn't initiate a force on anyone?
Paul, I was trying to put on some warmer clothes because we were by the river and it was getting dark and, it gets cold even though it's Colorado. And I was trying to scoop out a watermelon because I brought snacks.
Right, I didn't.
And I was trying to go back to my blanket with the watermelon because the band invited me.
I would prefer if we simulate court here right now, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask questions and you answer them as directly as possible. Did you initiate force or aggression toward anybody at any time prior to whatever happened?
No.
Okay. We got to keep it simple and easy and to the point, because if we go to court, that's how it's going to go. Don't take your power away by describing all this other shit. If you're in the truth and on the right side of history here, then the case makes itself. You just
right. It's a whodunit thing.
You say whodunit. They're claiming you have injuries to show and a claim that they attacked you. They're claiming.
Well, there was excessive force used when they came and arrested me on my knees.
Okay, so there's more charges having to do with state agents.
No, it's the only 2 charges, and those 2 victims didn't press charges, but one has a civil protective order currently. Okay, because he still wants to have contact with me, and he's the one that initiated the whole incident.
Okay, so that's going to be, now we answered the question. When I asked you, did you do something you shouldn't have done? The answer is, you went around someone you have a history with who has a protective order.
I don't have a history with him. He took me to Europe and I begged him to leave me here on Colorado.
With you, ma'am, if you go to court and you do this, you're going to have a I
He made the claims. You can read the incident report. I emailed it to you. I emailed it to you. The only thing I didn't send you were the pictures of my face.
When I use the term history, it means you have a past with the man. You have some.
No, I don't. He's a stalker.
You claimed he took you to Europe.
Let's go back to the hearing and what I said at the hearing. Because here's what
Let's not. I'm going to direct this hearing in these proceedings, and you're going to answer the question as they're asked so we can determine the facts of the matter. If you don't want to do that, I'm going to presume you to be dishonorable and bad faith, and you've convicted yourself. So you have a history with the man. This is how I have to decode everyone's bullshit, reverse engineer it, and then presume and assume like they do to get to the truth, because if not, there's 3 sides to every story, yours, his, and the truth. So you have a history with him. We don't have to do that either, but that'll work if you want to simulate, okay? This way we're practicing like perfect. So you have a history with the man. You traveled abroad with him. Can I presume and assume accurately that you engaged in...
It's irrelevant to this case because it started prior to the incident.
It's not irrelevant to this case, and I will determine whether it's relevant or not. You're not objecting to me in an interrogatory establishing the facts.
I apologize.
I'm not making a claim or a presumption about what it means. I'm establishing what happened in what order so we can make that determination.
If it please the court, I've prepared a brief statement.
Can we hold off on that till we establish certain facts and I carry out this train of thought where I want it to go? Or where it needs to go? It's not where I'm leading where I want it to go. What I'm wanting to practice so we can establish the facts. So again, you have a history with him. You traveled abroad with him. Fair to presume you may have done a horizontal tango, shall we call it?
No.
Okay, so no sexual activity, no intercourse on that level.
Zero.
Business arrangements? Any business arrangements?
He asked me to go as a friend.
Okay.
But I am the trustee and sole beneficiary of the all caps entity known as Vera Lee Blank.
Wait, can I get
I am an American and I have right. And
can I get clarification on that?
That right shall not be infringed, and you're infringing, and I'm going to ask that you not do that because it's not nice. I invoke Article 6.
I'm not interested in nice, kind, and polite here, ma'am. Do you know where you are right now? We're at court. So you're not being nice because you're interrupting the proper way we take through these proceedings to establish the facts to try to bulldoze me with some sovereign citizen nonsense. You're the trustee for the all caps entity. That means you just admitted to bearing the responsibility and liability for the entity. Are you sure you want to go down that road?
I'm a soul.
You sure you don't mean you're the beneficiary for the trust and that you're not a surety for the trustee or the trust?
I am a
Sure
soul.
that's not what you mean? You're a
For the
soul.
protection and security of all parties involved, I have submitted evidence of this individual's compliance to sobriety monitoring, as you have requested. I have completed one UA and have another I must complete by 4 p.m. on this day, July 29th, 2026. I greatly look forward to seeing everyone again at the next scheduled hearing and or deposition.
I don't know what any of that means. I know I've heard a couple times there's an obese character in a trailer somewhere. He talks about not being a surety for the entity and compensating any man or woman who comes forth with a valid verified claim of wrongdoing, and if not, they require the charges be dismissed. You must not listen to him, even though I think you know him. You've listened to him for a while, you say, but you must not at all pay attention or actually incorporate what he's doing and saying.
Your Honor, I apologize.
And he's, completely way out there. He's idiotic, even, that guy.
I apologize, but I have to remind you that you were the one that issued my self-PR bond without a cent to my name.
Hold on a second. My robe is on, but I don't have my proper credentials out. Debbie, I'm going to have someone's head for this. Why is my fetish name out there? My porn star name, but not my actual judgy name. Honorable Judge Unslaving. Right. And of course, we work for the 666th District Slave Court so that we can give the black mirror to these folks and let them convict themselves with their own testimony or lack thereof. 666th District Slave Court. Right. Thank you, Debbie. Right. Let's get back to, let's get to these, continue these proceedings. So Honorable Judge Unslaving issued a warrant for you, ma'am. I have no memory of this. Are you sure that wasn't another man or woman acting as an administrator?
It was, in fact, the judge assigned to my case.
Well, that's not me. I have no connection and affiliation with that man or woman. I have no idea what they've done. I'm here today with you right now. We're doing arraignment. We're doing pretrial arraignment.
I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to speak with the DA's office yet. Miss Stacy Turner, and I did leave a message on August 6th around 8:51 a.m.
You have a claim on file at this court right now, because as far as I'm concerned, right?
No,
so
sir, I do not.
Standing in this matter, as far as us hearing this matter, you're involved in this matter as a defendant.
Oh, well, then in that case,
answer 2 and 4 charges that someone else is making a claim about you regarding. And that's
in
why
that case, I'm so sorry. I intend to file a motion to dismiss all charges and protective orders filed against me by August 20.
Denied. Absolutely denied.
But it's in the future.
We couldn't even get to the point of establishing the facts. You're not reasonable and sensible enough to stick to an idea so we can establish the facts, so I could exonerate you based on your own testimony. You fought me and resisted that and tried to act like I was your enemy and that I'm here to do you in. You're doing yourself in because you won't allow me to lead where you can't lead.
But you didn't let me finish.
You were finished before you started. You're just the last to know.
Well, I'm sorry that I can't work hard enough when I have to report twice a week and then file those reports with the PTI and then, get with the DA before the pretrial conference, because that is the day that I'm going to get the discovery, friend.
Right. So what I wanted to establish was your history with this gentleman, how you and he know each other. Because the first thing you told me didn't make sense. And usually when things don't make sense.
It's in the 10-page incident report. And I sent it.
I don't have the 10-page incident report in front of me, nor do I have access to it. That would be where we have a simple back and forth. The fact that it's taking this long is evidence of your incompetence and incapability, not mine.
I'm going to insist on that dismissal, since you can't provide any proof that I did any loss.
You're being belligerent and combative.
Caused any loss.
You're potentially being contemptuous. You're not in a position.
Good thing you're not the judge assigned to this case.
You're not in a position to insist at this point.
I've already had interactions with this judge, so I mean, she's at least allowing me to speak my mind, and you won't even let me get a few sentences out.
If I stepped away from what I'm doing right now, I'm doing a great job at simulating what the administrator is going to do with you. And
I think you got your daddy spirit in you.
I'm giving you way more leeway. You already.
I think you got too much of your daddy spirit in you, because you sound like my mama in the other room.
I'm not interested in your.
Should we get her in here?
I'm not interested.
You want to summon her?
I'm not interested in your personal beliefs about me now. Maybe this is why that man punched you in the face. Because you don't.
He didn't punch me in the face, and he didn't have a.
You don't care. I'm not saying he's right or that I would do that. I'm just saying that what you told me doesn't make sense. And when it doesn't make sense, it's not true. And there's probably way more context to the situation, like how you're belligerent here, combative here, in denial here, delusory here, misspeaking here, won't take accountability for it. When you're called to it, you deny it, you deflect, then you presume and assume and project. And what's someone supposed to make of you and your character and your ability at this point?
I answered all your questions.
You didn't.
I answered them.
We didn't.
So ask me what you want to know, and I'll tell you.
So again, we have a man you're with who has a history with you. You traveled around with him, business or pleasure, whatever the case may be. He had to protect. How am I wrong in that statement?
Because he asked me to go just as a friend. And again, he already had all of my luck.
Doing it again. I didn't qualify the experience. Take the qualification out of it. You have a past interaction with the man. No qualification aside. You're arguing a point that doesn't even matter to the rest of where we're going here. So
you're trying to say that I know that man, but
this is how you frustrate and piss off an administrator, and they do the opposite of whatever you want just because you're annoying. So you have a past with the man. You traveled around, business, pleasure, spiritual, who knows what. Who knows how you got there? Doesn't matter. Apparently things didn't go well. I'm guessing that's not the first time with you and a man, that things for some reason didn't go peachy keen. So he got a protective order.
That means I deserve to have my face smashed in?
I didn't say that. You're saying that.
You and I have a past, and that's why we're having...
Exactly. And we're establishing the credibility of the witness, the claimant, or the defendant by looking at their track record and how they conduct themselves in the moment. Not looking too good.
then you need to recuse yourself.
Right.
And I will politely
didn't send
ask
me
you to do
hundreds
so.
of messages on my phone from multiple numbers
Forget
and
it.
DM.
I only came up here because a few of your viewers asked me to.
Well, you just invoked our personal relationship. So now I'm going to speak on it. Did you not send me hundreds of messages on multiple platforms because I didn't answer you or when you wanted or the way you wanted? So who's the stalker in the situation that you claimed he was? Do you see how the game works? It's a game, no game. Do you see how credibility works? Do you see how karma works? See, this is the point with everyone. They want to play games with me and the universe and truth and everybody else. They want to live in delusion and denial. Then they want to play ego games and invoke shit when they're not on the right side of history and truth on any aspect of the situation. And the deeper we enter in, the further it goes. And the more you undo yourself. And it's amazing that you would see it's totally cosmically synchronistic that you would come here to project onto this person when obviously whatever he did to you wasn't right. I'm not promoting or supporting that. I'm saying everything happens because of a reason. And the way you just ran as soon as you had to be accountable and responsible to the truth. I'm still here having to do the broadcast with the audience, by the way. This is another dynamic. They get to run whenever they want, shirk their responsibilities and accountabilities. I got to be the one to upkeep the truth and put the chat on my motherfucking back. See? And all the rest of it. And that's cool. I'm not a victim like you are. I don't complain about it. I'm formed and fit to do this shit. If anybody is, it's got to be me. So, yeah, it's just, again, it's beyond levels and levels of synchronistically, comedically ironic and revealing. More than likely, you are doing weird, creepy shit with this guy, you and him, dysfunctional shit, some way, somehow. And instead of one or both of you getting out and staying out like some of us do, you keep going on and on deeper and deeper and don't let go till you all end up with smash faces and charges. Is it interesting that doing everything that I do with everything I do it with, I haven't had any of that? Why do you think that is, if you had a guess? Because I don't deal with some of you the way you are beyond a certain point. You're a liability. I see it a mile away. You get a limited interaction with me. If we do, it's to a limited degree. If it ever goes beyond the boundaries of what's necessary and proper, I remove myself completely. If you chase me, I block you and ban you. If you assail me, I put you down some way, somehow. And again, that's not typically with a woman. And typically it's not with men either, really. Usually by the third, fourth, fifth, 10th step, we all already figure out how to be fucking adults in the equation. Adults in the equation. Okay? So again, you ran from the truth, not because I was mean and not nice and kind and polite, because you were being nasty, belligerent, and combative, evoked the truth. And when I wanted to go touch on it, you want to run from it because you don't want to face yourself and the truth. Another dynamic here that persists. What you resist will persist. That's a law. What you put out is what you get back. You are manifesting your own reality. You're just too scared to look at it and try to understand it so you can do and be better. And when I tell you and show you about it, I'm the bad guy, the rude guy, and the enemy. No. You all just saw what the process is. I was cordial. I was courteous. I was measured. I was disciplined. I wasn't loud. I tried to get straight to logic, morals, ethics, and facts. And everyone wants to dance and play games and power games and deflect and argue for no reason and be belligerent and combative. And then they want to tell me they come here to learn from me and with me how to present at court or how to do proper instruction motivates people how to live a better life in life. Are you kidding me? Just do the opposite of everything that we just seen and experienced here. And we got it. Okay, we're back.
You want to project some more onto me?
I'm not projecting. I'm talking about.
You're projecting that you know the situation and you don't. I've never had relations with that man. So actually,
I have a history with you, and I know what you will do when you don't get what you want, which is be unreasonable, irrational, act out, curse people out, threaten violence, and try to harass people. I've experienced it.
Anything else?
Are you denying that?
Yes.
Of course you are. Would you like me to pull it up?
Because you don't know me either.
Would you like me to pull it up? and go
You
through
have
every
no
one of
idea
them?
what I've been through.
Would you
Go
would
ahead,
you-
pull up whatever you
how-
want.
So you're admitting it's there.
I'm
How can I
admitting that
pull
I've
up-
had
How can I pull up what doesn't exist?
discussions with you, and they've all been one-sided because
You
you
didn't-
don't even respond most of the time.
You didn't message me hundreds of times on multiple platforms?
Are you saying that you know me, sir?
I noticed you won't answer the question after you just told a lie. Tell it again and over again. You didn't
Please
message
repeat
me.
the question.
You didn't message me hundreds of times on multiple platforms to the point where it
He
literally
thinks that
says
maybe it has something to do with the
200
fact that I just met my
messages. It actually
father.
counts them and says 200 unanswered messages. You didn't do that?
You know who your mother and father
I don't
are,
have
don't
3 or
you?
4
And
phone
you've
numbers from you
known.
on this number I use for the broadcast right now. I can't pull those up and call them. Will they ring in your room right now?
Go right ahead.
Why are you lying in my face and to everyone else here? and
I'm
to
not
yourself?
lying.
Why are
I
you
have nothing
lying
to
about
hide,
it?
sir.
Why are you lying about it?
Your Honor, I'm going to plead the fifth.
You're going to plead the fifth like Fauci because you're guilty and you're not kidding anyone. Okay? You're kidding yourself and you're tricking yourself.
I'm claiming infringement, and you're
this is why I
infringing
don't
upon
deal
my
with you and
right to
answer
life,
you.
liberty, and the pursuit of
Because
happiness.
You play too many fucking games and you want what you want when you want it. And when you don't get it, you act out or act improper. And that's why you found yourself in the situation you did. Whoa, you don't want to do that on camera? Why you want to act like something different in the private than you are out here?
What do you got? What do you got for me?
Right, we just caught you.
You going to throw me back in the clink?
We just caught her. Notice? Till she comes up, then it's gotcha, bitch. All in one moment proves everything of what I'm talking about is true. You bitches, males and females, are one person on here and a different person in private. You just don't like that I call yous all out in public about who you are every day in private. Not my fucking problem. Are we done here? Sit here and have this goofy bitch lie to me when I deleted all this shit because I don't want it on my phone. And if I go back in there, I'll find shit I didn't delete that's been racking up. I literally deleted it and blocked it because it was so sick. I didn't even want to have it in my life and around me. And you're going to sit there and deny it ever happened, right? All to air you out and embarrass you for what? Instead of you just copping to the truth or not making us have to go there. So fucking silly. Are we done here?
No, I don't think we are.
I think that we are. And I think
Because
that
I'm still the same person. I'm the same
You just lied to
individual.
my
I'm the
face
same
and then act
soul.
like I'm going to have a private relationship with you. I'm done and over with you. I don't trust you or respect you. You just lied to mine and everyone else's face. Why would I
You
listen
never
to you?
even met me in person other than a handshake.
I don't
So what do
want
you
to
know
meet
about
you
me?
in person. That's the thing you can't get. Why can't
Right.
you get that? Why do I have
You're
to tell
so
you that directly here? You can't figure that out, that I don't want to deal with you and meet you. That's why I didn't return your multiple phone numbers of calls and 300 messages to 5 different platforms. 2 or 3 of which I probably deleted and blocked. I think I have 1 or 2 left if you really want to push this. I don't need to go to this for content. I'm not slave state. I could talk to that kid or go back to my stack. I don't need this. It's not going anywhere.
Why?
Because that's the real reason you came up here anyway. This wasn't about legal, lawful rights and freedom. You ain't kidding nobody on that too. This is another way for you to insert yourself into my life and do this. And this is why I don't answer your calls and your messages. I don't need more codependent, needy bitches in my life, male or female, who can't get out of their own way and constantly get in my way. Don't need it, don't want it. Okay? Are we done here? Are we good to go? Did you get everything you needed?
No.
No? Well, I'm done here. So can you go?
Okay. Sure. Goodbye.
Thank you. Not interested in interacting with absolute bad faith, dishonorable, lying cowards, male, female, or otherwise. Not interested.
It is you. It is you. That's you. You're being bad
I
faith
thought you were
right now.
leaving. Are you leaving?
You're being
Do I need a
dishonorable.
protective order?
You're oppressed, repressed,
Do I
and
need a
depressed.
protective order?
You needed a mama,
I
and
thought
I
you were
ain't it,
leaving. I don't want
motherfucker.
you
So
to be my
fuck
mama.
you.
I don't want you to be my mama. That's the thing. I don't need a mama.
This woman is harassing and stalking me, and I like her to stay away from me.
Right. DeCastro saying, stop harassing and stalking. This is why that guy punched you in the face, because you're now going to project onto me about my mother issues and you being my mama. I know that. I know I have issues with my mama, and you parasitic, predatory males and females want to exploit that and try to project onto that. I don't care. Get out of my life. Get away from me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many times I tell you, whether I don't answer 300 times, block you, and even tell you here, you don't get the fucking point, and you're still sitting back there staring at me. I don't get it. While you'll then claim when you don't get what you want, I'm the abusive, narcissistic, blah, 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 blah. No, it's none of that. You need a daddy. You want to be in daddy's presence. Daddy doesn't want you to be his mommy, and he wants to get on with his life and whatever he does like he always does. Not going to make his whole life and broadcast about you and every other person like you, male or female. Get a fucking clue, and you can call it whatever you want. I don't owe you all anything. Let's be clear. I give you everything that I give you in so many ways. What the fuck do you do for me and give me other than this? Harass me, project onto me, send me messages when I don't want to talk. Don't give a fuck that I'm half dead in a bed, can't even shop for myself. You don't contribute to any of my financial situation. Nothing. What the fuck other than use pussy do you bring to my table? And when I don't want that, you got nothing to offer other than harassment, projection, agita, desires, codependency, neediness, and all the rest of it, male and female. But they'll tell a story that I didn't love them enough, abused them, didn't give them enough, didn't do enough for them when I almost killed myself, giving away everything that I am from the top of my lungs. All day, every day. It's never enough with these motherfuckers. Because it's not really based in true care and true love. There's no truth about it. It's another illusion, delusion, deception, codependent, demonic situation. I'm going to thank a couple folks and I'm getting the hell out of here. Julian Barbary writes, thank you, Paul. Blessings. Thank you, Mr. Barbary. Nathan P. writes, a tree fell on my truck today. Well, if you want to come up and talk about that, see if we can get out of that at some point. Probably not tonight, maybe tomorrow, whenever I come on next. Pedro Castillo, Latino Angel, writes, thanks, Paul. Stay strong. Muscles. Thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. And then the cherry on top of all of it is she wants to sit here and simulate court in quotes, but then do bitterness and resentment through the whole thing, not listen to me for 5 years, not do anything that I'm showing and saying, put in a bunch of nonsense, and then argue with me about it when I'm supposed to be the LARPing judge, non-judge here, who you all are entertained by, inspired by, get information from, whatever it is. If you don't be here. The fuck is this? Sit there and argue with me about I'm the trustee of the entity. You never heard me say that, do that, whatever. Matter of fact, I pull shit up where I make fun of that. This is my point. Then you want to sit there and argue with me about how court's going to go. You record it or get the transcript, and we'll look back on this and see who was a little bit more close on how court's going to roll. We'll just compare notes. You show up with whatever the fuck that was on every level. We'll compare notes and see if it is an 8 out of 10, everything I just did and said. And even I gave you leeway. Because they're going to give you about 2 or 3 shots to get it in the hole. And if you can't, they're going to do it for you. And we're going to get on with our lives. Because they're smarter than I am. They don't sit around trying to give suckers even breaks and smarten up chumps. I'm the one who takes 3, 5 years, hours at a time to try to understand and be understood. A fool's errand with many of you. Knowing that going in. Questions, comments, concerns? Right, sir, it didn't matter about the sexuality or the nature of the relationship. We were establishing a timeline where she told a story. She was somewhere and some guy walked up to her, just punched her in the face. Now, unless this guy's completely insane, that doesn't add up. And if it doesn't add up, it's not true. And upon reflecting and asking 3 more questions, we got to the next detail. Yeah, I went on a trip to Europe, but we didn't have sex and we didn't do this with it. You're involved. He invited you on a trip to Europe as a friend and you believe that shit. You just proved you're a goofy bitch on top of a guilty one. You want to continue? What man invites a woman on a trip to Europe he doesn't want to fuck? I don't care what he tells you. You're so goofy. You're still fucking men who you don't realize are lying to you while you're lying to yourself and them. Wake up call. Cut the games. And that's not every time. It's 8 out of 10 times, right? But I would bet, if I had to bet, because court is all presumption assumption. You see why? They don't tell you the truth if they try to. And they very rarely try to. So, yeah, if I had to bet, this guy had it in for you. He invited you out. You played dumb, or you weren't playing. You really are that dumb. And you used them, probably abused them, treated him like shit, even though he was trying to lie to you to get in your pants because you resented him, right? Inauthentic corporate beta male central. That's why you're attracted to me in this place. It's all there every time. But see, you're a prize to all the men you don't want. The men who you see power and value in don't want you. And both of those dynamics exist for the same reason, but you don't want to look at it. So, right. You had a history and a relationship to some extent in the sense that you knew each other. That means you have past history, and you said that he got a protective order. If you showed up around where he was knowing he had a protective order after he took you to Europe to not fuck you because he wants to be friends, you put yourself, people, places, and things in an area you knew you shouldn't have been because legally they're going to slave your ass because you want to show up at court and say, I'm the trustee for the entity. Really? You just bared the liability, responsibility. Thank you. You thought you were doing something. This is how you verify a guilty bitch and a goofy bitch all in one moment. Don't tell me that I'm being mean, not nice, not kind and polite. I'm giving you good game that is going to take you to the next level if you weren't such a goofy bitch in your feelers and cared about the truth. Daddy's home. Where's my guy at? This is my guy. We hang together.
Daddy's home. Daddy's here. It's okay.
Right. Step 1, don't take trips with men who you're not fucking because they don't want to be your friend 8 out of 10 times. Step 2, make it clear up front and don't waver from that. Step 3, if it goes bad, get the fuck up out of there. Don't go back. Step 4, if they get a protective order, see step 3. You need me to continue? And instead of taking all that responsibility, accountability, you want to blame the situation, the circumstances, the court, this guy, he's a stalker. And then you forget, I have direct experience with you doing stalkery, creepy shit. So why go there? Why play these fucking games with ourselves and each other? I don't get it. It's like fish in a fishbowl that forget. Like I'm in the moment, locked into the history, the truth, all of it, and just present with it. They're like in a fishbowl, forgot we were just there, and that we all know what it is. We already experienced it. This is what I mean by you got to get more real with yourself and others and cut the fucking games. It's exactly what I mean. Say it all day, every day. And that's exactly what how they're gonna spin you at court. Spin you in circles with your own fucking nonsense instead of just shooting straight up and out of there. In and out. Done and over. Shoot straight to the facts, cut all the fat and all the games. We're all better for it anyway. This other shit doesn't work. It's not the real, it's not the true, it's not the valuable, it's not the powerful. It's the absence of all that. I mean, let's be real. How often times is a person you're dealing with who you realize it's not working and just got away from is actually going to be able to attack you? How are you in the same place for them to get close enough for you for them to attack you? It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. I don't believe this guy ran across the field like Bam Bam Bigelow and clotheslined you out of nowhere for no reason. The shit is silly, man. You come to me with this silly ass shit and act like I'm not going to do to you the same thing they're going to do to you when you ask me to simulate it. You see why I can't be nice, kind, and polite here, and I can't be your Mr. Rogers. I couldn't do it anyway because of who I am, but I definitely can't do it because of what you would all do and be in my presence. I'm not doing it. We're not playing it. You need that. I need to be your enemy and your devil here to expose how you're your own worst enemy and devil here. I got to be the black mirror. If not, we ain't working. We're playing games with each other again. That's what got us here. Go play games with the friend who takes you to Europe. Go play games with all the rest of it. Go play games with your life coach, feeler games and all the rest of it. Here we get down to truth, life, and way. Facts rather than fiction, faith over fear. We shoot straight, we get it on record, common sense, and we leave all the rest. And if you want to bring that other shit to us, we're going to tell you come correct, and we're going to reverse engineer how you ain't God and you ain't there. This is all dishonor and bad faith. This is how you get convicted at court. This is an example of why he's free and you're not. When you want to pound the table and ask, why is he free? Well, I put on hours long with no teleprompter, looking straight into your face, not thinking, not considering, exposés, presentments, classes on psychology, sociology, subpsychology, spirituality, theology, philosophy, law, and all the rest of it. And I give you a on the ground and in the metaverse direct component to relate all of my understandings and presentments while they convict themselves and reveal everything I say is true by their own independent actions. You don't get that anywhere else. I don't see anybody. I'm going to go ahead and give me the award for today. Fuck you. What do you think of that? This is Broadcasting 101, by the way. In my world, in my book. I said I was going to give out an award today. I gave out 2 the last couple days to folks in the chat. Today's award goes to me. By me. Because I don't see anyone else out here doing a broadcast like I'm doing it with all the different components, the way that I'm doing it to the result I'm doing it with at all. And that's what allows me to trust in myself and God and what I'm doing and this information and have faith that I'm going to be where I'm meant to be because that is true. And I think there's some folks around here who might agree. Final words, questions, comments, concerns. There it is. Nightbot. Nightbot is fucking... Nightbot, you get the second award for today for being the best servant slave ever. You didn't fucking harass me, project onto me, ask me for shit, play games with me. All you did was just show up to serve today. You put out the good information. You know? Nightbot is a honorary slave. There's no other way to see it. Salute to you, Nightbot, and all other bot slaves out there. Yeah, give me some final questions, comments, concerns, chat area, chat creatures. I want to make sure you guys are seen and heard. I want to love you and keep you safe. Got some new folks down there. We picked up a good, 20 or 30 subscribers today. Matter of fact, I didn't check. Earlier today. Yeah, we've been clipping. We went from censored and shadow. Man, there's like a thing here, it seems. We went from censored and shadow ban to back semi in the algorithm and at a pretty decent clip, you know, all things considered, from going from nothing to 20 or 30 at a time. Pretty decent. Yeah, we picked up another 10. You know, we slow roll it here, right? We get it out the mud and the long way here with everything. That's just the way. God only gives his toughest challenges and longest journeys to those who are fit to take them. I mean, I am a Taurus the bull, right? So strap up, strap on. Journey of 1,000 miles begins and continues with single steps. So, all right, I'm going to leave it there. I plan to do an hour to 3, and as usual, we overcompensated. We outperformed ourselves. We outworked, non-worked ourselves. We underpromised and over-delivered. Who owns the land? Technically, land can't be owned. We're all trustees for the land for God. God created it, gave it to us to use up, keep, and maintain. That makes us trustees. So if you want to be technical, legally and lawfully, no one can own land. He who creates controls. If he who creates controls allows usage of to the beneficiaries of that trust, they retain the rights of usage of that property indefinitely until the terms of the trust are broken, right? Until the trust is broken is a good way to put it as far as overall terminology. So he who creates controls, that's a maxim in law. We didn't create the land, so we can't control it. We don't own it, but we can use it, upkeep it, maintain it. And we can determine that we have a right to use and upkeep and maintain that by God's chain of title without agents telling us what we're going to do and be if you govern yourself properly. Because again, if you take God's land and you poison it and you shit all over it, not like regular shit that turns into fertilizer, like, you know, you fucking desecrate it, you poison it, and you slave it and genocide it like you do everything else, well, then you broke the trust. So then some agent swine's going to have to come in and tell you all how to be men and women again because you don't care enough to do that yourselves. You're not inspired in spirit enough, in spirito. You're not inspired enough to do it on your own. You need a daddy. You need a mommy. You need a nanny state. So that's the chain of title as far as that goes, right? We're back to that whole sovereignty thing. You can't be sovereign, citizen or not. Sovereign is the creator of all this and the law that's put in your heart that we come to have revealed and then connect together through. That's the sovereign, right? And therefore, all property here you use and enjoy extends off of that original principle beingness. You get a claim to use, upkeep, and maintain in truth and what's correct. If not, spiritually, a force will move in to right your wrong and maybe even make things worse because the road to hell is paved with good intentions, don't you know? Maybe everyone in the dynamic's deceived. People think they don't have to care and do what's right. And then people think they can erect a system to force people to do what's true and what's right. And then the system does lies and wrong all day, every day, claiming to do what's true and what's right. Everyone's deceived. Everyone's in denial. See how it works? All right, we said if we did enough, we're looping. We're always looping. Life is a loop. Light age, dark age cycle, night and day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Eat, shit, die. Born. Shout out to the 15-year-old being who came here today that outperformed and outcompeted without trying at all, just by beingness. All the other adult slaves who come here, you're going to go somewhere in this life, even if it's to the valley of the shadow of death, to walk in that and fear no evil, to address the liars, the charlatans, as the young one so interestingly pointed out, right? So, by the way, that's a perfect answer for, does Paulie Boy even have a wife and child? No, your wife and child come here to get inspiration and co-creation from and with me. Get a clue. Okay, love you guys. Much love, and all that stuff. Like, share, subscribe, restream, push us into the algorithm. Remind them that they have a limited power here. We have equally as much, if not more. Okay, because that's what that dynamic stands for, among other things. I mean, hey, if you like what we do here, if you get value and empowerment, inspiration, or you're just entertained by my antics, that's another reason to contribute and support in various ways, right? Give where you find power and value. Support the things that support you. That's trust, equity, and good faith, okay? White Gorilla out. Who knows when I'll be back? Faithfully tomorrow, the next day, whatever. I'm feeling up to it. Still having some tests and challenges with the health and pains and whatever, but we'll get there. Pop, we'll get there. As Michael Corleone told Vito Corleone in the tomato garden shortly before he died and had a heart attack. We'll get there, Pop. On the way out, the new and improved remix, some might say, of the old Lee Greenwood classic, God Bless America. This is Flea Brownwood. Of course, this is me as an AI creature, side by side with the devil, some might say. Not necessarily merged with it, but right up behind me, you know? Get behind me, Shaitan, and help propel me with that dark energy a little bit. Why not? Devil does good sometimes. So yeah, this is Flea Brownwood. God bless the U.S. slave. Okay. And I want this. This is on my channel. I want it downloaded by all of you. I want it played at cookouts, fireworks festivals, Thanksgiving, Christmas, any major United States corporate holiday. You bust this jammy out, and you let her rip. You know.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I worked for all my life, and I choose a greater depression with just my children and my wife. I'd thank my lucky stars to be voting here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, but we gave that all away. And I'm proud to be an Epstein slave, where I'm slaved out and not free. And I won't forget the men who slaved, who gave up rights like me. And I gladly sit down next to you and comply like slaves today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love my chains. God bless the U.S. slave. Aspartame in soda to the clots from the vaccines. Shout out to slaves of Texas who have some guns but don't have weed. From Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, well, there's pride in every slaved out heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be slave, and you know I pay the fee. And I won't forget the men who slaved, who gave up rights like me. And I gladly sit down next to you and comply with codes today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love my chains. Love my chains. God bless the U.S. slave. To be sort of free, and I won't forget the men who slaved, who gave up rights like me.